with its coffers richer by $100 billion since January. The annual tariff haul could land at around $300 billion. But this is the money American companies and importers are paying to the government. How long before they recover this cost from the end consumer? That's when the pinch would begin. As per a study done at Yale, Trump's tariff tantrums could cost American families around $2,300 this year. The study goes on to paint a depressing picture for the American economy that might shrink by as much as $110 billion per annum going forward, with reduction in employment and increase in inflation. The American national television has been debating for some time now how expensive their shoes and t-shirts imported from Vietnam and Bangladesh are going to get with the tariffs imposed. It will not be over till it's over. It will run its full cycle. Just in case you thought it's about Trump, no, it's about America. All the tariffs imposed during Trump's first term were retained by the Biden administration. Tariffs have morphed back to being a strategic instrument for achieving economic and political ends. Trade liberalization is history. It is back to reciprocal trade agreements instead of a global commons approach. Each nation has to guard its core interests. In the case of India, there is tremendous pressure to concede on GM crops. Because if you look at it, having outsourced most of its goods economy to China, there's very little America can offer India. It comes down to two sectors, defense and agriculture. Both, by their very nature, directly affect national security and sovereignty. The United States is itself struggling with the side effects of GM crops on the health of its citizenry, from mass obesity to increasing rates of cancer. Many new age ailments could be connected with the biotechnological tinkering with crops. But since America has nothing else to give, it would want to force those onto its allies like India. The Modi government has held on to its own till now and hopefully would continue to do so till the Trump's tariff tantrums settle. There's no short-term solution to this crisis. Moving to the final segment. The issue of substantive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar is sub judice. The Supreme Court, hearing a clutch of petitions, all of them from the opposition parties, has upheld the Election Commission's remit of holding the special intensive revision in Bihar, thus throwing out of the window primary argument of the opposition that it should not be carried out in the first place. There have been some valid grounds which the EC should have thought through before launching the deep cleansing of electoral rolls in Bihar, last done in 2003, and the Supreme Court might crease out those drawbacks in its next hearing. But the politicking by the opposition bloc has veered towards the irresponsible as usual. Look at this post by Assan Owaisi of the AIMIM. He's calling the authentication drive by the EC a backdoor entry of the NRC, the National Registry of Citizens, a bugbear created for the minorities, specifically the Muslims post the CAA NRC protests of 2020. M.A. Baby, the chief of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, wrote an op-ed in which he termed the roll revision a continuation of CAA NRC debate and called the trio of CAA NRC SIR an antiquated 20th century idea which defined citizenship as an exclusionary concept. As an NRC hawk who believes India is making a big mistake by not rolling out a national register of citizens that has been mandated by the Supreme Court itself, this raising of NRC bogey by the opposition is opportune time for me to reflect on the issue briefly. First up, here's a list of some countries that mandate a national registry of citizens based on which they issue national ID cards, which the citizens of course need to acquire and keep as proof of their citizenship. Germany, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Sweden, Finland, the Netherlands, all in the Western Europe. Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia to our east, South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria in Africa, UAE, Israel, Kuwait in West Asia. Over 100 countries, in fact, maintain a mandatory national registry of its citizens around the world, rich or poor, developed or developing alike. And unlike what MA Baby wants us to believe, most of the nations have evolved their idea of citizenship in the last 50 years, responding to the complexities of globalization. Now let's come to our neighborhood. Pakistan maintains a mandatory registry with compulsory registration by its citizens. Similarly do Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, and of course China. Just leaves us in India and possibly Afghanistan. Imagine the illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators who are taking advantage of India's porous border and even more porous systems have to mandatorily be a part of the NRC in their home country. But there are some here in India who make their stay or the stay of these illegals a touchstone of India's liberalism, secularism, wokeism and whateverism. It's taking national security concerns. Since this episode has been about ironies, I shall close with one. The opposition argument in the Supreme Court hinged on citizenship count being the sole preserve of the Home Ministry and not that of the Election Commission. Then is it a natural corollary that they would allow the NRC if the Home Ministry picks up the tab? Again, they have argued that the Aadhaar card should be allowed to claim presence on the electoral rolls. The same opposition resisted tooth and nail the idea mooted by the Modi government in 2021 that the Aadhaar card be linked with the voter ID cards. As they would say, irony died an electoral death. Thanks for watching.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Astra, India's frontline air-to-air missile, has just become more indigenous and more capable with the successful test of its in-house RF seeker. The Astra missile, India's first beyond visual range air-to-air missile, has now been successfully tested with an indigenous radio frequency RF seeker. On the surface, it might sound like a routine technological milestone, but in reality, this single component transforms the Astra from a powerful missile to a strategically autonomous weapon system. Until now, the Astra relied on foreign-made RF seekers, sensitive electronic eyes that allow the missile to lock onto enemy aircraft in the final stages of flight. These seekers are critical. Without them, a missile is blind during the most crucial phase, when it
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of
ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. It's 11 a.m. and I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Our focus remains on the firefighting operations that are currently underway in Tiruvallur of Tamil Nadu, where a freight train carrying multiple bogies of crude oil as well as diesel tankers went up in flames. They're fighting with their best capacity at the moment to contain these blazes. We'll get you all the latest from Ground Zero, but first a quick check on the headlines. Huge controversy erupts over preliminary crash report, Pilots Association questions report and the leaks. President Draupadi Murmu has nominated 4 names for the Rajya Sabha. The names include Harsh Shringla, Ujjwal Nikam, Meenakshi Jain and Sadanandan Master. Hit and run horror shocks Delhi. 5 people sleeping on the footpath were run over by a drunk driver in a white Audi in the early hours of July 9th. Edapadi Palaniswamy dismisses Amit Shah's coalition remark, asserts AIADMK will form a solo majority in 2026. EAM S. Jaishankar to visit China after 5 years for key SCO meet in Tianjin. First up, viewers, in a horrific hit-and-run case that has come to light late in Delhi's Vasant Vihar, a luxury car driven by a drunk driver has run over 5 people who were sleeping on the footpath, and these 5 individuals were sleeping on a footpath in the early hours of July 9th when they were run over by a white Audi car. Around 1:45 a.m., the accident occurred near the Indian petrol pump opposite the Shiva camp. And notably, what we have to understand here is that this incident involving a drunk driver has come late to light. The incident occurred on July 9th at around 1:45 a.m. A high-end Audi car rammed into several people sleeping on the footpath near the Indian petrol pump in Vasant Vihar's Shiva camp area. The impact was brutal. The driver was intoxicated. He showed no regard for the lives crushed under his wheels. In fact, we have Akhil also joining us live from Vasant Vihar. Akhil, tell us more about this incident that has come to light late. How can a drunk driver go unnoticed on the streets of the national capital?
Well, absolutely, Deepak. If you see, the incident took place on the night of 9th of July. And then, since then, what we have been learning that the main accused in connection with the case was drunk. At that point in time, when he was driving this high-end SUV vehicle. Here you can see the visual of this vehicle. This is an Audi SUV vehicle which basically struck into the pavement, in which 5 persons have got badly injured, and those injured people have been hospitalized in a nearby hospital where their treatment is going on. But if you see the visuals in our camera, Deepak, here you can see the frontal portion of this entire SUV has got completely destructured, dismantled. Here you can, I would like to request my VJ to show you the visual of the frontal portion of this car. You can see the front windshield. Apart from that, you see the bonnet, which is the hood part. If you see the grill portion, which is the radiator part. Apart from that, if you see the windshield wiper, everything in the frontal portion has got completely destroyed due to the impact of the incident. And if you see at that point in time, it's pretty visible from the visuals that the vehicle was at a very high speed when the driver who was driving this vehicle has been already identified and in the police custody right now. And at that point in time, he was driving this high-end SUV at a very high speed, and that person has already been identified as Utsav Shekhar. So right now, the main accused in connection with the case is in the police custody right now, and his interrogation is going on. And that person was drunk at that point in time. And if you see, Deepak, those persons who have got deeply injured in connection with the case have already been identified, and they are in trauma center. And those people have been identified as Bimla, who hails from Rajasthan's Bhilwara district. Apart from that, if you see Ramchandra, who was also sleeping on that pavement at around 1:45 a.m. when that incident took place. And apart from that, if you see, Narayani was also there, and an 8-year-old girl was also there. So there were 5 persons who were sleeping on the pavement near the Shiva camp in Vasant Vihar area when this horrific incident took place, in which a high-end vehicle, this SUV vehicle, Audi vehicle, the person who was driving this vehicle at a very high speed was drunk at that point in time, basically rammed into the divider and then tried to control the vehicle when it got basically made a head-on collision with the pavement. And at that point in time, the 5 persons who were basically sleeping late at night on the pavement got badly injured and have been hospitalized in trauma center. And right now, their treatment is still going on. Back to you.
Akhil, just look at how the car has been completely defaced. This is one of the safest cars on the roads, and looking at the impact of how, the bonnet has been completely finished off. 6 airbags have opened up inside the car. Tell us more about, the nature of this particular incident, and also give us an update about the accused. What is the status on the accused? Is he being questioned? And also, Akhil, there are several checkpoints set up across the national capital. How can a drunk driver go unchecked?
Well, absolutely. That's a very big question mark on the police administration as well, because at that point in time, when he was driving this very SUV, he was completely drunk. This is what was confirmed by the DCP of the Southwest District as well. I spoke to him a few moments back, and if you see as you were talking about the incident, he was basically the main accused in connection with the case, who has been identified as Utsav Shekhar. He was coming from Noida and he was going towards Gurugram, and at a point near Shiva camp on the Vasant Vihar road, when this vehicle basically got struck, head-on collision was made with the pavement. And in that accident, what we have seen that the 5 persons who were sleeping at that point in time were badly got injured, and they have been hospitalized in the trauma center. And if you can see in those visuals, here you see the frontal portion. This is the frontal bumper. It has got completely destroyed. We are not able to find that the frontal. Where is the frontal bumper over here? Apart from that, if you see the radiator of this car, it's also here got completely deformed. So morphologically, if you see, structurally, if you see, the car has got deeply impacted due to the head-on collision with that divider, and then it bumped into the pavement over here. And if you see the fog light of this car, Deepak, apart from that, if you see the headlight, the hood, the front windshield, if you see the front headers, the front fenders as well, tow hooks. So these are the frontal portions of the car. So right now you can see all those different parts of this very SUV car, which I have just named, have completely got restructured and deformed. Here, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you a visual of these airbags. You can see these airbags. This is one of the safest cars in the SUV segment. So here you can see these airbags are completely open, and here you can see the broken parts of this vehicle has been put inside this vehicle, and it has got completely deformed. And right now the investigation is currently underway regarding this very incident, and the police team have already collected the CCTV footage of this very incident from the Vasant Vihar Shiva camp area where this unfortunate incident took place, in which 5 persons were mowed down. Back to you.
That's right, Akhil. This incident has raised serious concerns about safety in the national capital, as well as serious questions on law enforcement as well. Now, moving on, viewers, Election Commission sources have informed your channel Republic that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list in Bihar. This is a big breaking news that we are tracking just ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. The Election Commission sources have now informed us that a large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list in Bihar. This is a serious discrepancy as far as the electoral process is concerned. Names of individuals, of residents of Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list. In fact, we have Shambhavi joining us live on this broadcast. Shambhavi, this is a huge development coming in. The Election Commission sources have informed that people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal, their names have surfaced in the Bihar voter list. Tell us more about the implications.
Yes, when the booth civil officers were actually doing house-to-house visits in regards to this special division, they found several people from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar who were residing there, and it is said that after a proper inquiry is conducted after 1st of August, their names are not to be included in the final list, which is supposed to be released on 30th of September 2025. That is the latest update.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you for joining us with those details. That's the latest. The Election Commission sources have informed that the names of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been added to the voters list, raising serious concerns about the impending electoral process. And we'll get you all the latest, but it's time for us to shift our focus on the Tamil Nadu train that continues to burn even as we speak, viewers. The goods train from Chennai via Arakonam has caught fire in Tiruvallur, and the train carried multiple inflammable bogies causing the fire. Firefighting operations are currently underway, and these bogies contain crude oil, diesel and more inflammable material, and that is exactly what is fueling the fire. And the fire is so intense that there is a thick black smoke also billowing from the train, making it really hard for the firefighters to contain these flames. But what we understand is that the railway crew as well as the firefighters are now at the scene trying to contain the fire and bring everything to normalcy. In fact, railway traffic on this particular line has also been affected. Sharda is joining us live. Sharda, tell us where the firefighting operations have reached. Have the fire tender officials, the personnel, been able to contain the fire?
So the goods wagon carrying the inflammables, especially oil, Deepak, that the train was carrying. So on the train that was en route from Chennai to Arakonam, the fire got started in the area of Tiruvallur near the railway station. It is said that the fire has affected the last 4 wagons of the train, and as precautionary measures, all the local train services, which is the electric train services, have been stopped. To cross Tiruvallur station, and everything would be stopped previously itself, is what the Southern Railway has stated. They have also cancelled 8 other express trains, and 5 other trains that were to go in the same time has been diverted routes. And there's also other trains that have been short terminated, which cannot reach Chennai. All these trains were stopped in Arakonam itself. All the express trains that are coming from the northern part of India were stopped in Arakonam, and it is said that the fire should be doused the next 3 hours because of the inflammables being oil. The fire has been spread from one wagon to 4 wagons, and the firefighters are trying to control it even now. As of now, no casualties or injuries have been reported, and it's stated that the firefighters will be taking 3 more hours to douse the fire completely.
Right, Sharda, also tell us about the possible cause for the fire. Have the Railway Authority tried to ascertain the reason for these flames to now emerge on these freight cargo bogies?
The reasons for the fire has still not been given out by the Southern Railway. They said that there would be an inquiry after the fire is completely doused. They'll check what the reason of the why and how the fire actually started. As of now, what we've accessed is that the inflammable that was being carried in the goods train is oil, and they are yet to find out the cause of the fire or what ignited the fire.
Right. Also, Sharda, tell us about the challenges that the fire personnel are facing as far as the operations are concerned.
Well, in the goods train, the firefighters claim that the wagons being connected one to each other and all being inflammable. The fire is easily and quickly spreading throughout, and the main reason that they have not been able to put out the fire is because the inflammables have been easily caught on fire. And as I mentioned earlier, from the first wagon, the last first wagon to now, 4 wagons have caught on fire, and the firefighters are saying that putting out the fire in the 4 compartments is becoming very tough for them, as the amount of fire that's been burning is huge, and they are not able to go near the train as such. They are trying to put out the fire from a distance, and that's the reason there's a delay in putting out the fire.
Right, Sharda, thank you for joining us with those details. Well, that's my colleague Sharda, who's en route to the site where the incident has been reported from. We'll get you all the latest from ground zero, but it's time for us to tell you about a chilling case of domestic violence that has come to light from Bengaluru, where a popular TV actor was brutally attacked by her estranged husband just a day after a supposed reconciliation. This shocking incident has left the television industry stunned. Here's more.
A brutal act of violence shocks Bengaluru. Television actress Shruti has been stabbed in a cold-blooded attack. The attacker was none other than her husband of over 2 decades, Ambrish. The incident occurred in Muneshwara layout under the Hanumant Nagar police limits. Shruti, known for her role in Kannada serials, had been living separately due to ongoing marital discord. After a brief reconciliation on July 4, tragedy struck the very next morning. As the children left for college, Ambrish allegedly sprayed pepper spray on Shruti. Then came the assault. Multiple stab wounds to her ribs, neck and thigh. He even banged her head against a wall before fleeing the scene. Shruti was rushed to Victoria Hospital, where she is still battling for recovery. Hanumant Nagar police have arrested Ambrish and booked him for attempted murder. Investigations reveal a history of domestic and financial disputes between the two.
Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Revelations have come to the fore as far as Conversion Baba is concerned in the interrogation. And during the interrogation by the UP ATS, according to sources, Changur Baba used to boast of having a presence in many countries and having about 20,000 disciples to convert people. He used to make videos of teaching kalma and feeding meat of banned animals. Sources have also informed that Changur Baba had also radicalized many individuals. He had formed a team of young women who would file cases against anyone on the charge of rape, and Changur Baba fearlessly used the administrative machinery to teach a lesson to those who did not convert. So this is one of the tactics, sinister tactics used by Changur Baba. Several men were honey trapped, and some of them were even lured into conversion. They were promised jobs and much more. But what exactly happened at that sprawling campus was a sinister network of conversion run and fronted by Changur Baba. We have Raghavendra joining us live from Balrampur. In fact, Raghavendra, tell us about the latest revelations that have come to the fore during the interrogation of Changur Baba. What has he said?
बिल्कुल देखिए, आज चौथा दिन है जब उत्तर प्रदेश एटीएस छांगुर बाबा और नीतू उर्फ नसरीन को रिमांड में लेकर पूछताछ कर रही है। इसी दौरान आपने देखा होगा जो दूसरा दिन था रिमांड का, खुद छांगुर बाबा को उतरौला बलरामपुर लाया गया था। यहाँ से भी तमाम जानकारियाँ मिली और जानकारी अब एक से बढ़कर एक मिल रही है। यानी कि जिसने इस बाबा के पूरे साम्राज्य को जो बनाया था, जो ठेकेदार है बब्बू चौधरी उर्फ वसीउद्दीन, उसने बड़े बड़े खुलासे किए हैं क्योंकि बाबा का बहुत करीबी रहा है। बाबा के इशारे पर कभी वो अपना सारा पैसा दांव लगा के उनके लिए काम करता था और उनका कंस्ट्रक्शन और जो छोटे मोटे कॉम्प्लेक्स हैं उसी ने बनाया था। वो कह रहा है कि हमारी जानकारी में है कि पूरे देश में लगभग 20,000 धर्मांतरण बाबा ने कराया है पूरे देश में। पाकिस्तान, कनाडा, अरब और नेपाल का भी उनका आना जाना था, इसका भी उसने कबूलनामा किया है। साथ ही उसने बताया कि कैसे लड़कियों का एक गिरोह बनाया करता था अपने विरोधियों को करने के लिए। हर वह मुकदमे वो करवा देता था, बलात्कार, शोषण और हत्या, डकैती सब कुछ वो कराता था। उसके पास अपनी एक टीम थी जो प्रशासन को हैंडल करती थी। तो तमाम चीज़ें, उसका जो दिमाग, जो पूरा ध्यान होता था, या तो वो ज़मीनों को कब्जा करने पे होता था या धर्मांतरण पे होता था। तो तमाम तरह के खुलासे हुए हैं। अब जो विदेश की फंडिंग की तो जांच हो ही रही है, एटीएस कर रही है, ईडी कर रही है, तमाम अकाउंट्स खंगाले जा रहे हैं। जो 100 करोड़ से 500 करोड़ के बीच में जो हवाला के थ्रू जो अरब कंट्री से जो आया है, वह किस लिए आया है, पैसा उसका क्या उपयोग हुआ है, उस पर तो बात हो ही रही है। तमाम अलग से एजेंसियों के इतर बहुत सारी चीजें निकल करके आ रही हैं कि बाबा कैसा अपना साम्राज्य चलाता था, जो उसका काला चेहरा है।
That's right, Raghavendra. What we understand is that Changur Baba wanted to get closer to ISI along with a powerful religious leader, and these are revelations coming to the fore during the interrogation. In fact, we have also responses coming in. Let's listen in.
अलग अलग राज्यों में धर्म परिवर्तन की घटनाएं लगातार बढ़ती चली जा रही हैं और सिर्फ एक ही मानसिकता है कि यहाँ पे डेमोग्राफी चेंज किया जाए। डेमोग्राफी इज डेस्टिनी और इसीलिए यहाँ पे डेमोग्राफी चेंज की जा रही है। सर्वधन सोनोवाल के केस में भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि डेमोग्राफी चेंज नहीं होनी चाहिए, इलीगल इमिग्रेशन और कन्वर्जन नहीं होना चाहिए। तो जिस ढंग से यहाँ पे, और मैं यूपी सरकार को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने इतना बड़ा क्रैकडाउन किया। और ये आज से नहीं, जब से यूपी सरकार पावर में आई है, माननीय हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर योगी आदित्यनाथ जी पावर में आए हैं, आपको याद होगा एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था जहाँ पे मूक बधिर लोग हैं उनका कन्वर्जन किया जा रहा था, उसको रोका गया था। और ये बहुत बड़ा क्रैकडाउन है और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस तरह से कन्वर्जन का पूरा रैकेट सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं, इसको एक एग्जाम्पल बना के देश के अलग अलग राज्यों में इसका क्रैकडाउन होना चाहिए। आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बहुत सारे ऐसे जिले हैं जहां पे कन्वर्जन हो रहा है। पंजाब ऐसा बहुत बड़ा एक एरिया है जहां पे भारी मात्रा में कन्वर्जन किया जा रहा है और इसको लीगली और कोर्ट के माध्यम से, साथ ही साथ सरकार के माध्यम से इस समस्या को तुरंत रोकने की जरूरत है। यूपी में,
well, in fact, that was the statement coming in from Vishnu Shankar Jain, but let's tell you about the revelation, viewers. It was a sinister web of nothing but radicalization, foreign funding and deep-rooted conspiracy in Balrampur, and more revelations are tumbling out with each passing day. The ATS is currently grilling Changur Baba and his team. Moving on, a special screening of Tanvi the Great was held at Rashtrapati Bhavan, graced by the Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu, and the Indian Army Chief, General Upendra Dwivedi. The film's cast and crew expressed heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to have the President watch their film ahead of the theatrical release. Here's the complete story.
A special screening of Tanvi the Great was hosted at Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, viewed the film ahead of its official release. The event was attended by the film's ensemble cast, including Anupam Kher, Baman Irani, Karan Thakur, and debutante Shubhangi Dutt. Director Anupam Kher expressed deep gratitude following the screening.
मैं बहुत भावुक हूँ इस बात से कि आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने हमारी फिल्म देखी और हमारी फिल्म का टैगलाइन है डिफरेंट बट नो लेस, और इसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण हमारी राष्ट्रपति महोदया है। मैं उनका शुक्रिया धन्यवाद आदर भाव से करना चाहता हूँ कि तन्वी द ग्रेट को देखने के बाद जब मैंने पीछे मुड़ के देखा तो वो खड़े होकर ताली मार रही थी। इससे बड़ा हमारा ऑनर कोई नहीं हो सकता। ये फिल्म हमने आर्मी के लिए बनाई है, आर्मी के शौर्य के लिए तो है ही, लेकिन आर्मी की उदारता, उनका दया भाव, उसके लिए बनाई है। और आज तीनों आर्मी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की सुप्रीम कमांडर मैडम प्रेसिडेंट ने फिल्म देखी, सराहा उनके साथ, और फिर वैसे भी राष्ट्रपति भवन में फिल्म का स्क्रीनिंग होना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है।
The film tells the story of Tanvi, a young autistic woman determined to fulfill her late father's dream to salute the national flag at the Siachen Glacier. Despite facing challenges and limitations due to her condition, Tanvi remains resolute in her mission. Shubhangi Dutt, who portrays the titular role, called the experience of having the president watch the film a dream come true.
सर, बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है। मैडम प्रेसिडेंट ने मूवी देखी, उन्होंने हमारे काम को सराहा, मूवी को सराहा, और हम राष्ट्रपति भवन में हैं, तो इससे ज़्यादा, जैसा कि सर ने कहा, सौभाग्य की बात नहीं हो सकती। सो वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
The screening was also attended by Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. Anupam Kher underlined that the film is a heartfelt tribute to the courage and compassion of the Indian Armed Forces.
आज हमारे लिए तन्वी द ग्रेट की टीम के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है कि आज हमारी फिल्म हमारी सेना के चीफ, सेना के बड़े बड़े पदाधिकारी देखने वाले हैं शाम को दिल्ली में। हमारी इस फिल्म में सेना का रोल जो है वो पहली बार हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसी फिल्म बनी है जो पीस टाइम में है, सेना के पीस टाइम में। इसलिए हमको उनकी वीरता, उनका गौरव वो तो देखने को हमेशा मिलता ही है, लेकिन उनकी उदारता, उनका कंपैशन तन्वी द ग्रेट में देखने को मिलेगा। मैं और मेरी टीम बहुत गर्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। मैं जब छोटा था तो मैं शिमला में पला बड़ा, वहीं पैदा हुआ, और आर्मी के वेस्टर्न कमांड का जो हेडक्वार्टर्स था वो शिमला में था। तो मैं फौजियों को, ऑफिसर्स को सड़क पर वेस्टर्न कमांड के कॉरिडोर में आता जाता देखता था और बहुत अच्छा लगता था मुझे, और वही हमने इसमें तन्वी द ग्रेट में दर्शाया है।
Actor Baman Irani, who plays a pivotal role in the film, described Tanvi the Great as a moving, emotional journey.
ये मेरे बहुत करीब के दोस्त थे। घोसला के दिनों से, मतलब मेरे दुश्मन थे, लेकिन इतने करीब दोस्त बने, बहुत मुझे सपोर्ट किया मेरे पूरे करियर के दौरान। लेकिन जब इन्होंने मुझे एक लाइन सुना इस पिक्चर के बारे में, तो मुझे मालूम था कि मेरे दोस्त एक बहुत ही नेक फिल्म बनाने जा रहे हैं, अबाउट गुडनेस, अच्छाई के बारे में, आर्मी के बारे में। और ये फिल्म में इतनी गुडनेस है, मतलब आप कितना भी आप कोशिश करो कि आंखों में आंसू नहीं आए, आंसू आ ही जाते हैं। अब हमारे भाई साहब तो इतने इमोशनल है, इसके लिए इतनी इमोशनल फिल्म बनाई। अगर वो कोई खड़ूस इंसान होते तो ऐसी पिक्चर नहीं बनती। बहुत ही नरम दिल के इंसान है, इसलिए ये बहुत नेक फिल्म बनी है। इट्स अ फिल्म अबाउट गुडनेस एंड काइंडनेस, एंड ही इज दैट मैन।
Tanvi the Great is slated for theatrical release on the 18th of July.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the Airline Pilot Association decrying the preliminary crash report by the Airline Accident Investigation Bureau. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the President nominating 4 names for the Rajya Sabha, including Ujjwal Nikam. Stay tuned for all the details on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Astra, India's frontline air-to-air missile, has just become more indigenous and more capable with the successful test of its in-house RF seeker. The Astra missile, India's first beyond visual range air-to-air missile, has now been successfully tested with an indigenous radio frequency RF seeker. On the surface, it might sound like a routine technological milestone, but in reality,
huge controversy breaks out over Air India crash's preliminary report. Pilots Association questions the report and the leaks. President Murmu has nominated 4 names for the Rajya Sabha. The names include Harsh Shringla, Ujjwal Nikam, Meenakshi Jain and Sadanand Master. Tragic hit-and-run incident in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area. 5 people on footpath run over by a drunk driver in the white Audi car in the early hours of 9th of July. A goods train carrying oil from Chennai port to Juarpetel derailed and caught fire near Tiruvallur. Rescue operations underway. And Election Commission sources have informed Republic that a large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list in Bihar. And the top story is the Air India crash report, and a welfare body representing pilots in the country has firmly rejected the tone and tenor of the interim probe report of the Air India Boeing 787 crash for suggesting a bias towards pilot error. Now, the association has demanded to know what mitigating actions were taken by Air India regarding an advisory regarding the disengagement of the lock function on the fuel supply switches for the engines. So the pilot body has rejected the tone and tenor of the interim probe report. Remember, this report was released yesterday, and the welfare body is saying that this crash report has suggested a bias towards the pilot error. And it is also asking about the efforts and the actions taken by Air India. This after an advisory regarding the disengagement of the lock function. This advisory was issued by the FAA in its bulletin, one of the bulletins in the year 2018, and it had talked about this lock function of the fuel supply switches. All right, so questions are mounting on the contradictions really in the preliminary crash report, and Republic also tried to question the Civil Aviation Minister over this report. So let's take a listen.
Not talking.
Sir, your thoughts.
I've already given.
Sir, please, one word on the...
I've already given. Thank you. Thank
sir, one word. There's a lot of contradiction in the report, sir. Sir, just one word. Preliminary...
No, I'm not talking.
Sir, your thoughts.
I've already given.
Sir, please, one word on the...
I've already given. Thank you. Thank
sir, one word. There's a lot of contradiction in the report, sir. Sir, just one word.
All right. Let's get a perspective. We have Captain Assan Khaled, who's a retired IAF pilot, who's joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. So, Captain Khaled, the Airline Pilot Association has strongly, criticized this interim crash report for what it calls showing a bias towards the pilot error. So, what specific outcomes or changes does this body and you people want from the investigation and also from Air India to ensure pilots' concerns are properly addressed?
First of all, yes, pilots are worried. Pilots are morale is down, and because we are the ultimate persons who are responsible for the safety of the passengers.
Yes.
There are half a million passengers who would be traveling every day on Boeing 787. Okay, and there would be maybe 2,500 pilots flying there. Ours is not a political or ours is not an economical concern. It's a flight safety concern. So that must be understood, and it should not be seen that pilot lobby is trying to look at it like this. The second thing that we must understand is that the purpose of this AIB report was to give either technical clean chit to company which is Boeing or General Electrics, or not to give them clean chit. So on 11th of July, even before we all knew it, FAA came out with a continued advisory for international operators and said that the AIB report has said there is no technical malfunction with Boeing 787. So it is not my interpretation or your interpretation or aviation minister's interpretation. The entire airline has been given with a service bulletin that there is no technical flaw with the airline, with the aircraft.
Yes.
Now, since the investigation is in the progress, such a letter could not have been issued by the FAA at the first hour of the AIB report being released at midnight of 11th and 12th. Okay. Now coming back to what was the most important takeaway from the AIB report was that at time stamp of 0839, the air ground sensor transitioned to air mode. This is a very small statement, and that is the biggest takeaway from this, because before this, the entire technical focus was on thrust control maladjustment system, TCMA. TCMA was a system which could have actually shut down both the engines and the aircraft. And this particular report says since it transitioned to the air mode, TCMA is not in the question. So it was for that purpose. However, if TCMA did not switch it off, then who switched it off?
Yes.
Okay, so they brought in the SAIB of FAA of Boeing 737 in 2018, okay, which says that there could be a malfunction of the latching mechanism. It is weird to understand that the switch, which is, the AIB is again giving a contradictory photograph in their report that the run switch was in the run position. A switch that survived in its location at run position cannot have a faulty mechanism. So that entire discussion, if you were to ask me, why was that brought in para 4 of the AIB report? It was it is baffling. It has nothing to do with this investigation. The Boeing 737 switch number, even in that recommendation, it does not say that it has to be changed. And even on the letter of FAA of July to 11, they say that particular thing is not applicable. Yes. Then why is it occupying 30% of your textual space in AIB report? Except that it's just creating an infructuous dialogue. Why? Because there is an speculation that has been created by this particular SAIB report being included in this, that the switches can move on its own. No, the AIB report has not said what was the engine parameter at liftoff. What was the engine parameter after liftoff? It did not say what is the checklist that the pilot called out. What is the action? Yes, the fuel switches were recycled. It can be done in response to dual engine failure. I don't know, because if at 42 the engines wound down or engines started to come down, the action must have started at the liftoff that is at about maybe 36, maybe 4 seconds, 5 seconds before that.
Right.
We don't know. Okay, now the question comes in, a selective CVR statement, 2 statements. Did you switch it off? He said, I did not do so. Then captain, did he say, then do it? Why? Because that's a checklist action. So a memory item is something that you do by the memory. The one pilot is flying, he's not seeing. So he asked the co-pilot, did you switch it off? He said, no, then do it. We don't know the sentence before or after. So I don't know. It was better that this AIB report came after another 30 days. But it should have come up with more information.
Absolutely.
It has just come for the purpose that the FAA has now said there is no technical flaw. Now the next report will be after 1 year. nobody will be interested in knowing what has happened, and we would be debating something else.
Absolutely, Captain Khaled. So, a lot of questions there unanswered by this probe report, and in fact, the mystery has deepened. Thank you so much for joining us here. And pilots, of course, are slamming the report, and they're asking for a transparent and a fact-based investigation with also pilot representation. Let's listen in to some of the pilots' reactions.
It's the duty and responsibility of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau to come out with the preliminary report, which they have within the 30-day stipulated period. The report is factual mostly, but in my opinion, there are certain areas which lends itself to a degree of ambiguity. Specifically, I would have liked to have seen something that would have been explaining with the time frame as to what happened exactly at what stage, including the failure of both the engines, including when this apparent conversation happened between the pilots and when the Mayday call happened. That would have made the report a little bit more factual, it would have made it a little bit more clearer, and it would have lent itself lesser to this degree of ambiguity which we are seeing at this point in time.
There was an advisory issued by the Boeing company in 2018 in December, in which they had issued an advisory circular quoting few examples of 737 aircraft in which there was a malfunction in the fuel control switches locking system. Now, if that was that information was available with Boeing and they wanted serious investigation, then all the aircraft should have been tested, checked, and this circular should have been a directive rather than an advisory circular. This was not done. So, I do not foresee that the fuel control switches have moved until and unless the pilots have come to know that there is a dual engine failure and which is causing the loss of thrust, and for that reason the recycling would have been done. But the CVR recording is on the contrary, that they have not moved the switches. So it points fingers at the problem in the electronic system. So the report has given a clean sheet and said there is nothing wrong with the engines and the systems of Boeing.
उसमें फ्यूल कट ऑफ का उल्लेख है। जब फ्यूल मिलना बंद हो जाता है तब दोनों इंजन काम करना बंद हो जाते हैं और फिर ये जिस प्रकार की घटना हुई वो पॉसिबल। तो अगर मैं थ्रॉटल क्वाड्रेंट की बात करूं तो यहाँ पर फ्यूल कट ऑफ स्विच है। अब उसमें ऐसा है कि फ्यूल कट ऑफ स्विच लोअर पोजीशन में यानी कट ऑफ पोजीशन में, और उसके बाद अभी जो क्रैश में जो मिला है वो रन पोजीशन में, ये यानी ऊपर की तरफ है। यानी उसके बाद पायलट ने फिर से जो है वो इंजन स्टार्ट करने की कोशिश की, ऐसा लग रहा है। ये जो प्रणाली है वो इंजन को फ्यूल सप्लाई करना है कि नहीं करना है, ये मैन्युअली कॉकपिट से कंट्रोल होती है। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये एक प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट है, ये एक प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है। अभी जो है वो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन शायद हो सकता है, और उसकी जो फाइनल रिपोर्ट जो आएगी हो सकता है कि इसमें और ज्यादा जानकारी और ज्यादा डिटेल हमें देखने को मिले।
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Maharashtra's Palghar district, where a rickshaw puller was assaulted by Shiv Sena and MNS workers. And what was his fault? His fault was that he was not speaking Marathi. So Maharashtra's Palghar district, regional tensions have exploded to violence. Near Virar station, a rickshaw puller from North India reportedly was brutally assaulted by Shiv Sena and MNS workers, and his alleged fault was that he was not speaking Marathi. And the confrontation began as a verbal spat over language, but it escalated rapidly. The rickshaw puller was accused of forcing a local youth to speak Hindi and Bhojpuri, and what followed was a mob justice. Political workers calling him in, forcing an apology, and then thrashing him. Another disturbing reminder of how language divides are being exploited and weaponized in the heart of Maharashtra. Satya Prakash, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Satya Prakash, what are the details that have emerged? Because, you know, this video has gone viral where this rickshaw puller is being asked to give a public apology. Tell us more.
देखिए, पालघर जिले के बिहार रेलवे स्टेशन के बाहर की मराठी नहीं बोलने की वजह से कहीं उत्तर भारतीय रिक्शा ड्राइवर है जो कि उसको मारा गया है। ये 4 दिन पहले ही जो ऑटो रिक्शा है एक बाइक वाले से झगड़ा हुई और बाइक वाले ने कहा मराठी बोलो और रिक्शा वाले ने कहा मराठी नहीं बोलूंगा, मुझे मराठी आता नहीं, मुझे भोजपुरी और हिंदी आता है, इस भाषा में हम बात कर सकते हैं, मराठी नहीं आता। इसके बाद विवाद बढ़ा और मंच से कार्यकर्ता और शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के कार्यकर्ता को पता चला। इसके बाद कल दोपहर को इस ऑटो रिक्शा को बुलाया गया स्टेशन के बाहर और सबके सामने माफी मारा गया और थप्पड़ मारा गया। कहीं जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा है और जिस तरह से मंच से और उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के जो शिवसेना कार्यकर्ता है हिंदी भाषी जो लोग हैं उनको मराठी ना आने पर मार रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें जो है बिहार रेलवे स्टेशन के बाहर की है और वहां पर जहां पर जो ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवर को बुलाया गया और पब्लिक के बीच में माफी मंगाया गया और साथ ही थप्पड़ मारा गया। जी
Right. And, now that this video has gone viral, has there any been reactions on, action that is going to be taken by these party workers who are actually harassing this young person?
जी हाँ, जिस तरह से मन से और शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरह से इस ऑटो रिक्शा क्योंकि इसको मराठी नहीं आती इसलिए इसको बुलाया गया और सबके सामने माफी मंगाया गया। माफी इसलिए मंगाया गया कि 4 दिन पहले ये ऑटो रिक्शा जो ड्राइवर एक बाइक वालों से काफी झगड़ा हुआ और बाइक वाला कहा कि मराठी बोलो, उसने कहा कि हम मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे, मुझे मराठी नहीं आता, हिंदी और भोजपुरी आता है, इसमें बात करूंगा, मुझे कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं बुला सकता। इसके बाद मनसे और शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के कार्यकर्ताओं को पता चला। इसके बाद कल दोपहर को बुलाकर इसको सबके सामने थप्पड़ मारा गया, इसको माफी मंगाया गया और कहा गया कि दोबारा इस तरह से मराठी जो भाषा उसका अपमान नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन ये मराठी भाषा का अपमान नहीं, कहीं जिस तरह से दादागिरी हम कर सकते गुंडागर्दी है, जिस तरह से पब्लिक के बीच में इस तरह से मारना, कहीं ये अगर कुछ शिकायत है तो पुलिस स्टेशन में ले जाकर कंप्लेन करे और FIR दर्ज करे, लेकिन पब्लिक के बीच में ले जाकर इस तरह से मारना और सबके सामने माफी मांगना कहीं दादागिरी या गुंडागिरी है। जी
All right, a shocking incident really being reported from Maharashtra. Shiv Sena workers tracking down the driver, assaulting him physically. Thank you so much for those details there. Let's move on in the bulletin. Now, the Election Commission sources have informed Republic TV that a large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and also Nepal have been found in the voter list in Bihar. Remember, the state is headed for elections later in this year, and there were protests by the opposition parties as far as the list the Bihar voter list is concerned, the SIR exercise of the Election Commission. And this is a very big news because Republic TV has got information that that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in this voter list in Bihar list. And this is a major security concern for India. The Election Commission has been carrying out the SIR exercise to ensure the voter list is complete, and it is calling the process as very, very essential. And now, Republic TV has got information from our Election Commission sources that illegal voters have found their way into the list as number of people from Myanmar. These are nationals from Bangladesh. These are the nationals from Myanmar, Nepal. And they have found their names in the voter list ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Remember, just a few days back, there was a huge protest that was led by the opposition over this entire SIR exercise. But Republic TV getting to know that a lot of these Myanmar and residents of other countries have found their names in the voter list. Let's listen in to some of the political reactions.
जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के BLO है, जो ऑफिशियल्स है, उनको कई सारे ऐसे नाम मिले हैं वोटर लिस्ट में जो भारत देश के लोग नहीं हैं, जो विदेशी है, जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो अलग अलग देश से अवैध रूप से बसे हुए हैं, इनको बसाने का जो खेल और इनको लाने का जो खेल वर्षों पहले हुआ। विदेशी घुसपैठियों को वोटिंग का अधिकार देना चाहते हैं। इससे किसका अधिकार मारा जाता? बिहारी का। जो बिहारी लोग हैं उनके अधिकार को कम करो, और जो बाहर के लोग हैं, विदेशी लोग हैं, घुसपैठी लोग हैं, जिनको इन्होंने ही इनकी सरकारों में लाने का और बसाने का काम किया, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दो। ये वोट बैंक नीति को संविधान नीति के ऊपर रखते, इसीलिए इसका विरोध कर रहे थे। अब सामने खुलकर आ गया कि इनका बस चले तो भारत के नागरिकों का अधिकार समाप्त करके विदेशी घुसपैठियों को सारे अधिकार सौंप दे।
All right, so big revelation coming in ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Remember, Election Commission is proceeding with its special intensive revision. That is the SIR exercise for the electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar. And there was huge protest led by the opposition parties over, and it had questioned this SIR exercise. But the Republic TV has gotten access to very vital information that many of the nationals from other countries, Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal, a large number of these people have been found in the voter list in Bihar. All right, let's get you some other news. In a bizarre and alarming case from Karnataka's Shivamogga, a person, inmate, swallowed a mobile phone to evade police during a surprise raid at the central jail. The incidents also exposed serious security lapses and also raised a lot of questions about insider collusion. Here is what we know.
Shocking breach at Shivamogga Central Prison. An inmate swallows a mobile phone to dodge a jail raid. The incident unfolded during a surprise raid. Prison authorities were scanning for hidden contraband. 30-year-old inmate Daulat, alias Gundu, complained of severe stomach pain post-raid. What doctors found was startling. An X-ray at Meggan Hospital revealed a mobile phone inside his stomach. Doctors surgically removed the phone 2 days later. The inmate is now under close medical and legal watch. The act appears to be a desperate attempt to conceal the phone during the crackdown. Investigations now point to a possible inside job. Jail staff under the scanner for aiding smuggling. A case has been filed at Tunganagar police station. The probe is ongoing. The incident, kept under wraps for weeks, now sparks outrage over jail security in Shivamogga.
Viewers, big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where more than 10 Amarnath Yatra pilgrims have been injured in a multi-vehicle collision at Khudwani in Kulgam along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. The injured have been shifted to a hospital for treatment, but more than 10 of the Yatris have been injured. This vehicle collision happening at Khudwani in Kulgam along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. Remember, the pilgrimage is going on in full swing, and there are a record number of Yatris that are participating in the Amarnath Yatra. And remember, this accident really happening after a few days back. 36 pilgrims were injured after 5 buses had collided in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district. And after that, another incident happening where 10 of the Yatris have been injured in a multi-vehicle collision. Arawat, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Arawat, what details do you have about the injured and the accident? You just give us more details of about the condition of the Yatris who've been injured as well.
Yes, absolutely. As we have seen that the minor accident took place in the South Kashmir's Anantnag district, and we have seen that the local administration and the Jammu and Kashmir police on the ground, and we have seen that the 10 pilgrims have received the minor injuries, and they have been shifted to nearby hospital for the treatment. Some of them have been discharged from the health installations in the South Kashmir. But yes, we have seen that the accident took place in the Anantnag district, and we have seen that the rescue operation is going there. But yes, we have seen seen that the 10% in the number who have received the minor injuries, and we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir police and other paramilitary security forces are on the ground, and they are monitoring the situation in the Anantnag, and also we have seen some of them have been discharged from the nearby hospital who have received the minor injuries after taking the medicines and some first aid. They have been discharged from the hospital. So far, we have seen that the smooth Amarnath Yatra has been resumed once again after this incident took place in the South Kashmir. Yes.
All right, thank you for those updates there. So as our reporter has informed us that it was a minor accident. There have been 10 yatris who've been injured and they have been shifted to hospitals. But Amarnath Yatra continues. And let's take a short break. Coming up ahead, President Murmu has nominated 4 names for the Rajya Sabha. These include Harsh Ringla, Ujjwal Nikam, Meenakshi Jain and Sadanand Master. Also the big story from Delhi, a tragic hit-and-run incident in Vasant Vihar. 5 people on footpath run over by a drunk driver in a white Audi car in the early hours of 9th of July.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा भारत की सरकार का और नागरिक विमानन मंत्रालय का और AIBB का, जिसने अपनी प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन देश के समक्ष और दुनिया के समक्ष रख दिया है और जो 1 माह का कार्य अवधि था उसके भीतर रख दिया है। इसलिए बड़ा विश्वास है देश की सरकार और देश के तंत्र पर, जिन्होंने ये प्रतिवेदन रख दिया है। और ये प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन है और इसमें कुछ तथ्य ऐसे उजागर किए गए हैं जिसमें पूरे घटनाक्रम में विमान में क्या तकनीकी कारण थे जिसके कारण ये दुर्घटना हुई और कप्तानों ने क्या क्या कदम उठाए और क्या क्या परिस्थितियां थीं, उसके बारे में पूरी तौर से उल्लेख किया है। और इसमें प्रारंभिक रूप से जो प्रतिवेदन AIBB का प्राप्त हुआ है उसमें ये स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है कि विमान के भीतर जो इंजन स्टार्ट
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Astra, India's frontline air-to-air missile, has just become more indigenous and more capable with the successful test of its in-house RF seeker. The Astra missile, India's first beyond visual range air-to-air missile, has now been successfully tested with an indigenous radio frequency RF seeker. On the surface, it might sound like a routine technological milestone, but in reality, this single component transforms the Astra from a powerful missile to a strategically autonomous weapon system. Until now, the Astra relied on foreign-made RF seekers, sensitive electronic eyes,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पहले सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा भारत की सरकार का और नागरिक विमानन मंत्रालय का और AIBB का, जिसने अपनी प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन देश के समक्ष और दुनिया के समक्ष रख दिया है और जो 1 माह का कार्य अवधि था उसके भीतर रख दिया है। इसलिए बड़ा विश्वास है देश की सरकार और देश के तंत्र पर, जिन्होंने ये प्रतिवेदन रख दिया है। और ये प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन है और इसमें कुछ
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching the long form story this Saturday. I'm Niranjan. It's been a newsy week, and on the show tonight we have 5 of the biggest stories that have dominated the news this last week. They've made the headlines and they've sparked debates, stirred conversations. First up, the preliminary investigation into the Air India Flight 171 crash has raised new questions. The report today, the build-up through the week. But one big takeaway: was it human error, system failure, or something more sinister? Was there sabotage? Boeing is under scanner. From Boeing to Jaguar now, the second story, we examine the fate of Indian Air Force pilots who lost their lives flying an aging fighter jet. That story is on the long form story tonight. Pilots to coaches, a young tennis star and trainer murdered in Gurugram by her own father. A heart-wrenching story of how a rising 25-year-old champ's life was cut short by patriarchy. From Gurugram to Balrampur tonight, where a self-styled godman's religious conversion empire unravels, exploiting the poor and breaking families apart. That story is on the long-form story. It's a racket that's still unraveling. And finally, on the show tonight, the political predators. We delve into the disturbing reality of ragging and terror in Bengal's campuses, backed by political protection. The truth that those backed by state power don't want you to see. We have a packed lineup on the long form story tonight. The preliminary investigation report into the Air India Flight 171 crash is out, and it raises more questions than give out answers. 241 lives were lost. Those were just passengers, 260 lives overall, in just 92 seconds after takeoff from Ahmedabad on the 12th of June, exactly a month ago. Now, for the first time, we have the timeline, the cockpit exchange, and the technical red flags. Was it human error, system failure, or something far more serious? Republic has accessed the full details on the long form story tonight.
Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. The last 3 words exchanged between the pilots of Air India 171 and the Ahmedabad ATC on the 12th of June. 242 on board, including passengers and crew. This Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner was cleared for takeoff around 1:37 in the afternoon. "92 seconds later, a mayday call and the radio went silent.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
In the last 30 days, India and families of passengers of 4 countries who were on board have been looking for answers. Was it human error? Was it technical failure? Or was it sabotage? A few clues have trickled in on Saturday morning. The first preliminary report is out, giving us details of what happened. What we don't know is why it happened. The answers could be in this 15-page report. A preliminary report from India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau was released today, which offers some critical insights into what went wrong when the Boeing 7878 registered VTA and B crashed just moments after takeoff from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. And here's what we know. The aircraft took off normally around 1:39 in the afternoon. It built the required speed of 180 knots, lifted off the ground and began climbing. But just 3 seconds later, both the engines suddenly lost power. The flight data shows that the fuel control switches on both the engines were moved from run to cut off in a span of just 1 second. Now, in other words, both engines were shut down mid-air just seconds after takeoff. On the cockpit voice recorder, one pilot is heard asking, "Why did you cut off?" The other responded, "I didn't." The report details out the critical 26 minutes and the 9 conversations between the pilots and the ATC. Around 1:17 in the afternoon, the ATC approves the startup of the engines. At 12 seconds past 1:19, the ATC queries if the aircraft required full length of the runway. The aircraft confirmed requirement of full length of runway 23 as seen in the CCTV footage. Around 1:25 in the afternoon, the aircraft requests taxi clearance, which was granted by ATC. At 1:32 in the afternoon, the aircraft was transferred from ground to tower control. 2 minutes later, the aircraft is instructed to line up on the runway 23. At 33 seconds past 1:37, the aircraft is cleared for takeoff from runway 23. What happened in next 92 seconds has left even the best of aviation experts astounded.
Location of these 2 switches. Firstly, these switches are designed in such a way that if I want to move the switch from off position to on position, it's a 3-step process. The first step, I have to lift the lever. Then it disengages from a mechanical catch. Then I push the lever in the on position and then it slides back into the on position. Just because my finger gets caught, because my cufflink gets caught, does not mean that I can accidentally push the lever from on to off or off to on position.
56-year-old Sumit Sabarwal and 32-year-old Clive Kundar in the cockpit, between them a combined experience of 19,000 flying hours. The black box has revealed the panic over the fuel control switch. One of the pilot notices the fuel switch is cut off and then asks if the other pilot did it. The black box conversation shows the other pilot responded that he didn't do so. So if none of the pilots cut off the fuel switch, then how did this switch cut off the fuel supply to the engines?
As I have been told by the senior commander who fly 787, that in case of an engine failure or both engines flame out, there is a memory item, and the memory item says that fuel control switch on off, which happens instantly, and this sends a message through the FedEx to reignite the engines. There is also a fact that both the engines have started coming back to power, at least one has come back, but possibly the action which was initiated at a time which any aircraft across the world, if this dual engine failure happens at this flight level, it would be very difficult to recover and it would be almost impossible to restart that engine in that span of time.
This picture on page number 14 of the report shows the ram air turbine being activated. A few seconds after takeoff, this usually kicks in when there is an emergency detected. What generated that emergency a second after takeoff? And how did the fuel switch cut off in 4 to 5 seconds? The government says there can be no conclusion at this stage.
मंत्रालय सीधा इसमें कोई दखल अंदाजी नहीं करती। एआई भी एक ऑटोनॉमस अथॉरिटी है, उनके हिसाब से वो काम करते हैं। तो उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो संवाद हुआ है वो भी सामने आया है, लेकिन उस संवाद से हम किसी निष्कर्ष पे नहीं पहुंच सकते, क्योंकि उन्होंने यही कहा है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है।
The families of the 160 who lost their lives in this crash have no closure. Justice is yet to be done. Boeing, GE and Air India have no line of blame in this report. But we need to be mindful of forces at play. Does a big lobby want to pin the blame on pilots who aren't alive anymore?
This case, we have very senior, very professional, very experienced pilots. I think the captain has close to 15,000 hours. The co-pilot has close to 3,500 hours. So their experience level is high enough not to make a mistake of raising the flap which was being discussed before, or to select both the switches on or both the switches off within seconds. It is virtually impossible. That is what, when as a test pilot, I can say that this is a design aspect to make sure that there is no inadvertent selection of the switch, which is very critical, by mistake.
Nobody knows when the final report will be made public. Until then, we only hope the big names don't engineer a cover-up of the truth of the Ahmedabad crash.
Well, 3 Indian Air Force pilots have lost their lives this year alone, in 2025 alone. All flying the same aircraft, the aging Jaguar. A fighter jet that most countries have retired over a decade ago, but one that still remains in service here in India. And now the families of the fallen are asking tough questions about the fleet, about accountability, and about how many more lives we as a nation are willing to risk. Here's an in-depth investigative report.
Ambala, Jamnagar and Churu. 3 different bases. 3 brave pilots. 3 Jaguar aircraft. 3 devastating crashes.
वो मिलिट्री का जहाज गिर गया भी यहाँ जंगल में ये जहाज चढ़ा लग रहा भाई
1 year 2025.
Jaguars, the battle-hardened workhorse of the Indian Air Force, the backbone of India's deep strike capability, now finds itself embroiled in controversy. In mere months, this iconic twin-engine jet has suffered 3 catastrophic crashes, casting a long shadow over its operational future.
I'm proud of you, Lotri. I'm proud of you. जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, जय हिंद, जय हिंद.
When the steel bird went down over Rajasthan's Churu, 2 Indian Air Force pilots lost their lives while steering the aircraft away from civilian areas.
और इस चीज़ के बारे में ज़रूर वो डिस्कस करता था कि जो वो एयरक्राफ्ट फ्लाई कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही पुरानी टेक्नोलॉजी के हैं, उनको जो है अगर अपग्रेड किया जाए, नॉट इवन अपग्रेड, अगर उनको जो है रिप्लेस किया जाए विद द न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, तो वो उनके लिए भी बेनिफिशियल है, उनके लिए सेफ़ भी है इवन कि जो है अपने जो उनके जो काम हैं, उनके मिशंस हैं, वो उनको भी कंप्लीट कर पाएँ, वो खुद को भी सेफ रख पाएँ.
Among them was squadron leader Lokendra Singh Sindhu, a man of valor, grit and infectious energy. Just a month into fatherhood, he leaves behind a wife and infant son. Hailing from Rohtak, squadron leader Sindhu dreamt of flying for the Air Force since childhood, his brother recalls. He had also served in Operation Sindoor as an invigilator. The loss has shattered the family, yet their voices remain steady, holding on to the honor of a life lived in service. His family has questions, valid questions on the use of the Jaguar fleet.
जैसे MiG-21 है, आई थिंक अब ये रिप्लेस हो गए हैं, तो जैगवार जो है अभी भी एक वो एयरक्राफ्ट जो है, मुझे लगता है कि जिसको रिप्लेसमेंट की अभी बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत है.
अमर रहे, विश्वनाथ सिंह अमर रहे, जिंदाबाद 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 जिंदाबाद. Arnab Goswami, Anthem Begol, Salame, Shast.
A future cut short, an engagement broken, a young life lost. Flight Lieutenant Rishi Raj Singh, just 23, killed in the 2-seater Jaguar crash. Hailing from Pali in Rajasthan, he was set to begin a new chapter. But fate had other plans. As his family grieves, a difficult question remains. What happens when young, talented pilots are made to fly aging machines?
ये हमारे परिवार के लिए बहुत ही अपूर्णीय क्षति है। होनहार लड़का था। ये जो भी चीज़ है, अब ये जांच का जो विषय क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। नए जो पायलट आते हैं उनको इतने पुराने विमान उड़ाने के लिए दिए जाते हैं।
Jaguar is by and large a very good aircraft. Is a very good aircraft, deep penetration strike aircraft. It was meant for low-level strike. It did not have the power to maintain at high level. We are not making a single engine. So this aspect was a weakness.
Back in the early 1970s, India was offered the Jaguar as it sought to replace the aging Canberra and Hunters. But budget constraints and the Soviet MiG deals steered itself towards the MiG-23 and MiG-27 as stopgap strike platforms. It would be another decade and an urgent operational need before the Jaguars finally touched Indian tarmac.
Once a Cold War icon, the Sepecat Jaguar has now faded from most global fleets. The UK retired it in 2007, France in 2005, both moving to advanced jets like the Typhoon and Mirage 2000D. Oman followed in 2014, and others like Nigeria and Ecuador grounded theirs even earlier. But while most nations phased out the Jaguar, India opted to extend its service life. Today, the Indian Air Force remains its last active operator, raising the question, how long can a legacy jet meet modern demands?
Which is true for any aging fleet. As you know, Jaguar has served almost 45 years of service with the Indian Air Force. So such problem arises with any aging fleet. The hardest would be the propulsion, followed by flight controls, and hydraulic system is also troublesome. But the most hardsome is the propulsion system.
Timelines is a big issue. That is where that Vachan part comes in. So once a timeline is given, not a single project that I can think of has been completed on time. So this is something where we have to look at. Why should we promise something which cannot be achieved? While signing the contract itself, some of the times we are sure that it is not going to come up.
Years of delayed decisions, missed opportunities and half measures have kept the Jaguar flying, but not without consequence. Because of the silence after a crash, it's not just another jet, but the system that echoes the loudest. And as another young life lost in the aging cockpit, the question quietly remains, who is truly accountable and for how long?
Next in the long-form story, a 25-year-old tennis coach was found murdered inside her home in Gurugram in the National Capital Region. Now, the accused is her own father. 4 bullets, a licensed gun, and a chilling confession about so-called honor. He claimed honor. Was it financial tension, as he claims? Was it obsession? Jealousy, and that too against his own daughter? Republic investigates the murder of Radhika Yadav through witness accounts, post-mortem findings, and her father's own words. Here's her long-form story.
Radhika Yadav, 25 years old, a tennis player, a coach, a daughter. On the 10th of July, she was at home in Sushant Lok Phase 2, Gurugram, preparing a meal in the kitchen. It was her mother's birthday. Her mother was unwell, and Radhika decided to do something special that morning. At 11 a.m., gunshots rang out from inside the house. And moments later, neighbors saw Deepak Yadav, Radhika's father, walk out of the home with a gun in hand.
This is the visual of that very residence where that unfortunate incident took place. The family used to live on first floor of this very building, and here you can see what has happened. That the information that we have received from the police sources, that at around 10:30 a.m. On Thursday morning, when the deceased uncle heard a loud noise, and after that he rushed towards the first floor, and then he found out that his brother has basically fired a gunshot in which his niece, 25-year-old niece, who is a state tennis player as well, was shot.
An eyewitness, the colony's security guard Pyarelal, told Republic he saw Deepak walk out holding a gun and say, "Humne maar diya." That is, I killed her.
हमने यहाँ बात करते हुए 3 लेडीज को मैं देखा, दीपक को, पत्नी को, वाइफ को, और 2 लेडीज और था। तो मैं ये देखा कि क्या बात कि हल्ला हो रहा था, तो बारिश हो रहा था, तो मैं फिर भी मैं रुक के मैं सुना, कि मैं क्या बात हो गया, और कहीं ज़्यादा बात तो नहीं है। फिर हमने आधा घंटा तक रुक के मैं यहाँ पे सुनने लगा कि बात क्या है। फिर इतने देर में, आधे घंटा के बाद, फिर दीपक निकला उधर से पिस्टल लेके, बोला हमने मार दिया। अब इसमें दूसरा आदमी क्या जानेगा भाई, क्यों मार दिया, क्या जानेगा।
Inside the house, Radhika lay dead in her bedroom, shot 4 times from behind. Her mother rushed out from the kitchen after hearing the loud sound, initially thinking it was the pressure cooker. Radhika had been a promising tennis player, even winning trophies before a shoulder injury temporarily sidelined her game. Undeterred, she began training students and opened her own tennis academy in Gurugram.
This is the very tennis court area where she used to come and practice, and it is just at a distance of approximately 200-250 meters away from Radhika's residence, where Radhika used to live with her family and uncle. And if you see, her uncle's family used to live on ground floor, and Radhika's family used to live on first floor. When that shocking incident took place, Radhika at that point in time was making food for her mother, because yesterday itself, if you see, on 10th of July, what we have got to know, the information from the family members, that it was her mother's birthday. So that's why on her special day, Radhika was trying to make some food, and at that point in time, her father came from backside and fired gunshots.
During police interrogation, Deepak Yadav confessed. He told investigators, "My daughter Radhika was a tennis player and had won several trophies. A few days ago, she suffered a shoulder injury and was not playing actively. She started her own tennis academy and began coaching children. When I used to go to Wazirabad village to buy milk, people would say things like, 'You're living on your daughter's income.' This made me very uncomfortable. Some people even questioned her character, which deeply disturbed me. I asked my daughter to shut down her academy, but she refused. This kept causing me mental stress and felt like an attack on my honor and reputation. I was in constant tension." Gurugram police have confirmed the motive, citing Deepak's own confession during questioning. The officer stated that the accused was arrested and the murder weapon had been seized.
ये राधिका नाम की लड़की थी और करीब 25 वर्षीय लड़की है, जो कि सेक्टर 57 के किसी एरिया में रहती है। पुलिस के द्वारा उसके घर जा करके पता किया गया लेटर ऑन, तो मालूम हुआ कि ये जो राधिका है, ये टेनिस प्लेयर थी और फिलहाल ये कोई अपनी टेनिस एकेडमी चला रही थी। इसके पिता के द्वारा इसको गोलियां मारी गई हैं, जिसको पुलिस के द्वारा अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है और उससे पूछताछ की गई है तो उन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम देना स्वीकार किया है।
But when Republic reached Wazirabad, Deepak's ancestral village, a very different picture emerges.
Republic Media Network's team has arrived in Wazirabad area. This is a village area of Gurugram, where this is the ancestral property of Deepak Yadav. Right now you can see the visual of this home. This is a very old home. Deepak Yadav has not visited this very residence in the last 3.5 years. So right now the Gurugram police is corroborating both their statements, because earlier if you see, Deepak Yadav has given a statement to the police in which he has said that whenever he used to come to this very locality in Wazirabad area of Gurugram, the people used to taunt him saying that you are that kind of person who basically takes money from his daughter, जो अपनी बेटी की कमाई खाता है. This was the statement given by Deepak Yadav to the police. And right now you can see we have arrived at the very location where people who living in this area are basically differing to that statement.
Local residents told Republic that Deepak Yadav was not financially dependent on anyone.
नॉर्मल वो था, वो अपने काम से मतलब रखता था. उसको तो अपनी बेटी, बेटा और अपना परिवार उसके पूरा ध्यान रखता था. उनको क्या खाना है क्या नहीं, जो वो कहते थे वो खाने के लिए इंतजाम करता था, सब A to Z.
He owned multiple properties in Gurugram and farmlands in and around the city and earned lakhs of rupees through it each month. Some estimated the amount to be well over 15 lakh rupees per month. Police sources say that Deepak used his licensed weapon and fired 4 times at close range. All 4 bullets were recovered from the body. Post-mortem findings confirmed the shots were fired from behind, and Radhika had no chance to react or defend herself. Radhika had also appeared in a music album titled Karwa. Team members told Republic that her father had personally accompanied her to the shoot and stayed for 11 hours. In her early career, Deepak had supported her work, even financially investing in her tennis academy. But that allegedly changed after people in his village began taunting him. Radhika's mother told the police that her husband had grown obsessive in recent months, and that he once also fought with her for speaking to her own brother-in-law. Over the past 3 days, fights between the father and the daughter had become routine. He had asked her to shut down the tennis academy, but Radhika had refused firmly. July 10th was the day when Radhika's mother celebrated her birthday. A day meant for a family moment ended in bloodshed. Outside, a coaching academy has gone silent. And inside, investigators are reconstructing a daughter's final moments. And a city watches, trying to make sense of what unfolded behind those closed doors.
A self-styled godman with a mansion worth several crores. Foreign funding, most of which came from the Middle East. Multiple bank accounts and a network that spanned across India. What began as a tip-off has now exploded into one of the biggest religious conversion rackets ever uncovered in India, not just in Uttar Pradesh. And the name at the center of this nexus, Changur Baba, a man who preyed on the poor, exploited caste lines, had a rate card for different castes, and orchestrated conversions with a price tag. Tonight we take you inside the murky underworld of this so-called preacher's empire.
घर के एक एक कमरे में अब पुलिस पहुंच चुकी है और आप देख सकते हैं कि खुद घर के अंदर दो बुलडोजर मौजूद हैं। और ये छांगुर पीर बाबा जिसने सैकड़ों लोगों का धर्म परिवर्तन कराया और हवाला अवैध फंडिंग से अरब और नेपाल के रास्ते से बहुत सारी फंडिंग कराया है। विदेशों से पैसा लेता था, जातियों की बोली लगाता था, सवर्णों के रेट अलग थे, ओबीसी के रेट अलग थे, दलितों के रेट अलग थे। 16 लाख रुपया देता था एक धर्मांतरण के लिए।
कैसे वहां हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है।
A godman?
150 सीलिंग फैन लगातार लगे हुए हैं। आप देखिए लग्जरी सुविधाओं की अगर बात करिए तो आप देख सकते हैं कि एक रो में कितने फैन हैं।
A mansion. And a web of deceit that spread like wildfire. In Balrampur of Uttar Pradesh, a conversion cartel has been busted. An otherwise quiet town in Uttar Pradesh's Devi Patan division, Balrampur is now thunderstruck by a raging controversy, igniting a nationwide debate over massive conversion racket. On 8th of July, bulldozers rolled on to the main Utrola-Mankapur road in Balrampur, demolishing the palatial residence of a self-styled godman, Jalaluddin Shah, alias Changur Baba. Once a humble bicycle vendor selling rings and amulets, Jalaluddin, who came to be known as Changur Baba, reinvented himself as a spiritual guru and is now at the heart of serious allegations of orchestrating large-scale religious conversions. In under a decade, he rose from obscurity to building an empire worth over 100 crore rupees. Now, he finds himself in the custody of the Uttar Pradesh Anti-Terrorism Squad.
एसटीएफ की जांच में ये प्रकाश में आया कि इन्होंने इस गैंग ने 40 से ज़्यादा अकाउंट में 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा विदेशी फंडिंग प्राप्त की है और इस धन का इस्तेमाल धर्मांतरण में और लोकल प्रॉपर्टी के परचेज में किया गया है।
पहले ये जो बाबा था आज से 3 दशक पहले यानी कहा जाए कि 30 से 40 साल पहले छांगुर बाबा महाराष्ट्र जाता था, वहाँ पर पत्थर बेचता था, जो अंगूठियों में जो पत्थर लगते हैं। पत्थर बेचने के साथ साथ उससे वहाँ लोगों से मुलाकात होती है, नीतू से मुलाकात होती है। जो नीतू उसके हस्बैंड नमीन, उसने पहले नमीन को और उनकी पत्नी को, उनके बच्चों को मुस्लिम धर्म में कन्वर्ट करता है। फिर ये धीरे धीरे इसका नेटवर्क बढ़ता है। वो लोग पढ़े लिखे थे, विदेशों में बात होता है, नीतू का विदेश में आना जाना होता है, भारत में धर्मांतरण लेके वहाँ बात होती है। लोगों ने, अरब के लोगों ने पैसा देने का काम किया कि ताकि जाओ आप धर्मांतरण के काम को करो, उसको बढ़ाओ और साम्राज्य अपना बनाओ। धीरे धीरे करके इसके पास पैसा आने लगा, पैसा आया, फंडिंग हुई। इसने हिंदुओं की जमीन, यानी जहां मैं खड़ा हूं ये खेत है हिंदुओं का, इसको इसने खरीदा, लालच में खरीदा, दबाव में खरीदा, उसके बाद इस अवैध साम्राज्य को बनाया।
Reports suggest that 106 crore rupees allegedly funneled in through 40 bank accounts, primarily from Middle Eastern sources, fueled Changur Baba's extravagant empire.
कहने को तो वो छांगुर पीर बाबा था, लेकिन उसने कहीं न कहीं धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला, विदेशों से पैसा मंगाया, करोड़ों रुपए में फंड आए और लालच देकर जातियों में बांटा था। सवर्ण को 16 लाख, ओबीसी का अलग रेट, दलित का अलग रेट, इस तरह से उसने कैटेगरी बनाया हुआ था।
His 3 crore rupee mansion sprawled over 3 bighas, housed more than 40 rooms, was fortified with 10 CCTV cameras and secured by an electric fence. Inside the compound, foreign breed dogs, imported horses, and even a marble-floored stable painted a vivid picture of opulence, all allegedly funded by the conversion syndicate.
सोचिए कि घोड़ा जहां पर रहता है उस पे टाइल्स लगाया है, चाहे घोड़ा फिसल जाए उसको चोट भी आ सकती है, लेकिन नहीं, यहाँ पर उसने पूरी तरह की सुख सुविधाएं दी हैं, जहाँ पर जैसे कि इंसान रहता है। कि यहाँ पर छांगुर बाबा अपने घोड़ों को रखता था और वो घोड़ों का शौकीन भी था। हालांकि घोड़े यहाँ से जा चुके हैं, अस्तबल इस समय खाली है, जो और भी पशु थे वो यहाँ से हट चुके हैं।
Authorities claim Changur Baba and his network forcibly converted over 1,500 individuals, including hundreds of Hindu women, through deceit, coercion and monetary lures.
छांगुर बाबा और जमालुद्दीन स्वयं को एक हाजी पीर के रूप में प्रोजेक्ट किया करता था और स्वयं को हाजी जलालुद्दीन बताता था। उसने उतरौला कस्बे में जनपद बलरामपुर में काफ़ी बड़ा एक नेटवर्क एस्टैब्लिश किया हुआ था और ये नेटवर्क लगातार धर्मांतरण के कार्य में लिप्त था।
Alongside Changur Baba, his close aide Neetu Rohra and her husband Naveen played key roles in what officials describe as a conversion for cash industry.
उतरौला में वर्षों से 3 दशक से छांगुर बाबा अपना साम्राज्य चलाता था। लोगों को अता पता नहीं था कि छांगुर को सब पीर बाबा समझते थे, लेकिन उसका काला चेहरा सामने आया कि किस तरह से विदेशों से पैसा लेके यहाँ गरीब लोगों में बांटता था और अपने आप को नायक कहता था, अपने आप को मौलवी कहता था।
The duo reportedly targeted poor Hindu families, luring them with promises of healing and money.
जो ये गैंग है उनके भी फाइनेंशियल अकाउंट्स का ट्रांजैक्शन और उनके द्वारा खरीदी गई संपत्तियां, अक्वायर किए गए बिल्डिंग्स इत्यादि सभी की जांच भी होगी ताकि पता चल सके कि इस गैंग की अवैध गतिविधियां और क्या-क्या है।
One of the victims who fell prey to this huge scandal and was reconverted to Hindu religion with all sacred rituals spoke to Republic.
मेरे साथ फ्रॉड किया गया था, बलात्कार किया गया, हिंदू से मुसलमान बनने के लिए प्रताड़न किया गया, ये सब छंगूर बाबा के किया कराया है।
The gang reportedly had a fixed caste-based rate card for religious conversion of Hindu women.
इनका रेट कार्ड हुआ करता था अलग अलग बिरादरी के लोगों को कन्वर्ट करने के लिए। जिन लोगों ने इस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ गवाही दी है उनके अनुसार एक फॉरवर्ड कास्ट व्यक्ति को कन्वर्ट करने के लिए 15 से 16 लाख रुपए एजेंट को दिए जाते थे।
The Uttar Pradesh ATS has now stepped in. Changur Baba and his son Mehboob have been arrested. Their close aides Naveen alias Jamaluddin and Neetu alias Nasreen are already in police custody. as security agencies tighten their grip on those involved in this massive conversion racket, local authorities have deployed Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's signature weapon, the bulldozer, to demolish the illegally constructed empire of Changur Baba.
छांगुर पीर बाबा का अवैध साम्राज्य ध्वस्त हो चुका है। आप देख सकते हैं कि जो आलीशान इसका जो द्वार था, जो गेट था, उसको बुलडोजर से गिरा दिया गया है, ध्वस्त किया जा चुका है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से यह आलीशान जो गेट था, आज वह पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुका है।
Seizure and demolition of properties associated to the gang is underway.
छांगुर बाबा जेल में है और इसका सारा साम्राज्य ध्वस्त हो चुका है। बहुत सारे लोग भाग रहे हैं। एफआईआर में 9 लोगों का नाम है, 4 लोग बंद हैं, 5 लोग फरार हैं। तो ऐसे में यह कॉम्प्लेक्स भी बंद है, क्योंकि इनको भी डर है, दुकानदारों को भी डर है कि कहीं छांगुर बाबा का जो करप्शन है वह दुकानदारों तक न पहुंच जाए।
Additionally, the Uttar Pradesh ATS took Changur Baba to his residence for further questioning in connection with the ongoing investigation.
यहाँ पर जो उतरौला की पुलिस है पूरी तरह सुरक्षा दे रही है। एटीएस के कमांडो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और आप देख सकते हैं एटीएस के अधिकारी भी यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं। एटीएस के कमांडो तैनात है पूरी तरह से और यहाँ पर छांगुर पीर बाबा ये बीच में बैठा हुआ है। आप देख सकते हैं कि छांगुर पीर बाबा यहाँ पर बैठा हुआ है, जिससे पूछताछ किया गया है।
What followed was a blunt, unsparing takedown. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath did not hold back.
हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, पैसे में सौदेबाजी करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है।
On the streets, the outrage grew. Hindu groups took to protest, demanding justice, demanding accountability. But this is not just about Changur Baba. This is a pattern. Last year, on 15th of July, Maulana Taqir Raza, a radical preacher, publicly vowed to convert 5 Hindu women and marry them off at a mass nikah ceremony.
इनमें 8 लड़के हैं जो इस्लाम कबूल करना चाहते हैं। धर्म परिवर्तन तो तकरीबन उनका पहले से है, आपस में वो कर चुके हैं। तो धर्म परिवर्तन की जो प्रक्रिया है वो पूरी की जाएगी और उनका बाकायदा निकाह होगा, सामूहिक।
Across India, there are growing instances where Muslim men hide their identity, lure Hindu women, convert them under false pretenses. Balrampur's truth has shocked the nation, but awareness is not enough. Action calls for commitment. It calls for an unrelenting resolve.
Viewers, what you're about to see next is disturbing. College after college across Bengal, students say they were stripped, filmed, ragged, threatened. Not by outsiders, but from the ruling Trinamool Congress student wing. From Howrah to Balurghat, the videos are out, complaints filed, and yet the leaders are walking free. The public tracks the trail of campus terror and the political protection behind it in this story.
Across West Bengal, college campuses are turning into political battlegrounds.
জাস্টিস করে আপনি কোথায়? জাস্টিস করে
Student unions backed by the Trinamool Congress face allegations of violence, intimidation, and even sexual harassment. In college after college, students are speaking out. At Narasingha Datta College in Howrah, a TMCP state president and former students leader, Souvik Ray, faces serious allegations. A student accuses Ray of forcing him to strip, of mocking him and filming it. Despite multiple complaints, Ray remained active on campus, seen alongside senior leaders, unfazed.
অরূপ বাবু, এই সৌভিক রায় নরসিংহ দত্ত কলেজের যে নেতা, আপনি চিনতেন তো?
কোনো কমেন্ট করবো না।
আপনি তো সেই কলেজেও একাধিকবার গিয়েছেন, তার সঙ্গে আপনাকে দেখা গিয়েছে।
আমি কোনো কমেন্ট,
কিন্তু সেই ভিডিও রয়েছে তো আপনার সঙ্গে।
আমি কোনো কমেন্ট করবো না বলেছিলাম।
এই ধরনের যে আচরণ, সেটাকে সমর্থন করেন? ডাক্তারবাবু, রাজ্যের একাধিক কলেজে প্রাক্তনীরা এখনো অবধি ঢুকছে, নাম জড়াচ্ছে আপনার রাজনৈতিক দলের ছাত্র সংগঠনের।
আচ্ছা, সেটা তাহলে আমার মনে হয় যে ছাত্র ফ্রন্টকে জিজ্ঞেস করুন। এটা ছাত্ররা তো ঠিক উচ্চশিক্ষা দপ্তরের সঙ্গে সরাসরি যুক্ত নয়, এটা বলা মুশকিল হবে।
কিন্তু কলেজগুলো বা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় আপনার অধীনস্থ, কলেজে গিয়ে এরকম দাপাদাপি, কোথাও যৌন নির্যাতনের অভিযোগও আসছে।
এটা নিয়ে তো আমার বক্তব্য যেটা বলার বলেছি, হাজিরা ল কলেজ নিয়ে পরিষ্কার আমরা সুপারিশ করেছি যে একদম বহিষ্কার করা হোক।
যাদের যাদের নাম জড়াবে সবাইকে বহিষ্কারের বার্তা তো?
The allegations did not stop him, nor did they seem to stop those who stood beside him.
ছাত্ররা আমাকে একটা লিখিত কমপ্লেন দেয়, ঘটনাটি ঘটার প্রায় ধরুন বেশ কিছুদিন পরে লিখিত কমপ্লেন দেয়, এবং ওরা আমাকে বলে যে আমরা বিভিন্ন ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার যে সমস্ত জায়গার কমপ্লেন করার বা ওদের যারা সিনিয়র নেতা তাদের কাছেও নাকি ওরা জানিয়েছে। তো ওরা যখন আমাকে লিখিত কমপ্লেন দেয়, তখন আমি বিষয়টা গভর্নিং বডিতে ফেলি, এবং গভর্নিং বডি কিন্তু সঙ্গে সঙ্গেই আমাদের সেই বিষয়টা নিয়ে আলোচনা হয়, এবং একটা স্টার্ন ডিসিশনে আমরা যাই যে আমরা কোনোভাবেই কোনো বোনাফাইড ছাত্র ছাড়া কলেজে কাউকে ঢুকতে দেব না। বহিরাগতদের প্রবেশ আছে, আমরা সবটা কন্ট্রোল করতে পারিনি।
But the story does not end here in Howrah, because what played out in one union room echoed in another. The college may change, the town may shift, but the abuse of power stays the same. From Howrah, the trail leads south to Kakwadip. Another college, another complaint.
আমি এই ধরনের ছবি কোনো আমার কাছে পাইনি। এখন এর সত্য মিথ্যাটা আমি এক্ষুনি বলতে পারবো না কিছু। আমি শুনলাম, আমি এটা জানার চেষ্টা করব। সেই রুমে কিন্তু আমি দেখেছি এই ধরনের কখনো কার্যকলাপ আমি 2021-এ আসার পর থেকে দেখিনি, শুনিনি।
They were forced to carry out tasks far removed from campus life.
কলেজে যারা এক্স স্টুডেন্ট তারা তো প্রতিনিয়ত আসে, এসে তোমার কলেজের মধ্যে তাস খেলে, জুয়া খেলে, মদ্যপান করে, অনেক কিছু রিপোর্ট আছে যা আপনারা হয়তো জানেন বা মিডিয়া করতে পারছেন না। না, এরা কলেজে পড়ে না, অনেকেই কলেজে এক্স স্টুডেন্ট, আবার অনেকে কলেজে পড়ে না, তারাও তো প্রতিনিয়ত কলেজে আসে।
In Kadwip Sundarban College, students and faculty reported misconduct inside Gymkhana building. The complaint named student leaders backed by the ruling party.
এই যে যারা বহিরাগত, সব বাবা খাদানো মাতারানো জিনিস, কেউ এইচএস পাস, যার মাসাজ করছে সেও কিন্তু পরীক্ষা দেয়নি, বহিরাগত, এখানে সে তোলে আর সারাদিন ধরে বডি মাসাজ করে। ঠিক আছে, এমন হতে পারে যে মেয়ে দিয়েও মাসাজ করে, ঠিক আছে, কিন্তু আজকে এটা পুরনো ঘটনা নয়। আমি যখন কলেজে নতুন ভর্তি হয়েছি, তখন কলেজে প্রবেশ করতেই দেখেছি গেজার গন্ধ, ওই গাঁজা ফাজা খেয়ে আমাকে মারধর করে। ঠিক আছে, প্রিন্সিপালও এর সাথে সেটিং আছে, কারণ নাহলে প্রিন্সিপালের একটা ট্রান্সফারের একটা ভয় থাকে, প্রিন্সিপালের একটা চাপ থাকে। ঠিক আছে, তো প্রিন্সিপালের এর সাথে সেটিং থাকে।
While authorities in Kadwip began inquiries, another video surfaced, this time from Balurghat. At Balurghat Law College, a TMCP student leader was caught on camera grabbing another student by the collar.
Hey,
The video went viral. The principal said the college does not endorse the act, but a political storm had already begun.
এই ছবিগুলো কবেকার বলতে হবে, এই ছবিগুলো যেটা গতকালও ভাইরাল হয়েছে, আজকে যেটা ভাইরাল হয়েছে, ছবিগুলো কতকার পরিষ্কার করে বলুন বিজেপি পার্টি। আজকে সুকান্ত বাবুর মতন মানুষ, যিনি একজন সাংসদ, মন্ত্রী এবং কয়েকদিন পূর্ব পর্যন্ত সে পশ্চিমবাংলার বিজেপি সভাপতি ছিলেন, মিথ্যাচারের আশ্রয় নিচ্ছেন উনি, মিথ্যাচারের আশ্রয়। এরকম কোনো ঘটনা সম্প্রতিকালে বালুঘাট ল কলেজ থেকে শুরু করে বালুঘাটের এই জেলার কোনো কলেজে এরকম কোনো ঘটনা ঘটেনি।
In the land of Tagore, where classrooms once shaped reformers, student politics today stands accused of fear, silence, and unchecked power. And in campus after campus, under student bodies backed by Trinamool Congress, questions are being raised about power, protection, and impunity.
That's it on this edition of the long form story. You can catch the repeat of the show at 11 p.m. when we begin the show with the detailed Air India crash report. On Sunday, you can catch a repeat of the long form story at 12 p.m. Thanks for watching.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Astra, India's frontline air-to-air missile, has just become more indigenous and more capable with the successful test of its in-house RF seeker. The Astra missile, India's first beyond visual range air-to-air missile, has now been successfully tested with an indigenous radio frequency RF seeker. On the surface, it might sound like a routine technological milestone, but in reality, this single component transforms the Astra from a powerful missile to a strategically autonomous weapon system. Until now, the Astra relied on foreign-made RF seekers, sensitive electronic eyes that allow the missile to lock onto enemy aircraft in the final stages of flight. These seekers are critical. Without them, a missile is blind during the most crucial phase, when it has to differentiate a target from decoys, jammers, or complex aerial clutter. With this indigenous seeker developed by DRDO, India no longer has to depend on imported tech for the most vital part of the missile. That's not just a supply chain win, it's an independence boost for India's entire air-to-air strike capability. But the bigger picture lies in what this enables next. The Astra missile family is modular. Its range can exceed 100 kilometers, it's compatible with multiple fighter platforms, and its electronic system.
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पहले सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा भारत की सरकार का और नागरिक विमानन मंत्रालय का और AIBB का, जिसने अपनी प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन देश के समक्ष और दुनिया के समक्ष रख दिया है और जो 1 माह का कार्य अवधि था उसके भीतर रख दिया है। इसलिए बड़ा विश्वास है देश की सरकार और देश के तंत्र पर, जिन्होंने ये प्रतिवेदन रख दिया है। और ये प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन है और इसमें कुछ तथ्य ऐसे उजागर किए गए हैं जिसमें पूरे घटनाक्रम में विमान में क्या तकनीकी कारण थे जिसके कारण ये दुर्घटना हुई और कप्तानों ने क्या क्या कदम उठाए और क्या क्या परिस्थितियां थीं, उसके बारे में पूरी तौर से उल्लेख किया है। और इसमें प्रारंभिक रूप से जो प्रतिवेदन AIBB का प्राप्त हुआ है, उसमें यह स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है कि विमान के भीतर जो इंजन स्टार्ट करने का जो स्विच होता है, बोइंग का कुछ अलग होता है, एयरबस का कुछ अलग होता है। बोइंग में फ्यूल कंट्रोल स्विच जिसे कहते हैं, उसे ऑन करने के साथ साथ इंजन स्टार्ट होता है। एयरबस में ये इंजन 1 और इंजन 2 के रूप में स्टार्ट होता है। अगर 320 विमान की बात करें, हम यहां बात कर रहे हैं बोइंग 747 ड्रीमलाइनर।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking at this hour is the goods train that has caught fire in Tamil Nadu because of the diesel tanker there caught fire. The details on that big story and much more after the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. Huge controversy breaks out after preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questions report and leaks.
से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग ऐसा मराठी लोग महाराष्ट्र वाले मराठी के मराठी लोग बोल रहे हैं।
Regional tensions escalate into violence in Maharashtra near Mumbai's Virar station. A rickshaw puller reportedly from North India brutally assaulted by Shiv Sena and MNS workers for not speaking Marathi. Tragic hit and run incident in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area comes to the fore. 5 people on footpath run over by a drunk driver in white Audi car in the early hours of 9th of July. A goods train carrying oil from Chennai port to Jolarpettai derailed and caught fire near Tiruvallur. Rescue operations underway. NEC sources have informed Republic that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list in Bihar. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in at this hour. In a high-impact cross-border strike, the Indian Army has reportedly targeted Alpha 1 camps in Myanmar using drones. Reports suggest several insurgents have been killed, including top commander Nain Osom. Now, this marks a significant escalation in India's crackdown on northeastern insurgency networks operating from foreign soil. So, Army has struck the camps, Ulfa 1 camps in Myanmar. And Nayan Osom, who was the top commander, he's among the alleged casualties. So 4 camps of the Ulfa 1 based in Myanmar have been targeted in a drone strike early this morning. And among the alleged casualties is one of the top commanders of Ulfa 1. All right, let's get all the updates. Our colleague Anirudh is now joining us. Anirudh, what the reports are suggesting is that 4 camps of the Ulfa 1 based in Myanmar have been targeted by the Indian Army. And this was a drone strike that happened early this morning. Give us more updates on what really happened this morning.
Yes, the strikes has been in fact confirmed by the Ulfa Independent, that is the Ulfa I, which has its base in the Naga self-administered zone in Sagaing province of Myanmar. They has confirmed in an email to Republic TV that the strike was carried out from 2 a.m. Till 4 a.m. in the morning. And in this sudden strike that was carried out, at least 19 insurgents has been injured, whereas top self-styled Lieutenant General Nayan Osom, who has been a commander of the band outfit for quite considerable time, and he was in charge of the training of the new recruits of the organization, has been killed. Not only the camp of the Ulfa I has been inflicted injury by the drone strike, but we have also got confirmation from our sources in Myanmar that the camps of the PLA, the Revolutionary People's Front, as well as the camps of the NSNK had also been damaged in this attack, but no injury reports or casualty reports have been emerging as far as the camps of the RPF, PLA and the NSNK is concerned. But yes, 19 insurgents from the region have been injured in this attack, whereas Nayan Osom has been killed. The Ulfa I has sent an email statement to Republic Media Network in the morning, and they have confirmed this attack, though army intelligence or the military intelligence has not given out any word on it.
All right, so no confirmation so far from the Indian government or the military, but if true, then this is one of the most significant strikes by the Indian forces against the insurgent infrastructure operating from across the border. And news from Tamil Nadu now. A fire broke out on a goods train near Tiruvallur, prompting the authorities to switch off overhead power supply as a safety measure. Southern Railways has issued a press release announcing multiple train diversions, and firefighting efforts are currently underway and services remain affected. So major fire near Tiruvallur in Tamil Nadu. The goods train carrying a diesel caught fire and train services have been affected. Let's get all the updates. Our colleague Sharda is now joining us live from ground zero there. Sharda, just give us an overview of the firefighting operations that are currently underway there, because, you know, we are talking about a very, very flammable substance. We are talking about diesel here. So what specific firefighting operations are being carried out there?
Well, as we mentioned earlier, the fire started early today morning because of the friction of the wheel of the train. It's also stated that the train that carried almost diesel, oil, and other inflammable materials. We can see the train the goods train that was fallen down, and you can also see all the firefighters that's been trying to douse out the fire. We can also show the fire officials here trying to take other measures to repair the tracks tracks and the other electrical parts that were damaged on the tracks are being repaired now. While the fire has been completely doused out, the fire officials say that it will take at least 24 hours and more to make sure that the tracks are completely cleared of the debris, and other issues that they would be facing would also include the tracks that's been damaged. So it's expected that the trains to go on these tracks will be more than a year. However, the Southern Railway has derouted other express trains that would be traveling on this track through this road way, and however these tracks are now seem to be completely damaged, while the train was traveling only on track 2. However, following the fire, the goods train is said to have damaged the other tracks also next to it after the goods train has fallen down. Now we can see the NDRF and the firefighters trying to get the place back to normalcy, and it's expected that the director of the Southern Railway will be soon visiting the site today to make sure that the other issues regarding this particular goods train would be solved today. And we are also expecting that apart from this particular goods train, other goods train that would be carrying other inflammable materials which are planned to go to Jolarpete today will be rerouted, and also other precautionary measures are to be taken.
And Sarda, as you mentioned, the fire has forced the authorities to cut the overhead power supply and disrupt operations. On this is a very, very key railway corridor. So tell us how extensive these service disruptions are. What are the contingency plans that are in place right now so that there is no passenger inconvenience, and also to restore normal traffic flow now?
Well, Aishwarya, Tiruvallur is one of the main districts that is next to Chennai, and it is one of the main important stations that comes across when the trains that has to go to Coimbatore, Bengaluru, or other northern parts of India. We also have informed that the Arakonam trains are now derouted, following which it's expected that the entire Tiruvallur station will be blocked for the next few hours, now making sure that no EMUs, that is the local trains, no express trains will be traveling in this particular area. Also, with the fire accident in place, it's expected that for the next 2 days, the Southern Railways has stopped all the express trains that would be traveling here. However, cancellations have not yet been decided, but delays and other deroutes have been informed to the travelers here. However, as we can see, there's been no casualties because of the goods train. The fire officials are stating that they would be soon clearing up the place and the debris would be removed by today. So we can expect that the normalcy will be returned tomorrow. And as Southern Railway has not made any major official announcement on the cancellation of other express trains, we can be sure that only deroutes are going to happen, just skipping Tiruvallur, and trains from Chennai to Arakonam will be taking up a different route.
All right, we can see those visuals. Railway officials managing the situation at the site. Restoration work is undergoing, and as a reporter has been telling us, it is likely the normal operations on that railway route will begin from tomorrow. Let's get you some other news from the national capital. In the early hours of 9th of July, a white Audi car allegedly driven by a property dealer ran over 5 people sleeping on a footpath in southwest Delhi's Vasant Vihar, critically injuring all of them, including an 8-year-old girl. Now, eyewitnesses have spoken exclusively to Republic TV, narrating the ordeal that unfolded that morning on 9th of July. Let's take a listen.
यहाँ पे तकरीबन 15 से 20 लोग सो रहे थे।
अच्छा, तो गाड़ी किस तरफ से आई?
इस तरफ से आई थी
जी हाँ।
और इधर जा रही थी। उसने यहाँ से गाड़ी चढ़ाई, ओडी, और नशे में फुल था, यहाँ से चढ़ाई गाड़ी, ऐसे उनको 5 से 6 लोगों को कुचलता हुआ निकल गया।
5 से 6 लोगों को कुचलता?
हाँ।
की हालत कैसी है?
अभी बहुत गंभीर है। हाँ, ट्रामा में पुलिस वालों ने कर रखा है।
इस मामले में कोई आया था पुलिस वालों की तरफ से, या फिर जो अक्यूज थे उसकी फैमिली की तरफ से कोई आया था?
फैमिली नहीं, वो लोग यहाँ नहीं रहे, यहाँ के नहीं है बेटा, वो रहने वाले हैं बेटा वहाँ के, क्या कहे, राजस्थान के। तो वो लोग जैसे उनके आदमी है वो दिहाड़ी मजदूरी करते हैं, और जो औरतें हैं वो अपने कबाड़ा कूड़ा बीनती हैं, कुछ मांगती भी हैं, है ना। तो वो रात में कभी यहाँ सो जाते हैं, कभी उधर बत्ती पे सो जाते हैं, कभी उस साइड सो जाते हैं, ऐसे करके सोते हैं वो।
अच्छा, आप भी जो है वो सड़क के इस तरफ रहते हैं, बाएं तरफ रहते हैं, क्या आपको डर नहीं लगता है कितना सेफ है यहाँ पे सड़क के आसपास?
नहीं, हम तो अपने घर में सोते हैं। तो उस दिन हमारे
सामने जो झुग्गी छोटे वाली घर है वो आपका है?
हाँ हाँ। तो ये है कि उस टाइम पे हमारी लाइट गई हुई थी, तो हम सब लोग बाहर थे, तो इसलिए हमने देख लिया। हाँ, तो जैसे वो गाड़ी चढ़ी ना, रौनता हुआ निकल गया ऑडी वाला, और आगे जाके डंपर खड़ा था जहाँ ये पुल खत्म हो रहा है वहाँ पे उसने डंपर खड़ा था, उसमें ठोकी है गाड़ी।
आप ये कहना चाह रही हैं कि 2 बार एक्सीडेंट हुआ गाड़ी का? पहली बार यहाँ से रोता हुआ आगे गया और फिर आगे जाकर ट्रक से टकराया, ये कह रही हैं?
ट्रक से टकराया, वो ट्रक से टकराया तो वहाँ से भी ऑडी की कंप्लेंट गई, यहाँ से भी गई, तो पुलिस वाले आए, वहाँ से उसको तुरंत पकड़ के लाए, उनको यहाँ पे पहचान करवाई, बोला यही गाड़ी थी, यही आदमी था, तो सबने हमने बोला हाँ यही आदमी था, तो उसको लेके गए। जो यहाँ पे गंभीर हालत में पड़े थे बेचारे, उनको पुलिस लेके गई।
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in on that story, and that is the accused driver is currently is out on bail. He was arrested earlier, and the news that we are getting is that he is out on bail. Let's get all the updates. Akhil, our colleague, is now joining us for more on that story. Akhil, what is the update?
Well, absolutely. If you see, the main accused in connection with the case has been identified as Utsav Shekhar. He was driving that Audi Q5 model at a very high speed when that Audi basically ran into the pavement. And then what has happened that when it slowed down, then again Utsav tried to move forward in the forward direction, and after that it basically rammed into, there was a head-on collision with a truck. So the collision basically took place twice. First it took place near the pavement, and then he tried to skid up and moved away from the very spot, because there were several people who were sleeping at that point in time at around 1:45 a.m. late at night on that pavement in Vasant Vihar area. And after that, when he moved away and at a distance of 200 meters, then he directly made a head-on collision with a truck, in which his frontal portion of that car, if you talk about the front side, the front bonnet area, the windshield area, the lights area, if you see the headlights and the fog lights as well, everything was completely destroyed in that accident. And I spoke to the senior police officials, including the DCP of Southwest District. He has confirmed this, that at that point in time when that incident took place, the person who was driving the vehicle, who has been identified as Utsav, he was drunk. So he was deeply in an inebriated condition, and he was taken out from the vehicle, and right now he was initially he was arrested, and right now he is out on bail. And if you talk about those victims who were sleeping at that point in time on the roadside on that pavement, all of them were critically injured. They were taken to the trauma center, AIMS Trauma Center, where their treatment is still going on. Yes.
And do we have any updates on the situation of the victims, the people who've been injured? We understand that some of them are in a critical condition.
Well, absolutely. If you see, I spoke to some of the senior officials in the hospital as well. They are saying all of them are basically in a stable condition right now. So all the patients and all those victims who were sleeping are basically in a stable condition. So no one has fortunately died in that incident, and their treatment is still going on at the trauma center. But the first thing, if you see, the highlight of that incident was that the collision took place twice. Initially, he tried to control his vehicle when that vehicle ran over the pavement, over the footpath, and then he tried to move away when he thought that initially he basically ran into those people who were sleeping, and then when he moved away at a distance of 200 to 250 meters, then he completely lost the control over the vehicle, and then he directly rammed into there was a head-on collision with a truck, in which, if you see, the front portion, the bonnet portion, have completely got dismantled.
All right, thank you so much, Akhil, for those details there. And viewers, now let's take a look at some other news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The sacred journey continues in Jammu and Kashmir. The 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims set off from the Nanwan base camp in Pahalgam this morning, heading towards the Holy Cave Shrine. The devotees, undeterred by challenging terrain and weather, remain committed to the spiritual trek. And so far, over 19,000 pilgrims have offered their prayers at the Amarnath cave, where Lord Shiv is believed to have revealed the secret of immortality. The yatra is being held under tight security, with the full medical and logistical support from the administration. Kanwad Yatra, which started on 11th of July, has entered day 3 and will conclude on 23rd of July. Today is the third day of the Yatra. Haridwar SSP Pramendra Singh Dobhal had stated that the police are continuously monitoring the area. He shared that so far there have been no issues with the traffic, and he also assured that adequate forces have been deployed everywhere. And a big breaking news coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is on an official trip to Singapore, where he has now met with Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan. Talks focused on India's transformation and the growing scope for investment between the two nations. So Jaishankar meeting his counterpart and the leadership of the country as part of the regular exchanges between the two sides. And after that, he will be going to China to participate in the SCO Council of Foreign Ministers meeting. And let's get you some other news. In Odisha's Balasau, a disturbing case has emerged from Fakir Mohan College. Now, a student has tried to set herself ablaze after a teacher allegedly asked her for sexual favors. The girl is currently in a critical condition, undergoing treatment in the hospital, and the teacher who has been accused of this alleged exploitation has now taken into custody. The incident has triggered massive outrage across the state, with the student groups demanding a swift action and a thorough investigation. Police said that they are verifying the students' allegations and have launched a full probe. Take a look at this report.
A student set herself ablaze in Odisha's Balasore, alleging a teacher asked for sexual favor. The teacher, who has been accused of this alleged exploitation, has now been taken into custody. The incident has triggered massive outrage across the state, with student groups demanding swift action and a thorough investigation. The police say that they are verifying the students' allegations and have launched a full probe.
लेडी छात्रा जो सेल्फ इमोलेशन का अटेम्प्ट की हैं, इसके ऊपर जो प्राइमा फेसी एविडेंस एस्टेब्लिश हुआ है एक टीचर के अगेंस्ट, उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, उनको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया है। और उसके साथ साथ हम इन जो पिछले 30 जून को एक कंप्लेंट लॉन्च किया गया था इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी को, स्टूडेंट्स और जो लेडी जिन्होंने अटेम्प्ट किया उनके द्वारा। इनका कॉलेज का इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी का क्या फाइंडिंग्स रहा है, क्या सबमिशन रहा है प्रिंसिपल को और भी जो एप्रोप्रिएट अथॉरिटी को, उसके ऊपर हम लोग प्रॉपर्ली इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं।
The girl is currently in critical condition, undergoing the treatment. The incident has triggered massive outrage across the state of Odisha, with student groups demanding strict action.
इंसिडेंट बहुत दिनों से चल रहा है, लेकिन हमें लेट में मालूम हुआ। जब ये इंसिडेंट को लेकर के पुलिस के साथ प्रिंसिपल बैठे, तब उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि हम एक इंक्वायरी कमेटी हमारा है, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी, और इस कमेटी 5 दिन में इंक्वायरी कंप्लीट करके रिपोर्ट देगा। ये बहुत त्रुटिपूर्ण है और उद्देश्य प्रणोदित है। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ। कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगा।
And viewers, breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has praised the nominations of Ujjwal Nigam, Harshvardhan Shringla, C. Sadanand Master and Dr. Meenakshi Jain to the Rajya Sabha, highlighting their distinguished contributions in law, diplomacy, social work and scholarship. Their appointments, announced by President Murmu yesterday, received strong endorsement from the Prime Minister. So, former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla, senior lawyer Ujjwal Nigam, historian Dr. Meenakshi Jain and a Kerala leader C. Sadanand Master have been nominated to Rajya Sabha. Let's listen in to former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla on this.
Really, it's a pride moment for me. I never expected that I will be taken up as a member of Rajya Sabha by the Honorable President of India. But yesterday, I received the phone from our beloved Prime Minister, Modi Saab. And Modi Saab, initially when he talked Ujjwal ji, Rashtrapati Mahodaya आपको राज्यसभा का मेंबर नियुक्त कर रहे हैं, क्या आप जवाबदारी लेंगे? मैंने हाँ कह दिया। जिस तरह से विश्वास उन्होंने जताया था, मैंने हाँ कहना बहुत ज़रूरी था। सो आई एम रियली प्राउड ऑफ, and I must say thank you to Honorable President of India, our beloved Prime Minister. I assure through you that I will discharge my duties as a member of Rajya Sabha representing Honorable President of India truly, honestly, and I will see that how the law of our country will be definitely good for the common man, and how we can expedite the legal process.
Let's get to some other news. A special screening of Tanvi the Great was held at Rashtrapati Bhavan, graced by President of India Draupadi Murmu and Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. The film's cast and crew expressed a heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to have the President watch their film ahead of its theatrical release. Here's the full story.
A special screening of Tanvi the Great was hosted at Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, viewed the film ahead of its official release. The event was attended by the film's ensemble cast, including Anupam Kher, Baman Irani, Karan Thakkar and debutante Shubhangi Dutt. Director Anupam Kher expressed deep gratitude following the screening.
मैं बहुत भावुक हूँ इस बात से कि आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने हमारी फिल्म देखी और हमारी फिल्म का टैगलाइन है डिफरेंट बट नो लेस, और इसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण हमारी राष्ट्रपति महोदया है। मैं उनका शुक्रिया धन्यवाद आदर भाव से करना चाहता हूँ कि तन्वी द ग्रेट को देखने के बाद जब मैंने पीछे मुड़ के देखा तो वो खड़े होकर ताली मार रही थी। इससे बड़ा हमारा ऑनर कोई नहीं हो सकता। ये फिल्म हमने आर्मी के लिए बनाई है, आर्मी के शौर्य के लिए तो है ही, लेकिन आर्मी की उदारता, उनका दया भाव, उसके लिए बनाई है। और आज तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की सुप्रीम कमांडर मैडम प्रेसिडेंट ने फिल्म देखी, सराहा उनके साथ, और फिर वैसे भी राष्ट्रपति भवन में फिल्म का स्क्रीनिंग होना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है।
The film tells the story of Tanvi Raina, a young autistic woman determined to fulfill her late father's dream to salute the national flag at the Siachen Glacier. Despite facing challenges and limitations due to her condition, Tanvi remains resolute in her mission. Shubhangi Dutt, who portrays the titular role, called the experience of having the president watch the film a dream come true.
सर बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है। मैडम प्रेसिडेंट ने मूवी देखी, उन्होंने हमारे काम को सराहा, मूवी को सराहा, और हम राष्ट्रपति भवन में हैं, तो इससे ज़्यादा जैसा कि सर ने कहा सौभाग्य की बात नहीं हो सकती। सो वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
The screening was also attended by Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. Anupam Kher underlined that the film is a heartfelt tribute to the courage and compassion of the Indian Armed Forces.
आज हमारे लिए तन्वी द ग्रेट की टीम के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है कि आज हमारी फिल्म हमारी सेना के चीफ, सेना के बड़े बड़े पदाधिकारी देखने वाले हैं शाम को दिल्ली में। हमारी इस फिल्म में सेना का रोल जो है वो पहली बार हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसी फिल्म बनी है जो पीस टाइम में है, सेना के पीस टाइम में। इसलिए हमको उनकी वीरता, उनका गौरव वो तो देखने को हमेशा मिलता ही है, लेकिन उनकी उदारता, उनका कंपैशन तन्वी द ग्रेट में देखने को मिलेगा। मैं और मेरी टीम बहुत गर्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। मैं जब छोटा था तो मैं शिमला में पला बड़ा, वहीं पैदा हुआ, और आर्मी के वेस्टर्न कमांड का जो हेडक्वार्टर्स था वो शिमला में था। तो मैं फौजियों को, ऑफिसर्स को सड़क पर वेस्टर्न कमांड के कॉरिडोर में आता जाता देखता था और बहुत अच्छा लगता था मुझे, और वही हमने इसमें तन्वी द ग्रेट में दर्शाया है।
Actor Baman Irani, who plays a pivotal role in the film, described Tanvi the Great as a moving, emotional journey.
ये मेरे बहुत करीब के दोस्त है। घोसला के दिनों से मतलब मेरे दुश्मन थे, लेकिन इतने करीब दोस्त बने, बहुत मुझे सपोर्ट किया मेरे पूरे करियर के दौरान। लेकिन जब इन्होंने मुझे एक लाइन सुना इस पिक्चर के बारे में तो मुझे मालूम था कि मेरे दोस्त एक बहुत ही नेक फिल्म बनाने जा रहे हैं अबाउट गुडनेस, अच्छाई के बारे में, आर्मी के बारे में। और ये फिल्म में इतनी गुडनेस है, मतलब आप कितना भी आप कोशिश करो कि आंखों में आंसू नहीं आए, आंसू आ ही जाते हैं। और हमारे भाई साहब तो इतने इमोशनल है, इसके लिए इतनी इमोशनल फिल्म बनाई। अगर वो कोई खड़ूस इंसान होते तो ऐसी पिक्चर नहीं बनती। बहुत ही नरम दिल के इंसान है, इसलिए ये बहुत नेक फिल्म बनी है। इट्स अ फिल्म अबाउट गुडनेस एंड काइंडनेस एंड ही इज दैट मैन।
Tanvi the Great is slated for theatrical release on the 18th of July.
Viewers, we are taking a very short break. Coming up ahead, huge controversy continues over the Air India crash preliminary report. Pilots Association questions the report and leaks. That and much more after a short break. Stay tuned.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Astra, India's frontline air-to-air missile, has just become more indigenous and more capable with the successful test of its in-house RF seeker. The Astra missile, India's first beyond visual range air-to-air missile, has now been successfully tested with an indigenous radio frequency RF seeker. On the surface, it might sound like a routine technological milestone, but in reality, this single component transforms the Astra from a powerful missile to a strategically autonomous weapon system. Until now, the Astra relied on foreign-made RF seekers, sensitive electronic eyes that allow the missile to lock onto enemy aircraft in the final stages of flight. These seekers are critical. Without them, a missile is blind during the most crucial phase, when it has to differentiate a target from decoys, jammers, or complex aerial clutter. With this indigenous seeker developed by DRDO, India no longer has to depend on imported tech for the most vital part of the missile. That's not just a supply chain win, it's an independence boost for India's entire air-to-air strike capability. But the bigger picture lies in what this enables next. The Astra missile family is modular. Its range can exceed
Huge controversy breaks out over preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questions the report and the leaks.
जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग, ऐसा मराठी लोग महाराष्ट्र वाले मराठी लोग से बोल रहे हैं।
Regional tensions escalate into violence in Maharashtra. Near Mumbai's Virar station, a rickshaw puller reportedly from North India was brutally assaulted by Shiv Sena and MNS workers for not speaking Marathi. In a tragic hit-and-run incident, Delhi's Vasant Vihar area comes to the fore. 5 people sleeping on the footpath were run over by a drunk driver in a white Audi car in the early hours of July 9. A goods train carrying oil from Chennai port to Jolarpete derailed and caught fire near Tiruvallur. Rescue operations underway. EC sources have informed Republic that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list of Bihar. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and the assault on non-Marathi speaking crowd continues in Maharashtra. The MNS workers have now brutally assaulted a rickshaw puller in Maharashtra's Palghar district, and this has further fueled regional tensions. Near Virar station, a rickshaw puller who was reportedly from North India was brutally assaulted by Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction and MNS workers. In fact, we also have Shaina NC joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, ma'am. How do you look at this situation? MNS workers and Shiv Sena UBT workers completely going on a rampage, assaulting people for not speaking in Marathi. How do you look at this?
So, at the outset, let me please say that our leader, Eknathji Shinde and the Shiv Sena stands for the Marathi Manus, stands for Marathi Asmita, and stands for Marathi as a language. But does that allow us to take law into our hands? Clearly not. You have two defunct parties. One is the Ubata Sena, which has lost its ideology the day they chose to align with the Congress and NCP only for lust for power. And the second is the MNS, which is politically irrelevant in the state. This kind of vandalism, hurting people is so unfortunate because at one juncture, you have a GR which has been cancelled. You have the Narendra Jadhav committee, which is going to call all stakeholders to get their viewpoints on the three languages or the imperative issues such as Marathi being centric as number one, and then the optionality of Hindi or Sanskrit or any other language, etc. So, to encourage people, most welcome. To have Andolan, most welcome. But to take law into your hand and just go around vandalizing, beating people, I think is a sign of desperation. And the motive is suspect, the timing is suspect, and the political opportunism is most suspect because this is just before BMC election.
Like you clearly said that this is political opportunism to stay relevant. MNS workers are doing everything they can to grab headlines, but for all the wrong reasons. And like you also mentioned, taking law into their own hands is something that Chief Minister Fadnavis has advised against. But still, we see every single day cases of assault coming to light. What is your message to the people of Maharashtra?
Maharashtra has always been a very peace-loving state. Maharashtrians are themselves most peace-loving. We believe in our Sanskriti and Sabhyata, and we won't let a few vandals get away with this kind of taking law into their hands.
Right, ma'am. Many thanks for joining us with those insights. Well, that was Shiv Sena leader Shaina NC speaking exclusively to Republic on MNS's unabated assault on people. This time, a poor rickshaw puller was targeted by them, brutally assaulted. We have more reactions coming in. Listen in.
शिवसेना के लिए मराठी भाषा, मराठी माणूस और हिंदू प्राथमिकता है, लेकिन किसी को भाषा के नाम पर मारना, बुजुर्गों को मारना, महिलाओं को मारना, दुकानदारों को मारना, ये गलत है। सभी को हम प्यार से भी मराठी सिखा सकते हैं, और अगर किसी ने भी कानून का उल्लंघन किया, कानून भंग किया, तो सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी कहा है कि कानून अपना काम करेगी और जो दोषी है उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। शिवसेना के लिए मराठी भाषा, मराठी माणूस और हिंदू प्राथमिकता है, लेकिन किसी को भाषा के नाम पर मारना, बुजुर्गों को मारना, महिलाओं को मारना, दुकानदारों को मारना, ये गलत है। सभी को हम प्यार से भी मराठी सिखा सकते हैं, और अगर किसी ने भी कानून का उल्लंघन किया, कानून भंग किया, तो सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी कहा है कि कानून अपना काम करेगी और जो दोषी है उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होगी।
Viewers, shifting our focus to what's happening in Telangana, we have more breaking news coming in. High tension gripped Medipalli after alleged followers of MLC K. Kavita attacked the office of MLC Teenmar Mallanna. And the attack reportedly came in response to derogatory remarks made by Mallanna against K. Kavita. And his security personnel opened fire in the air to disperse the mob. And police teams, including the ACP and the circle inspector, rushed to the scene and have launched an investigation to ascertain the reason behind the attack and also to identify all these individuals who are seen barging into the office of an MLC named Teenmar Mallanna. In fact, Aneri is also joining us live to give us more details about this attack. Aneri, tell us more what exactly led to the attack and have the police managed to identify these perpetrators?
Well, Deepak, what exactly happened is after Teenmar Mallanna, who happens to be the Congress MLC, he was earlier suspended from the party over making derogatory comments, and now once again he has made a derogatory comment against the BRS MLC and Telangana Jagruti chief K. Kavita over the celebrations that she had carried out at her residence over the 42% reservation decision that was taken by the Congress government. And we have been seeing that how the political parties have been asking the government over the 42% reservation, and opposed the decision of the cabinet. We had seen that there were celebrations that were carried out. K. Kavita had also called it as a small victory on the behalf of the Telangana Jagruti, following which we saw Teenmar Mallanna making such derogatory comments against K. Kavita, and now after that the followers of Telangana Jagruti had attacked on the office of Teenmar Mallanna, and following which as there were many people and they started attacking each other, one of the gunmen of Teenmar Mallanna had opened fire in air, and that led to a massive face-off between the followers of K. Kavita and the people present at Teenmar Mallanna's office there. And now the police officials have reached the spot. ACP has reached the spot and is investigating into this matter, whereas K. Kavita also will be soon lodging a complaint with the DGP over the comments which Teenmar Mallanna had made against her.
Right, Aneri, also tell us about the crackdown. Aneri, have arrests been made in this case?
Deepak, what we know is that as of now, this incident has just has taken place just few minutes back, and right now the ACP and the CI have reached the spot, reached the office of Teenmar Mallanna there, and they are investigating what exactly had transpired, looking into what exactly had happened and how there was an attack that had taken place by the Telangana Jagruti followers, and later how the gunmen of Teenmar Mallanna had opened fire in air, and we have been seeing that how this comes after a massive face-off between the Congress and the BRS MLC K. Kavita.
अरे कैमरा लंबा भेज रहा
Well, we have Rachna Reddy, BJP spokesperson, also joining us on the phone line. Rachna Reddy, how do you look at the situation? Complete lawlessness. There you can see how the alleged supporters of K. Kavita barging into an MLC's office, assaulting them, only to hear gunshots being fired by the gunmen of the MLC. How do you look at the state of affairs?
The state of affairs in Telangana has really gone past control of the Congress administration, because BRS recently also KTR's alleged followers had ransacked a TV media, a news organization's office called Mahanews. And now the alleged followers of K. Kavita have attacked the offices of Mallanna. Both of them are MLCs, and I can say, although I will never condone any kind of violent action, this kind of violence has become, unfortunately, a common thing in Telangana politics right now, because Mallanna has a reputation to absolutely say some horrible, demeaning, non-political and completely unparliamentary things as well. He's got that reputation, and I will not put it beneath him to have said something so demeaning that Kavita's followers have ransacked this office. But that does not explain Kavita, who's also an MLC, and both of them are colleagues in the upper house in Telangana. Yes, you have political differences. You can raise that in your political capacity as a representative. But this kind of demeaning language being used by Mallanna and Kavita's followers allegedly ransacking and then the gunmen firing. It is haphazard. It's completely bizarre and complete lawlessness in Telangana that the Congress government has lost control over. I mean, they literally do not know what to do as far as the administration, as far as the law and order, and as far as the management of the state and the affairs of the state, including social welfare programs implementation is concerned. The Bharatiya Janata Party absolutely condones any and all kinds of violence. However,
that's right.
Political discourse has to be according to a certain standard. It cannot be beneath the belt. It cannot be so derogatory that...
That's right, Rachna Reddy. It's unpardonable to take law into your own hands, and this is a clear-cut example of how the supporters of political parties are going rogue under the Congress administration. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll be right back with more details on the tensions in Medipalli. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा भारत की सरकार का और नागरिक विमानन मंत्रालय का और AIBB का, जिसने अपनी प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन देश के समक्ष और दुनिया के समक्ष रख दिया है, और जो 1 माह का कार्य अवधि था उसके भीतर रख दिया है। इसलिए बड़ा विश्वास है देश की सरकार और देश के तंत्र पर, जिन्होंने ये प्रतिवेदन
Welcome back, viewers. A welfare body representing pilots in the country firmly rejected the tone and tenor of the interim probe report on the Air India Boeing 787 crash for suggesting a so-called bias towards pilot error, and the association has demanded to know what mitigating actions were taken by Air India following an advisory regarding the disengagement of the lock function on the fuel supply switches for the engines. First, let's listen in to some reactions coming in. But before that, let's also tell you how Republic confronted the Union Civil Aviation Minister.
Preliminary.
No, I'm not talking about.
Sir, please.
Sir,
your thoughts.
I've already given.
Sir, please, one word on the.
I've already given. Thank you. Thank
Sir, one word. There's a
Thank
lot
you,
of
thank you.
contradiction in the report, sir. Sir, just one word. Preliminary.
No, I'm not talking about.
Sir, please.
I've
Sir, your thoughts.
I've already given.
Sir, please, one word on the.
I've already given. Thank you. Thank
Sir, one word. There's a
Thank
lot
you,
of
thank you.
contradiction in the report, sir. Sir, just one word.
Viewers, to give us more insights, we have Sanat Kaul, an aviation expert, joining us live this afternoon. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Kaul. How do you look at the allegations coming in from the Pilots Association? They've alleged a bias, lack of transparency and lack of experts, and they've also condemned the leaks and also revelation of this preliminary report.
Well, the pilots are an organized union, so I would not like to comment on their views. They have full right to comment on their views. But the issue is that, one is clear from the preliminary report that the concentration now is on the switch, which turned off the fuel. Now, the pilots have spoken to each other, which has come out in the cockpit voice recorder, and they asked each other, one pilot asked the other, have you switched it off? He said, no. And let's take the word for granted that they did not switch it off. Now, in 2018 December, Boeing had given an advisory in which they had stated that, and this advisory number is SAIB 18-18-33, and it referred to 737 aircrafts, but 737 and 787 have similar type of cockpit, same arrangements, and they had said that the switch could unintentionally move. Now, that's a very major thing, and they did not make any mandatory instructions that you have to do this, that. So, I would say that we have to first investigate that was the switch unintentionally moved. Because from the pilot's angle, pilots unions are just going one step further, saying the pilots are being blamed. But I would say this issue of the switch moving unintentionally because of the software issue. There's major software issues in this aircraft because it is highly digitized, it is highly software oriented, and there have been a lot of technical people talking about this, that there are issues. The software decides for itself at times, bypassing the request of the pilot. So let's see. It's very difficult to say anything. But and the other thing is, which they have pointed out, is that there's no pilot, but they have mentioned a pilot. However, there should be a senior pilot in the investigating committee, a pilot who is conversant with the Boeing 787 or at least 737, who is aware of all these things, should be made a member of this committee now. And the final report will come out in a year's time, and therefore it can be fully...
Sir, sorry to interrupt you here. I just wanted to ask you, like the Pilots Association is claiming, do you think that releasing the transcript between the two pilots in the Boeing 787 cockpit is an attempt to probably, frame the pilots? Because that's what they're saying. The Pilots Association is saying that there is a bias towards pilots and the entire...
Well, that's their view. Frankly, if they have released the conversation between the two pilots, I would say it reconfirms that they didn't do it. Unless one was lying. No. So why should they be lying? There is, as far as I can make out, there was no good coordination between the two pilots. One was very senior. One was a person who was going to become a senior pilot very soon. He had enough flying hours. And we have not heard of any rift like we had in the Mangalore crash in 2010, where the pilot and the co-pilot had some issues. The co-pilot was saying something which the senior pilot did not accept at the time of landing. Now, there was no conflict from what we can make out. It is a cordial relationship. So, frankly, if they released it, it's okay. Unless they have released certain portions and not the other portions of the cockpit voice recorder in which the two were talking. they've edited it, which let's see, we don't know. But frankly, I will not go along with that. I'll say that the issues are very clear, and the pilots between themselves have said they have not switched off.
That's right, Mr. Sanat Kaul. Many thanks for joining me with those insights. This is just a preliminary report. More details are awaited. With that, viewers, let's now get you the top stories from across the nation in Bharat in 5 minutes. Sonia Gandhi has summoned a high-level meeting on July 15 to finalize the party's strategy for the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament. The session is set to begin on July 21st and run through August 21. Key issues expected to be discussed including the Election Commission's intensive electoral roll revision in Bihar, concerns on the Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor and the government's diplomatic outreach. The meeting will be attended by top leaders including Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. In a large-scale gesture of gratitude and patriotism, students in Nagpur have prepared 3 lakh handmade Rakis for soldiers posted at India's front lines. The initiative is part of an annual project organized by Prahar Samaj Jagruti Sanstha, aiming to honor the sacrifices and service of armed forces personnel. Each year, the number of Rakis sent is increased, with this year's goal set at 3 lakh. Schools across the city have participated, with students coming together to craft the Rakis and send messages of support to our warriors. Train services have been disrupted near Tiruvallur in Tamil Nadu after a diesel tanker on a freight car caught fire early this morning. The incident occurred on the busy Chennai-Arakonam route, prompting an emergency response. Firefighters are working tirelessly to contain the blazes. No casualties have been reported so far. The cause of the fire is under investigation and rail operations remain partially suspended. Cadres of TVK, led by party founder and actor Thalapathy Vijay, are staging a massive protest demanding justice for Ajit Kumar, a man who allegedly died in police custody in Tamil Nadu's Tirunelveli district. The protest follows public outrage over the custodial death, with Ajit's family alleging severe police brutality. Vijay met the victim's family, and today's demonstration calls for a High Court monitored SIT probe and a white paper on all custodial deaths in the state. Thousands of TVK supporters have gathered at the protest site with heavy police deployment in place. Heavy rains continue to lash Madhya Pradesh, triggering flood-like situation across several districts. The Betwa River in Vidisha has risen above the danger mark, prompting authorities to issue warnings and begin evacuation efforts in low-lying areas. The Indian Met Department has also placed multiple districts, including Jabalpur and other districts, under an orange alert for heavy rain. Road connectivity has been affected in several regions due to waterlogging and overflowing rivers, while dam gates have been opened to manage excess inflow. The wet spell is expected to continue over the next few days. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the controversy over the preliminary probe report on the Boeing 787 crash. Stay tuned. Also, there is non-stop Gundaism by MNS and Uddhav Sena workers. A rickshaw puller was assaulted in Mumbai. Stay tuned for all this and much more on the other side.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Astra, India's frontline air-to-air missile, has just become more indigenous and more capable with the successful test of its in-house RF seeker. The Astra missile, India's first beyond visual range air-to-air missile, has now been successfully tested with an indigenous radio frequency RF seeker. On the surface, it might sound like a routine technological milestone, but in reality, This single component transforms the Astra from a powerful missile to a strategically autonomous weapon system. Until now, the Astra relied on foreign-made RF seekers, sensitive electronic eyes that allow the missile to lock onto enemy aircraft in the final stages of flight. These seekers are critical. Without them, a missile is blind during the most crucial phase, when it has to differentiate a target from decoys, jammers, or complex aerial.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा भारत की सरकार का और नागरिक विमानन मंत्रालय का और AIBB का, जिसने अपनी प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन देश के समक्ष और दुनिया के समक्ष रख दिया है और जो 1 माह का कार्य अवधि था उसके भीतर रख दिया है। इसलिए बड़ा विश्वास है देश की सरकार और देश के तंत्र पर, जिन्होंने ये प्रतिवेदन रख दिया है। और ये प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन है और इसमें कुछ तथ्य ऐसे उजागर किए गए हैं जिसमें पूरे घटनाक्रम में विमान में क्या तकनीकी कारण थे जिसके कारण ये दुर्घटना हुई और कप्तानों ने क्या क्या कदम उठाए और क्या क्या परिस्थितियां थीं, उसके बारे में पूरी तौर से उल्लेख किया है। और इसमें प्रारंभिक रूप से जो प्रतिवेदन AIBB का प्राप्त हुआ है उसमें ये स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है कि विमान के भीतर जो इंजन स्टार्ट करने का जो स्विच होता है, बोइंग का कुछ अलग होता है, एयरबस का कुछ अलग होता है। बोइंग में फ्यूल कंट्रोल स्विच जिसे कहते हैं, उसे ऑन करने के साथ साथ इंजन स्टार्ट होता है। एयरबस में ये इंजन 1 और इंजन 2 के रूप में स्टार्ट होता है। अगर 320 विमान की बात करें, हम यहां बात कर रहे हैं बोइंग 747 ड्रीम लाइनर की, जिसके दुर्घटना के कारण इतनी बड़ी हादसा अहमदाबाद से लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट की हुई है। जो प्रारंभिक प्रतिवेदन है विमान उड़ने के लिए
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 2 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. Our top story remains the AAIB investigation report in the AI-171 crash, which has now got serious reactions from the pilots' associations, claiming that there is a deliberate attempt being made to cast aspersions on the pilots who are not here to defend themselves and their actions during that flight and the 32 seconds of reaction time that they had. I'll bring you all the details on that story in just a moment, but as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Huge controversy breaks out over the preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questions the reports and the leaks.
जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग, ऐसा मराठी लोग, मराठी महाराष्ट्र वाले मराठी के मराठी लोग बोल रहे हैं।
Regional tensions escalate in violence in Maharashtra. Near Mumbai's Virar station, a rickshaw puller reportedly from North India was brutally assaulted by Shiv Sena and MNS workers for not speaking Marathi. In a tragic hit-and-run accident in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area, comes to the fore. 5 people on the footpath run over by a drunk driver in a white Audi car in the early hours of July 9th. A goods train carrying oil from Chennai port to Jolarpetai derailed and caught fire near Tiruvallur. Rescue operations underway. EC sources have informed Republic that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the electoral voter list in Bihar. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, our first breaking news update this afternoon comes from the state of Odisha, where the National Commission of Women has taken cognizance of a shocking case coming from Odisha's Balasore, where 20-year-old government college students allegedly set herself ablaze. The student reportedly faced sexual harassment and academic threats from the head of the department, following which the NCW now has sought information and immediate action on the case, taking suo motu cognizance. This case is coming from a medical college, a government medical college in Odisha's Balasore, where a student allegedly attempted to set herself ablaze over allegations of alleged harassment and direct complaints being made against the department head. The Higher Education Department has placed the principal, Dilip Kumar Ghosh, and head of the Education Department, Samira Kumar Sahu, under suspension. Later in the day, Sahu was also arrested by the police. These are the breaking news updates that we are tracking at the moment, where the National Commission of Women now has taken cognizance of a shocking case from Odisha's Balasore in a government college, where a 20-year-old student allegedly set herself ablaze. I also have joining us live on the broadcast Lekha Shri Samant Singhar, BJD leader, who is a senior general secretary. Ma'am, this is a shocking news development that is coming in from Balasore. What's the latest in terms of what you are tracking and the serious allegations being made there against the government college staff?
See, this is a highly unfortunate and heartbreaking incident where a third-year B.Ed student from FM College, Balasore, which is a very renowned college, and she was being subjected to sexual harassment by the head of the Department of Education, and she is a ABVP leader, a martial arts expert and trainer. She was a dramatist. She is a very important person within the campus, and she has complained to the college authorities. She has complained to the district administration, the police, the BJP MP from Balasore, Sri Pratap Chandra Sadangi. She has gone to him also 7 days back and told him that if you do not give me justice, I will kill myself. And she has tweeted tagging the Union Education Minister. She has tagged the NCW, National Commission for Women, the Department of Higher Education in Odisha, the Chief Minister of Odisha. The Education Minister of Odisha, she has gone from pillar to post, and she did not get redressal from anywhere.
Yes, ma'am. And what's the demand now that the BJD is making in this case? Because it seems to be a serious case of apathy in which the administration did not hear to this victim there.
See, it is very clear that all these people who I have named have in some way abetted her suicide, and they remained silent. They could not provide justice to their own ABVP leader, and now she is fighting for her life. She has sustained 95% burns.
Yes.
We are demanding that a case be filed against all the people she approached for redressal. No one listened to her. There is no internal complaints committee in FM College, which is mandatory under Vishaka guidelines, which specifies sexual harassment in the workplace 2013, and there was no committee to address her issue. Moreover, she was pressurized to withdraw her complaint.
Yes.
She was pressurized to suppress the matter. And she was told that if you do not suppress the matter, your career will be in jeopardy and you will face problems. So you keep quiet. This is what has led her to take this extreme step. And from what we hear, some personnel from the college directly told her that you withdraw it immediately. And yesterday she came out of the principal's room. We do not know what discussion went on in the principal's room, but immediately after that she has immolated herself. And it is extremely shocking. The entire Odisha is up in arms. Ever since BJP came to government over here, crimes against women are rising. Now per day we have more than 15 rapes of young women and girls, which is the highest in the country. And very recently a BJP MLA has very obscenely.
Indeed, ma'am, but this afternoon our focus continues to remain on this unfortunate tragedy that has happened in Balasore, and we'll be closely monitoring all the developments. Thank you very much. That was the BJD's initial reaction, their Senior General Secretary asking for an impartial investigation. More reactions coming in on this story, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen in to what the big political fight is now emerging in this shocking case of apathy.
लेडी छात्रा जो सेल्फ इमोलेशन का अटेम्प्ट की हैं, इसके ऊपर जो प्राइमा फेसी एविडेंस एस्टेब्लिश हुआ है एक टीचर के अगेंस्ट, उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, उनको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया है। और उसके साथ साथ हम इन जो पिछले 30 जून को एक कंप्लेंट लॉन्च किया गया था इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी को, स्टूडेंट्स और जो लेडी जिन्होंने अटेम्प्ट किया उनके द्वारा। इनका कॉलेज का इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी का क्या फाइंडिंग्स रहा है, क्या सबमिशन रहा है प्रिंसिपल को और भी जो एप्रोप्रिएट अथॉरिटी को, उसके ऊपर हम लोग प्रॉपरली इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं।
इंसिडेंट बहुत दिनों से चल रहा है, लेकिन हमें लेट में मालूम हुआ। जब ये इंसिडेंट को लेकर के पुलिस के साथ प्रिंसिपल बैठे, तब उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि हम एक इंक्वायरी कमेटी हमारा है, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी, और इस कमेटी 5 दिन में इंक्वायरी कंप्लीट करके रिपोर्ट देगा। उसके बाद जो होगा। मैं तुरंत एफएम कॉलेज को आया और कॉलेज में लंबा समय तक मैंने बैठा। एसपी भी थे, पुलिस अधिकारी भी थे, उनका जो तदंत कमेटी वो भी थे। मैं सारा इंक्वायरी में मुझे बहुत त्रुटि मेरा सामने आया। मैं देखा कि इंक्वायरी ठीक ढंग से नहीं चलता है और इंक्वायरी मोटा मोटी समीर बाबू को प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए, उनका महिमा गान करने के लिए अपना सारा शक्ति को समर्पित कर दिया। ये बहुत त्रुटिपूर्ण है और उद्देश्य प्रणोदित है। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ। कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगा।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates are coming in from Telangana, particularly where high tensions have gripped the Medipalli area after alleged followers of K. Kavita of the party K. Kavita attacked the office of MLC Teenmar Malanna. The attack reportedly came in response to derogatory remarks made by Malanna against K. Kavita. The BRS leader, his security personnel opened fire in the air to disperse the mob, and now police teams, including the ACP and the circle inspector, have rushed to the spot and have launched an investigation. Those are visuals coming in from Telangana, where alleged supporters of BRS MLC K. Kavita went into a clash with at an office over alleged derogatory remarks being made by another MLC against K. Kavita. I'm being joined by Mr. N.V. Subhash of BJP Telangana, who's giving us his initial reaction on this entire situation. Mr. Subhash, what are the initial remarks of yours on this entire case? Shots allegedly also being fired by supporters of K. Kavita.
Yeah, first of all, we would like to blame, the Congress government for if you just 2 weeks back, there is by the BRS, the Gundas on Mahan News, the remarks made by the channel on leaders. Secondly, on AB and Andhra Jyoti also, just 2 weeks back also, the same thing incident has happened. BRS goons again attacked them. So the Bharatiya Janata Party condemns this kind of situation. Why the situation has come in that? It is the responsibility of the state government to control the goons, and then they should have made the strict vigilant activities on that. So as far as the recent today's incident concerned about MLC Kavita going and then attacking Q News owner, he's also had this just MLC. But first of all, being a journalist, Mr. Teenmar Malanna of the owner of the Q News, as well as he's an MLC also, he being in a responsible position, he should not make derogatory remarks and objectionable remarks, especially on women. So he holds the responsibility and he has a sharp tongue. He himself has many times accused the Congress government, though he has won on MLC on the Congress ticket also, but he has been expelled. Earlier, he wanted to join in the Bharatiya Janata Party also. That time also he made so many remarks. He has a sharp tongue. So being a journalist, being in the responsible position as member of Legislative Council, he should not make any objectionable statements on that. Having said that, the BRS goons nowadays, they are, even if they are out of power from past to 20 months, they are attacking the media houses, they are attacking the leaders on that. And they feel that, their ground is being lost. and any objectionable statements by the media houses also, these people are going and attack on that.
Indeed, sir, but in any case, violence can never be the answer. And in this case, as we have seen both sides escalating, one comment and the other one going and storming his office. Either case, in a democratic situation, neither is permitted or appreciated. I thank you for your initial inputs on this story as it is developing, and we'll be closely tracking all the developments in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, more breaking news updates are coming in from the national capital of Delhi, where the accused in the Delhi hit-and-run case, Utsav Shekhar, is out on bail. That's the big breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. It was his white Audi which in early hours of July 9th ran over 5 people sleeping on a footpath in southwest Delhi's Vasant Vihar and critically injured all of them, including an 8-year-old girl. Eyewitnesses also spoke to Republic, narrating the ordeal that unfolded on July 9th. But now this man on your screen, Utsav Shekhar, was driving a white Audi who drove on top of 5 people, sleeping on a footpath, including an 8-year-old girl, is now officially out on bail. And Republic also had conversation with these eyewitnesses who saw this entire situation unfold. Let's listen into those reactions first.
यहाँ पे तकरीबन 15 से 20 लोग सो रहे थे।
अच्छा, तो गाड़ी किस तरफ से आई?
इस तरफ से आई थी
जी हाँ।
और इधर जा रही थी। उसने यहाँ से गाड़ी चढ़ाई ऑडी और नशे में फुल था, यहाँ से चढ़ाई गाड़ी, ऐसे उनको 5 से 6 लोगों को कुचलता हुआ निकल गया।
5 से 6 लोगों को कुचलता?
हाँ।
की हालत कैसी है?
अभी बहुत गंभीर है। हाँ, ट्रामा में पुलिस वालों ने कर रखा है।
इस मामले में कोई आया था पुलिस वालों की तरफ से, या फिर जो अक्यूज थे उसकी फैमिली की तरफ से कोई आया था?
फैमिली नहीं, वो लोग यहाँ नहीं रहे, यहाँ के नहीं है बेटा, वो रहने वाले हैं बेटा वहाँ के, क्या कहे, राजस्थान के। तो वो लोग जैसे उनके आदमी है वो दिहाड़ी मजदूरी करते हैं, और जो औरतें हैं वो अपने कबाड़ा कूड़ा बीनती हैं, कुछ मांगती भी हैं, है ना। तो वो रात में कभी यहाँ सो जाते हैं, कभी उधर बत्ती पे सो जाते हैं, कभी उस साइड सो जाते हैं, ऐसे करके सोते हैं वो।
आप भी जो है वो सड़क के इस तरफ रहते हैं, बाएं तरफ रहते हैं, क्या आपको डर नहीं लगता है कितना सेफ है यहाँ पे सड़क के आसपास?
नहीं, हम तो अपने घर में सोते हैं। तो उस दिन हमारे
सामने जो झुग्गी छोटे वाली घर है वो आपका है?
हाँ हाँ। तो ये है कि उस टाइम पे हमारी लाइट गई हुई थी, तो हम सब लोग बाहर थे, तो इसलिए हमने देख लिया। हाँ, तो जैसे वो गाड़ी चढ़ी ना, रौनता हुआ निकल गया ऑडी वाला, और आगे जाके डंपर खड़ा था जहाँ ये पुल खत्म हो रहा है वहाँ पे उसने डंपर खड़ा था, उसमें ठोकी है गाड़ी।
आप ये कहना चाह रही हैं कि 2 बार एक्सीडेंट हुआ गाड़ी का? पहली बार यहाँ से रोता हुआ आगे गया और फिर आगे जाकर ट्रक से टकराया, ये कह रही हैं?
ट्रक से टकराया, वो ट्रक से टकराया तो वहाँ से भी ऑडी की कंप्लेंट गई, यहाँ से भी गई, तो पुलिस वाले आए, वहाँ से उसको तुरंत पकड़ के लाए, उनको यहाँ पे पहचान करवाई, बोला यही गाड़ी थी, यही आदमी था। तो सबने हमने बोला हाँ यही आदमी था, तो उसको लेके गए। जो यहाँ पे गंभीर हालत में पड़े थे बेचारे, उनको पुलिस लेके गई।
My colleague Akhil joins us live from the Vasant Vihar police station. Akhil, what's the latest in terms of this case now that the bail has been granted in a very shocking case of hit and run, but in many ways it's a rerun of what we have seen many times?
Well, absolutely, Krutath. If you see in this very case, what we have seen that the bail has already been granted to the main accused who was driving at a very rash speed. And if you see, the incident took place late at night at around 1:45 a.m. when most of the people generally sleeps. So at that point in time, there were several people who were sleeping on that very pavement when a high-speeding SUV vehicle, Audi Q5 model, came from the side of Noida, and it was going towards the side of Dwarka. And at a distance of approximately 500 meters from the Vasant Vihar police station, this incident took place, in which what we have seen that there were 5 to 6 people who were sleeping at that point in time, and they got majorly hit by that vehicle. And if you see, Krutath, the brazen attitude of that driver, the vehicle driver, he initially first hit on that pavement, and then he did not stop there. He moved his vehicle at a very fast speed from there, and then when he lost the control at a distance of 300 meters away from that very spot where that incident took place, he then again rammed his vehicle into a truck. So the collision took place twice. So in the second collision, his vehicle got stuck into the truck, where the police team, which later on arrived at the very spot, they have identified that the person was basically nabbed by the locals over there, because there were several people over there who were awake at that point in time due to the first incident which took place at a distance of 300 meters. So you can see the brazen attitude of that person who basically in a rash driving at a very high speed mowed down 5 people, and all of them were critical, and right now they are in a stable condition at a trauma center in New Delhi.
Thank you very much for tracking those details, Akhil, as we will be closely monitoring the situation. The bail has been granted, ladies and gentlemen. However, the case is not yet over. Meanwhile, more breaking news updates coming in from the state of Bihar. Ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections, field-level officials of the Election Commission have identified, quote, a large number of individuals from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar during the ongoing house-to-house verification of the revision of the electoral voter list in Bihar ahead of the elections. Now, Tejasvi Yadav has hit out against the government, alleging that the Election Commission is working at the centre's behest. Tejasvi is also saying that the Election Commission and the BJP should know that this is Bihar and not Gujarat. Now, that is the RJD leader there maintaining his allegations despite a major legal setback in the Supreme Court of India just last week, where the Supreme Court said that the Election Commission can continue its special intensive revision. Let's listen into the allegations being made by Tejasvi Yadav at this juncture.
जो है भारी मात्रा में जो है इसी हिसाब से फॉर्म जो है फेंके जा रहे हैं। हो क्या रहा है ये तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि आप जो दावे कर रहे हैं 80% से अधिक जो है आप लोगों ने 11 जुलाई तक कर लिया है, तो वाकई में ये सच्चाई है या क्या है? भारत निर्वाचन आयोग द्वारा कल जो है महत्वपूर्ण बात कहेगी 80% की पूरी कर दी गई। हम बिंदुवार जो है कमियां आप लोगों को बताते हैं। पहला, आयोग ने दावा किया है कि 80.11% मतदाताओं की गणना प्रपत्र भर दिए हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं बताया गया कि इनमें से कितने प्रपत्र सत्यापित, स्वैच्छिक और वैध तरीके से भरे गए। अभी तक इसकी कोई क्लैरिटी जो है नहीं दी गई। फील्ड से लगातार ये सूचना हम लोगों को मिल रही है कि बिना मतदाता की जानकारी और सहमति से बीएलओ द्वारा फर्जी अंगूठा या हस्ताक्षर लगाकर प्रपत्र जो है उसको डाउनलोड जो है, अपलोड जो है वो किया जा रहा है।
Well, that was RJD's Tejasvi Yadav. On the other hand, the BJP is also saying that the opposition has been exposed in Bihar and is not going to tolerate India's vote bank politics. Listen into what the BJP is saying in retaliation to Tejasvi.
जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के बीएलओ है, जो ऑफिशियल्स है, उनको कई सारे ऐसे नाम मिले हैं वोटर लिस्ट में जो भारत देश के लोग नहीं हैं, जो विदेशी है, जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो अलग अलग देश से अवैध रूप से बसे हुए हैं। इनको बसाने का जो खेल और इनको लाने का जो खेल वर्षों पहले हुआ। विदेशी घुसपैठियों को वोटिंग का अधिकार देना चाहते हैं। इससे किसका अधिकार मारा जाता? बिहारी का। जो बिहारी लोग हैं उनके अधिकार को कम करो, और जो बाहर के लोग हैं, विदेशी लोग हैं, घुसपैठी लोग हैं, जिनको इन्होंने ही इनकी सरकारों में लाने का और बसाने का काम किया, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दो। ये वोट बैंक नीति को संविधान नीति के ऊपर रखते, इसीलिए इसका विरोध कर रहे थे। अब सामने खुलकर आ गया कि इनका बस चले तो भारत के नागरिकों का अधिकार समाप्त करके विदेशी घुसपैठियों को सारे अधिकार सौंप दे।
देखिए, वोट का वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है। अभी जो वोट का रिवीजन है, जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है, उसको लेकर कई लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी गए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने रोक लगाने से मना किया और वो वेरिफिकेशन जारी है। कुछ सुझाव भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिया है जिसके लिए बाध्य चुनाव आयोग को नहीं किया है। अब जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है उसमें कुछ रोहिंग्या मिल रहे हैं, कुछ बांग्लादेशी मिल रहे हैं, बर्मा नेपाल के लोग मिल रहे हैं। अरे बिहार में बिहारी वोट डालेगा ना बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए, सरकार बनाने के लिए, या बिहार में पूरे दुनिया के लोग आके वोट डालेंगे? जो बिहार का वोटर है उसको डरने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। चुनाव आयोग पूरी तरह उसको कोऑपरेट करेगा।
So while the Supreme Court has already spoken that the investigation, the SIR, can go on in Bihar, the political war of words continues. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates coming in from Tamil Nadu. A major fire broke out on a goods train in Tamil Nadu. The train, which was carrying inflammable materials, caught fire near Tiruvallur while it's on its way from Chennai to Arakkonam. Firefighting efforts are still underway, but there is still little success achieved so far. Here's a detailed report on what exactly happened.
massive fire breaks out on a goods train in Tamil Nadu. The train was en route from Chennai via Arakonam when flames erupted in Thiruvallur. Thick plumes of smoke covered the sky. The blaze is intense and spreading rapidly due to flammable materials in the cargo. Firefighting teams rushed to the spot immediately, but the operation is proving to be extremely challenging. Despite hours of effort, the fire remains uncontrolled. Flames continue to engulf multiple wagons of the goods train. Authorities have cordoned off the area as a precaution. Local residents and commuters are being kept at a safe distance. Rail traffic in the section has been severely hit, and investigation has been ordered to find the cause of the fire.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi now has praised the nominations of Ujjwal Nikam, Harshvardhan Shringla, C. Sadanandan and Dr. Meenakshi Jain to the Rajya Sabha, highlighting their distinguished contributions in the fields of law, diplomacy, social work and scholarship respectively. Their appointments were announced by the President of India and has received strong endorsement by the Prime Minister. Earlier today, President of India Draupadi Murmuji had nominated 4 members to the Rajya Sabha. These included Ujjwal Nikam, who is a very popular and very well-known India's leading public prosecutor, who is known to be a very big legal luminary in the field of constitution law and prosecution. Along with that, we also had C. Sadanand Master, who was nominated for the Rajya Sabha seat by President Draupadi Murmu for his contributions in the field of social work. Along with that, we also saw former Foreign Secretary of India, Harshvardhan Shringla, who was also nominated for the Rajya Sabha post. Along with that, top historian and scholar, Dr. Meenakshi Jain. Let's listen into the reactions coming in of Ujjwal Nikam, who hailed President Draupadi Murmu's nomination, as he is now set to become a Rajya Sabha member.
Really, it's a pride moment for me. I never expected that I will be taken up as a member of Rajya Sabha by the Honorable President of India. But yesterday, I received the phone from our beloved Prime Minister, Modi Saab, and Modi Saab initially when he talked, Ujjwal ji, राष्ट्रपति महोदया आपको राज्यसभा का मेंबर नियुक्त कर रहे हैं, क्या आप जवाबदारी लेंगे? मैंने हाँ कहना, जिस तरह से विश्वास उन्होंने जताया था, मैंने हाँ कहना बहुत जरूरी था. So I'm really proud of, and I must say thank you to Honorable President of India, our beloved Prime Minister. I assure through you that I will discharge my duties as a member of Rajya Sabha, representing Honorable President of India truly, honestly, and I will see that how the law of our country will be definitely good for the common man and how we can expedite the legal process.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, huge controversy breaks out over the preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questioned the report and the leaks. Exclusive details on the AI-171 crash investigation only on Republic. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
आदमी की जान की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर. प्लेन वालों ने इंक्वायरी नहीं की, ऐसे ही प्लेन उड़ा दिया है, ऐसा समझ में आ रहा है.
ऐसा होता नहीं है. ये कोई स्कूटर नहीं है कि वो फ्यूल नहीं पहुंचे. ये फ्यूल पहुंचने की बात मैं मानता नहीं हूँ.
किसके बारे में क्या है, फ्यूल का प्रॉब्लम है, इंजन का प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन मेरी बच्ची घर पे होने वाली है नहीं।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage among MAGA supporters and raised questions about transparency in the Trump administration. The Epstein saga has long haunted political and social circles, with its web of allegations involving powerful figures. President Donald Trump, seen here socializing with Epstein in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago, has faced scrutiny over their past friendship. Trump has since distanced himself, claiming in a recent cabinet meeting that he hadn't been close to Epstein for nearly 2 decades before his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is your 30 minutes of time out at the Positive Influencer Show. I bring to you episode 16, packed with content put together by our wonderful positive influencers. Thank you for joining me, Tanvi Sood. Before I get to what we have and what our creators have lined up for us this week, I want to thank all of you who have been firing in your sample videos. Our teams are crunching through it and working the phones to get back to each one of you. If you haven't hit that apply button yet, go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in or just WhatsApp the number on your screen and drop that video sample. Now, let's get to the content. First up and back on the Positive Influencer Show this week is Purnima Kotak. As India's first leadership branding coach, Purnima explains the power of silence in leadership. This is a masterclass packed into the next 5-minute clip because most often it's best not to react in the moment. Purnima tells you how and why silence can be the mightiest statement in leadership. Watch this clip.
Namaste. My name is Purnima Kotak and I'm India's first leadership branding coach. Today, let's talk about the power of silence. In a world addicted to noise, silence can be a leader's most powerful statement. Today, everyone feels compelled to react instantly to prove that they are relevant and they are in control. But what is true leadership about? It's about knowing when to pause. Most people think that if you're not speaking, you are not leading. They confuse endless talking with confidence. In reality, leaders who rush to fill the silence often reveal too much too soon. They come across as impulsive, even insecure. So then, how should a leader work? Let's take the example of Prime Minister Modi. He's often criticized for his silence during tense or volatile situations, both within India and on global platforms. But that silence isn't always hesitation. It is strategic restraint. By holding back, he keeps diplomatic channels open, forces adversaries and observers to keep guessing, and often leaves people leaning in and waiting for his words, giving him the power without him even speaking. Silence isn't inactivity. When wise leaders hold back, they're not doing nothing. They are calming down the internal noise, taking an aerial view to see the entire landscape, deep diving to understand every angle and building a 360-degree perspective. They are crafting a strategy, preparing to respond appropriately, not just quickly. This means that they leave no space to be rushed or to later cut a sorry figure by speaking out of turn. And here's the subtle mastery most leaders don't learn. When you practice silence, the world might be completely misreading you. They may think that you have accepted defeat and that you have nothing valuable to say. They may believe that they have even won the narrative or quietly doubt your capability. What should you do? Just let them be. Just let them be. People who are in a hurry often make shallow judgments. Look, leadership isn't a race to prove that you have won every quick battle. It's about holding your ground long enough to respond wisely and not react foolishly. As a leadership branding coach, I see this play out across industries. Leaders who master the art of strategic silence, 1, build gravitas as their pause carries weight. 2, they build their authority as people wait for them to speak. 3, they build an aura of mystery around them because they command rooms even without filling them with their words. So the next time you feel pressured to jump in just to prove that you're involved, take a breather and take a pause. Because sometimes that very pause is where your power rebuilds. Leadership isn't about having the fastest answer. It's about knowing when to speak and letting silence itself elevate your leadership brand. So that's the power of silence, and that's it for today in this video. My name is Purnima Kotak. I'm signing off from this video. Looking forward to meeting you in my next one.
From Purnima Kotak's leadership tips to fitness in mind and body. Up next is positive influencer Supreet Singh. He's back with another podcast this week, and this time with a celebrity fitness coach who is telling you how your mental fitness, your wellness, your state of being, how all of it impacts your physical fitness. The mantra seems to be to clean up the mind and your insides if you really want to see results in that mirror. Watch this slice of his podcast, and if you like it, watch the whole thing on his channel.
सबसे पहले हम जानना चाहेंगे आप फिट कैसे रहते हो और आपके लिए फिटनेस का मतलब क्या है?
फिटनेस का मतलब मेरे लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा डीप है, क्योंकि मेरी अपनी ऑब्जर्वेशंस और प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंसेस के साथ अकॉर्डिंग टू मी फिटनेस इज़ बीइंग मेंटली एंड फिजिकली बोथ फिट, जिसके साथ आप एक हेल्दी रिलेशनशिप्स भी बिल्ड करते हो. टू इलैबोरेट, अगर मैं बोलूँ कि मैं फिज़िकली बहुत ज़्यादा मेरी अच्छी फिज़ीक है पर मेरे रिलेशनशिप्स अच्छे नहीं हैं विद इन द फैमिली और विद इन द फ्रेंड्स और लाइक अपने पार्टनर के साथ, तो मैं फ़िट नहीं हूँ. और अगर मैं बहुत ज़्यादा शॉर्ट टेम्पर्ड हूँ, मैं किसी भी चीज़ पे बहुत इजीली रिएक्ट कर देता हूँ इन अ नेगेटिव वे, तो मैं फ़िट नहीं हूँ. तो फिटनेस अकॉर्डिंग टू मी ओवरऑल वेलबींग है. जैसे फिज़िकली फ़िट होना, फिज़िकली फ़िट होने का मतलब ये नहीं आप बहुत मस्कुलर हो. फिज़िकली फ़िट होना, यू आर एबल टू डू योर डेली टास्क वेरी इजीली. लाइक डेली जो आपकी एक्टिविटी है, आपका प्रोफेशन है, आप उससे टायर्ड नहीं हो रहे जब आप घर आ रहे हो. दैट मीन्स यू हैव अ गुड मस्कुलर सिस्टम एंड गुड कार्डियोवास्कुलर सिस्टम एज वेल। और सेकंड आ जाता है आप मेंटली पॉजिटिव हो और हैप्पी हो। यूजुअली क्या है कि आजकल लोग इतने ज़्यादा फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हैं कि लोग अपने माइंड के ऊपर काम करते ही नहीं, अपने ऊपर काम करते ही नहीं हैं। उसकी वजह से उनकी बॉडी भी एक गलत वे में रिएक्ट करती है और वो अपने रिलेशनशिप्स भी अच्छे से नहीं हैंडल कर पाते। ये सब ऑब्जर्वेशन मैंने अपने क्लाइंट्स में देखी है, अपने आप में देखी है और जो मेरे क्लोज वंस हैं, क्योंकि मुझे ऑब्जर्व करने का बहुत ज़्यादा शौक है कि भाई कौन कैसे रिएक्ट करता है। तो एक फिजिकली फिट बंदा कंप्लीटली फिट है ये आप नहीं कह सकते कभी भी।
तो एक तो ये वर्ड जो है ना पागल, मुझे यही नहीं समझ आता और मैं सीरियसली आई गेट वेरी फ्यूरियस नहीं कह सकता, आई गेट वेरी डिसअपॉइंटेड कि यहीं से पता चल जाता है कि हम कितने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में है। कि एक जैसे हमारा पूरा शरीर है वैसे ही दिमाग है, तो अगर दिमाग सही नहीं चल रहा तो वी हैव टू फिक्स इट। जैसे अगर फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आपका मसल टियर है तो आप उसको ठीक करोगे, तो ऐसे ही अगर आपके कोई your brain is not able to function properly, your mind is not able to function properly, तो आप उस पर काम करोगे। तो ये जो आप बात बोल रहे हो ना कि उसके बारे में खुल के बात होनी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है।
मैं मानता हूँ कि जो हमारी जनरेशन है ना, ये मेजर प्रॉब्लम इसमें है और सबसे बड़ा इम्पैक्ट रीज़न इसका ये है कि भाई स्मार्टफोन्स, क्योंकि हम रियल वर्ल्ड से ज़्यादा एक डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में हैं सब, और सोशल मीडिया पे किसकी लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है हम वो अपने ऊपर ज़्यादा इफ़ेक्ट करने देते हैं इंस्टेड कि हमारी लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है। किसी ने कुछ पोस्ट किया, हमें उससे बेटर करना है, जेलसी फैक्टर आ गया। और वो अगर आप हायरार्की ड्रॉ करो तो वो जेलसी फैक्टर कहीं ना कहीं विद इन द रिलेशनशिप्स लड़ाइयाँ लेके आता है। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल, मुझे नहीं पता आप रिलेट कर सकते हो कि नहीं, कोई कपल है तो उसने दोनों कपल में से किसी ने बोला कि ये यहाँ पे घूमने गए हैं या इसने ये एक्सपेंसिव चीज़ पहनी है, और वो पर्टिकुलर चीज़ के लिए आपके घर में लड़ाई हो जाएगी, मैंने भी जाना है। और वो लड़ाई आर्ग्यूमेंट्स कहाँ तक लेके जाएंगे वो हम नहीं इमेजिन कर सकते। तो आपको हैरान
ऑनेस्टली बचाऊँ अभी इस चीज़ में। ये तो बेस्ट चीज़ है कि हम वी नेवर गो बाय व्हाट पीपल से, बट आई हैव सीन अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल एंड आई नो अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल जो सिर्फ इसीलिए बहुत चीज़ें करते हैं क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया में उनके दोस्त वो दिखा रहे हैं कि वो सब चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक वो फोमो सा आ जाता है।
राइट, एंड यू नेवर नो दैट बिहाइंड दैट पिक्चर और वट एवर वीडियो इट इज़, उसके पीछे कितनी लड़ाइयाँ भी हुई हों या उस वीडियो के बाद कितनी ज़्यादा लड़ाइयाँ होती हैं। वो नहीं पता ना। अगर आप किसी ट्रिप पे जा रहे हो, पिक्चर हमेशा लोग यही पोस्ट करेंगे जो उनका बेस्ट पार्ट है। कोई बंदा ये नहीं पोस्ट करेगा कि हमारी लड़ाई होगी या हमारे में आर्ग्यूमेंट हो रहा है।
ये अभी मैं लंदन गया था ना, एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा यहाँ पे। आई वाज जस्ट वॉकिंग ऑन द स्ट्रीट, आई थिंक ट्रैफलगर स्क्वायर होगा या वही उसके आसपास ही कहीं था। आई जस्ट सॉ एन इंडियन कपल तो वही है कि अदरवाइज ना जैसे कटे कटे चल रहे हैं, पर जब वो फोटो वीडियो करनी है ना तो वो पूरे पोज अलग बन रहे हैं। और वही जो आप बात बोल रहे हो कि वैसे लड़े पड़े हैं, मतलब शक्ल भी नहीं देखनी, पर वो फोटो दिखा दुनिया को रहे हैं कि हम भाई हमसे ज़्यादा खुश नहीं है कोई।
राइट।
और गलत फहमियाँ और दुनिया में एक गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन फैला रहे हैं।
तो वही एज अ होल सोशल मीडिया के एडवांटेजेस भी बहुत ज़्यादा हैं पर डिसएडवांटेज उससे भी ज़्यादा हैं। ये आपके ऊपर है कि आप किस वे में उसे यूज़ करते हो। मिस गाइडेंस भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, गाइडेंस भी बहुत ज़्यादा है। और मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि न्यूट्रिशन फील्ड या किसी भी फील्ड में कोई गलत है, सही हर कोई है, पर आजकल सोशल मीडिया पे चलता वो ज़्यादा जो ज़्यादा स्पाइस देता है आपको, तो उस चीज़ में कई लोग मिसगाइडेड भी हो जाते हैं।
वो है ना कि एंटरटेनमेंट का तड़का।
राइट, क्योंकि फिटनेस न्यूट्रिशन ये बहुत सिंपल चीज़ें हैं। ये हमें 9th क्लास में भी पढ़ाई गई हैं। एक सिंपल सा डायग्राम होता था, उसमें एक बैलेंस मील का डायग्राम होता था। अगर उस टाइम पे हमने सिर्फ पास होने की जगह वो सीरियसली नोट किया होता तो शायद आज जिस सिचुएशन में मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन है उसमें ना होती।
बट क्या अब जैसे फिटनेस में ग्लैमर आ गया तो इस वजह से अब लोग इसको ज़्यादा सुनना या इसके बारे में बात ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं? इज़ इट ट्रू?
ग्लैमर इन द सेंस के ये सब मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटजीज भी हो सकती हैं, किस वजह से हम ज़्यादा व्यूज़ ले सकते हैं या कुछ है। फिटनेस वही है, फूड वही है, सब कुछ वही है, बस उसको बताने का तरीका अलग है। वो एक मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटजी भी हो सकती है, कुछ भी हो सकता है उसके पीछे, फेमस होने का एक वे भी हो सकता है। बहुत सिंपल है फिटनेस की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, बॉडी बिल्डिंग की बात नहीं कर रहा।
अब मैं इसी पे दोबारा आऊँगा। कई बार कुछ लोग बहुत फिट दिखते हैं और बट क्या होता है कि थोड़ी देर बाद न्यूज़ आ जाती है कि इसको कोई बहुत मेजर हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम होगी, या जैसे अभी हुआ है शेफाली जरीवाला, या पहले सिद्धार्थ जो बिग बॉस जीते थे, सडन कार्डियक अरेस्ट। अभी मैंने वो एक वीडियो देखी कि जिसमें एक क्रिकेट खेलते हुए
राइट
मतलब ही डाइड, वो एकदम मैसिव कार्डियक अरेस्ट हुआ। एंड दिस इज हैपनिंग टू पीपल इन देयर 30s and 40s एंड दे लुक फिट। सो व्हाट इज दैट रीजन? हमने कार्डियोवैस्कुलर हेल्थ की बात की, तो वो क्या है ये? इज इट कोविड के बाद ये होना शुरू हुआ है या मतलब कुछ और रीजन है?
ये कोविड के बाद नहीं हुआ, ये इसका पर्सन टू पर्सन डिपेंड करता है, इसके रीज़न भी। अब यूजुअली फर्स्ट चीज़ कोई भी सेलिब्रिटी या कोई फेमस बंदे की ऐसे डेथ होती है, हम सबके दिमाग में क्या आता है, ये इधर स्टेरॉइड्स पे था या साइकिल पे था, पर वो ट्रू नहीं है। आप कोई भी सप्लीमेंट भी यूज़ कर रहे हो, विदाउट सप्लीमेंट भी, मैंने जैसे स्टार्टिंग में बोला ना, आप मेंटली भी फिट होने चाहिए फिजिकली के साथ साथ। अगर आप माइंड कहीं और है, आप एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हो विदाउट लाइक प्रॉपर रेस्ट, आप विदाउट प्रॉपर रेस्ट प्री वर्कआउट्स ले रहे हो या ऐसे कोई सप्लीमेंट्स ले रहे हो कि मैं नेक्स्ट डे वर्कआउट कर सकूँ, पर आपका एक्चुअल न्यूट्रिशन और लाइफस्टाइल पिछले कई डेज से ठीक नहीं चल रहा, या फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे सेलिब्रिटीज़ ट्रैवल बहुत ज़्यादा करते हैं तो उनका बिल्कुल मेस्ड अप वो है,
स्लीप भी सही नहीं है,
उसके साथ जाके आपने कोई सप्लीमेंट लेके नहीं, मैंने वर्कआउट करना स्टार्ट कर दिया, वो वन ऑफ द रीज़न हो सकता है कि उनको ये प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं।
Now, are you feeling like it's getting lonelier as you're climbing up that ladder? Are you wondering why you have fewer circles, fewer conversations, and a smaller and more intimate community despite becoming more successful? We've all heard about loneliness being the price of success, but it has always been told to us in terms of a negative connotation. Now, positive influencer Prateek Sharma is back on the show this weekend, and he flips the script and tells you why it's not such a bad thing and tells you how to deal with it.
क्या आपने कभी ये महसूस किया है कि जैसे जैसे आप लाइफ में ग्रो करते जा रहे हैं, वैसे वैसे लोग कम होते जा रहे हैं? जैसे जैसे आप सीरियस हो रहे हैं, फोकस्ड हो रहे हैं, वैसे वैसे कॉन्वर्सेशंस कम हो रही हैं, दोस्तियां बदल रही हैं और आसपास की दुनिया थोड़ी अजीब सी लगने लगी है। पहले जो लोग हर बात शेयर करते थे, वो अब आपसे दूर से हाय हेलो कर रहे हैं। पहले जिनसे घंटों बातें होती थी, अब उनसे सिर्फ रील्स पर रिएक्शंस आते हैं। ये कोई गलत नहीं है, ये सक्सेस की सबसे पहली कीमत है, अकेलापन। जब आप अपने ड्रीम्स को सीरियसली लेना शुरू करते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिकली प्रायोरिटीज बदल जाती हैं। आप पार्टीज में कम और काम में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट लेने लगते हैं। आप हर वीकेंड पर आउटिंग से ज्यादा अपने पैशन पे काम करना पसंद करते हैं। और यहीं से शुरू होता है वो सफर जो अकेला होता है लेकिन सच्चा होता है। लोग बोलते हैं आप बदल गए हैं, लेकिन वो ये नहीं समझते कि बदलना जरूरी था, क्योंकि अगर आप वैसे ही रहते जैसे सब हैं तो आप भी उसी भीड़ में खो जाते। सक्सेस की जर्नी अलग होती है और अक्सर अकेली भी। आप सोचिए, कोई भी बड़ा इंसान जिसने कुछ एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी अचीव किया है, क्या वो हमेशा भीड़ में था? नहीं, वो अकेले डिसीजंस लेता था, अकेले नाइट्स में मेहनत करता था, और जब सब सो रहे होते थे तब वो खुद को शार्प कर रहा होता था। अकेले रहना कंफर्टेबल नहीं होता, लेकिन क्लैरिटी वहीं से मिलती है। जब आप अकेले होते हैं तब आप अपनी असल आवाज सुन पाते हैं। तब आपको समझ आता है कि कौन सच में आपके साथ है और कौन बस क्राउड का हिस्सा था। अकेलेपन से डरिए मत, वो एक मौका है खुद से जुड़ने का, अपनी प्रायोरिटीज रिडिफाइन करने का, अपने विजन को साफ साफ देखने का। लेकिन हां, ये इजी नहीं होता। कभी कभी लगता है कि सब साथ छोड़ रहे हैं, कभी दिल करता है कि सब कुछ छोड़कर वापस उस कंफर्ट जोन में लौट जाए जहां कोई एक्सपेक्टेशंस नहीं थी। लेकिन फिर दिल के अंदर से एक आवाज आती है कि आप इसलिए निकले थे क्योंकि आप खास हैं, और खास लोगों के रास्ते आम नहीं होते। आपको हर बात पर लोगों को समझाना जरूरी नहीं है। लाजमी नहीं है कि हर कोई आपके ड्रीम को सपोर्ट करे। जो आपको नहीं समझते वो आपके रास्ते के लिए बने ही नहीं थे। इसलिए जब आसपास लोग कम होने लगे तो घबराइए मत। ये इस बात का साइन है कि आप सही दिशा में बढ़ रहे हैं। साइलेंस को अपनाइए। अलोन होने के वेपन को यूज कीजिए। जब पूरी दुनिया डिस्ट्रैक्शन में खोई हो और आप अकेले डायरेक्शन में चल रहे हो तो समझ लीजिए आप उस 1% लोगों में हैं जो अपने ड्रीम के पीछे सच में कमिटेड है। और जब आप अपने इस फेज से निकलेंगे तो ना सिर्फ आप कामयाब होंगे बल्कि आप वो इंसान बन चुके होंगे जो भीड़ में भी अकेले खड़े रह सके और अकेले में भी खुद को पूरा महसूस कर सके। सक्सेस की असली ब्यूटी यही है, वो आपको अंदर से स्ट्रांग बनाती है। तो अगर आज आपको लगता है कि मैं अकेला हो गया हूं, हो गई हूं, तो याद रखिए आप अकेले नहीं हैं। आप उन गिने चुने लोगों में से हैं जिन्होंने भीड़ से निकलने की हिम्मत की है, और यही हिम्मत एक दिन इतिहास बनाएगी। तो ये था मेरा आज का ख्याल। मैं फिर से ऐसा ही एक और ख्याल लेकर आऊंगा। तब तक आप अपना ध्यान रखिए। जय हिंद।
Now up next on the show, on the Positive Influencer Show, is Shalini Modi, a voice of calm in a chaotic world. She shares the lesson and the power of Lord Narayan, drawing from ancient scriptures to inspire the present. Shalini's anecdote is not just spiritual, it's as much personal. A step-by-step path to soulful renewal, straight from the heart of our traditions. Shalini Modi brings a powerful message. Here is her video.
Namaste. I'm Shalini Modi, an author with interest in our ancient Indian scriptures, which have numerous stories of bhaktas and importance laid on Naam Jap or taking the Lord's name. One such story is about a Jamal, who was a Brahmin boy born in the city of present-day Kannauj. He grew up learning the Vedas and the scriptures, and as a young man, he practiced yagyas, naam jap, sacrificial fire, and he was gentle, kind towards strangers and his elders. He had all the desirous qualities of a good individual. One day he went to the forest to fetch flowers, fruits, wood for the sacrificial fire, as well as kusha grass, a sacred grass for his father. On his return, he saw this reckless man, indulgent and drunk on alcohol, spotting a young woman who was half naked and herself was intoxicated. He was filled with passion on seeing them wrapped in each other's arms. Lust got the better of him, and no matter how hard he tried to calm his mind, he could not get out of his mind this act or this show of love and intimacy. Despite of having so many positives in his life, like his father's wealth, his virtuous wife who was still in her youth, and his Brahmin birth, he gave up everything for this woman he had seen in the woods and started living with her. He spent all his father's money on her and finally started using unjust and reproachable means of earning money. He would steal, carry out robberies, and he even started killing living beings to feed his family their meat if food was not available. He had 10 boys from this lady. The youngest was named Narayan. His life was questionable, and so the society decided to abandon him or distance him from the society. One day, when he was 88 years old, Yamdutas approached him as the time had come for his death. These were 3 Yamdutas, big looking, scary looking men with wry faces, hair standing on the head and nose in the hand. Seeing them, Ajamal was agitated and he cried out to his youngest and most favorite son, with whom he had deep attachment. He carried out and called out his name, Narayan, Narayan, with great urgency. Hearing a dying man carry out or shout out Narayan's name, which is also Lord Vishnu's name, his messengers came running for him. And they stopped the Yamdutas who were tearing apart his soul from his body. When asked for an introduction, they gave them the introduction, explaining how they were the Dutas or messengers of Lord Narayan. Then, to explain the Yamdutas why they had come, they asked them, tell us, how or who would you term virtuous? The Yamdutas said, we have heard that someone who follows or carries out his life according to the Vedas is a virtuous person. Lord Narayan himself is the Vedas, as they came out from him, emanated from him, from his nostrils, while as a process of respiration, which was done on his part without any conscious effort. The messengers of Narayan then explained that this man had taken the 4-syllable name of Bhagwan called Narayan, and therefore all his sins had been mitigated. And this specially held truth at the time of death, because he had taken the word Narayan or called out Narayan's name exactly at the time of his death, when no other sin could have happened or carried out. Therefore, he was free from sins not only of this life but of many, many lives before, and now did not deserve to be taken from the path of sinners. In fact, he had earned Bhagwan's grace. The Yamdutas were convinced by this argument and released the soul from their nose and went away to their boss Yama to narrate the whole story. Once free from their nose, Ajamal was normal, he was rid of fear, and he bent down to pay respect to Narayan's messengers. Narayan's messengers went away immediately, but the conversation that they had had with the Yamdutas stayed back in Ajamal's mind. He realized his folly of giving up his virtuous life for a life soaked in sensory gratification. He instantly left for Gangadhar, or which is presently known as Haridwar, and choosing a spot, turned his senses inwards and focused his mind on Bhagwan Narayan. He was completely absorbed by the thought of Narayan, the name of Narayan. And that's when the messengers came again. And this time they had come to take him to Vaikunt, the abode of Sri Hari, Vishnu, Narayan, whatever you may call him, the spouse of Shri, the goddess of prosperity and well-being. Namaste.
And now that's all we could pack in for you in episode 16 of the Republic Positive Influencer Show. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did at Republic, and of course, the positive influencers did in terms of putting it together. Before I sign off, if you would like to be a Republic Positive Influencer, drop that video sample. Head over to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and we'll be screening your video sample. We'll be back in the next episode getting you more content from our ever-growing pool of phenomenal positive influencers. Have a great weekend. Thanks so much for watching.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आदमी की जान की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर। प्लेन वालों ने इंक्वायरी नहीं की, ऐसे ही प्लेन उड़ा दिया है, ऐसा समझ में आ रहा है।
ऐसा होता नहीं है, ये कोई स्कूटर नहीं है कि वो फ्यूल नहीं पहुंचा। ये फ्यूल पहुंचने की बात मैं मानता नहीं हूँ।
किसके बारे में क्या है, फ्यूल का प्रॉब्लम है, इंजन का प्रॉब्लम।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Huge controversy breaks out over preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questions report and leak of the report. Regional tensions escalate into violence in Maharashtra's Vihar station. A rickshaw puller reportedly from North India was brutally assaulted by Uddhav Sena and MNS workers for not speaking Marathi. Horrific hit and run incident in Delhi's Vasant Vihar area comes to the fore. 5 people on the footpath run over by a drunk driver in a white Audi car in the early hours of July 9th. Drunk driver arrested, let go on bail. Election Commission sources have informed Republic that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list in Bihar. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's talk about the preliminary report of the Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau, because now A pilot association, which is also a welfare body representing the pilots in the country, have firmly rejected the tone and tenor of the interim probe report on the Air India Boeing 787 crash for suggesting a bias toward pilot error, and the association demanded to know what mitigating actions were taken by Air India following an advisory regarding the disengagement of the lock function on the fuel supply switches for the engines. In fact, your channel Republic also confronted the Minister for Civil Aviation. Here's how that panned out.
No, I'm not talking.
Sir,
no, please.
Sir, your thoughts.
I've already given.
Sir, please, one word on the...
I've already given. Thank you. Thank
Sir,
you.
one word. There's a lot of
Thank you.
contradiction in the report, sir. Sir, just one word. Preliminary...
No, I'm not talking.
Sir,
no, please.
Sir, your thoughts.
I've already given.
Sir, please, one word on the...
I've already given. Thank you. Thank
Sir, one word. There's a
Thank
lot
you.
of contradiction in the report, sir. Sir, just one word.
Well, that was a confrontation of the Minister for Civil Aviation, and he clearly says that he has nothing more to add to what already has been revealed in the preliminary crash report. Now, the preliminary crash report has been criticized by the Pilots Association, ALPA, which claims that there is bias towards pilot, and they were also questioned how was the report leaked to Western media when it was not out yet. And these are the two big concerns that are being expressed over the preliminary crash report on AI 171, which claimed the lives of 242 individuals after a London-bound flight hit the ground in Ahmedabad. In fact, to give us more insights, we have Group Captain GP Bajpai joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, Group Captain. Firstly, your thoughts on the preliminary crash report and also the Pilots Association's criticism on that as well. Well, in fact, we'll get Group Captain Bajpai back live with us, but what we need to understand is that ALPA is the Airlines Pilot Association, which has now criticized the preliminary crash report that has been released by Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau. And this report, according to the Pilots Association, in fact, this report claims bias towards pilot in this particular report. We also have some reactions coming in from different pilots across the nation. Let's listen in.
It's the duty and responsibility of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau to come out with the preliminary report, which they have within the 30-day stipulated period. The report is factual mostly, but in my opinion, there are certain areas which lends itself to a degree of ambiguity. Specifically, I would have liked to have seen something that would have been explaining with the time frame as to what happened exactly at what stage, including the failure of both the engines, including when this apparent conversation happened between the pilots and when the Mayday call happened. That would have made the report a little bit more factual, it would have made it a little bit more clearer, and it would have lent itself lesser to this degree of ambiguity which we are seeing at this point in time.
There was an advisory issued by the Boeing company in 2018 in December, in which they had issued an advisory circular quoting few examples of 737 aircraft in which there was a malfunction in the fuel control switches locking system. Now, if that was that information was available with Boeing and they wanted serious investigation, then all the aircraft should have been tested, checked, and this circular should have been a directive rather than an advisory circular. This was not done. So I do not foresee that the fuel control switches have moved until unless the pilots have come to know that there is a dual engine failure and which is causing the loss of thrust, and for that reason the recycling would have been done. But the CVR recording is on the contrary, that they have not moved the switches. So it points fingers at the problem in the electronic system. So the report has given a clean sheet and said there's nothing wrong with the engines and the systems of Boeing.
Well, we also have Group Captain GP Bajpai joining us live this afternoon. A very good afternoon to you, Group Captain. Your first thoughts on the preliminary crash report and also the claims by the Pilot Association, because they claim that there is a bias towards pilot error. How do you look at this situation?
Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all our viewers. First of all, high regards for the Pilot Association and their thoughts. But I will restrict my opinion on the preliminary report based on the report published in the midnight. Point-wise, I will reply. The first point was that the fuel cutoff switch position and the corresponding fuel cutoff wall movement is separately recorded in DFDR, on which the investigating committee must have had full access. The second point was that one of the pilot asked, "Why did you cut off?" There are other sentences could have been asked that, "Why did it cut off?" Categorically, the other pilot is asking, "Why did you cut off?" So there is a probability the other pilot might have seen the action of the pilot who had cut off the fuel switch from run to cut off position. The third point is that separately on page number 5 of the preliminary investigation report is stated that they had taken assistance of subject matter expert. It's a very, very important point. This is the I don't recollect any investigating report wherein they have included aviation medicine specialist at this stage of inquiry and aviation psychologist. The fourth, that gives some indication. Fourth point is that there is no recommendation. The last but 2 line of this report speaks that there is no immediate recommendation. I repeat, there is no immediate recommendation for Boeing or GE or for even Air India. This gives indication to me as if they could not find anything on the part of technical glitches or on aircraft. So these are the things which are giving me a doubt that there could be a very high probability that these switches have been manually moved after taking off in air at a gap of 1 second, one after another, manually these things have been moved. And some experts have stated that these switches could have been loose, which was found quite some time back on one of the Boeing 737 aircraft, based on which FAA had issued an advisory in 2018. But if had that be a case, then you see 3 times the physical movement of this switch has taken place. First time on ground during the startup of both the engine, second time in air, third time again the relight effort has been made, and both the engines have, one engine was spooling up and second was in the process of spooling up. And the last most important point is that even after such a heavy impact on the ground, the debris fuel switch position is found in the on position. Had it been in the slippery condition, it might have moved from on to off. With that, I close my opinion on the subject. To me, it is giving highest probability that there is a physical movement of switch after aircraft got airborne within 3 seconds by some expert who knows that once the switches will be moved from in such a critical phase of flying, immediately after 3 seconds, what will be future disaster? So these are my observations, totally based on the report submitted by investigating committee under the name of preliminary investigation report. Unless until somebody says he discard this entire report, otherwise the report is giving clear-cut indication, in my opinion, that physically the switches were moved in air immediately after taking off in air at 3 seconds and 4th second.
Right, Group Captain, thank you for joining us with your opinions. Well, that was Group Captain Bajpai there saying that this could be a technical error because both the pilots, as per the transcript released in the preliminary report, have said that they haven't really cut off the fuel. Now, moving on, viewers, let's also listen in to some of the reactions coming in from former pilots.
उसमें फ्यूल कट ऑफ का उल्लेख है। जब फ्यूल मिलना बंद हो जाता है तब दोनों इंजन काम करना बंद हो जाते हैं और फिर ये जिस प्रकार की घटना हुई वो पॉसिबल। तो अगर मैं थ्रॉटल क्वाड्रेंट की बात करूं तो यहाँ पर फ्यूल कट ऑफ स्विच है। अब उसमें ऐसा है कि फ्यूल कट ऑफ स्विच लोअर पोजीशन में यानी कट ऑफ पोजीशन में, और उसके बाद अभी जो क्रैश में जो मिला है वो रन पोजीशन में, यानी ऊपर की तरफ है। यानी उसके बाद पायलट ने फिर से जो है वो इंजन स्टार्ट करने की कोशिश की, वैसा लग रहा है। ये जो प्रणाली है वो इंजन को फ्यूल सप्लाई करना है कि नहीं करना है, ये मैन्युअली कॉकपिट से कंट्रोल होती है। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये एक प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट है, ये एक प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है। अभी जो है वो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन शायद हो सकता है और उसकी जो फाइनल रिपोर्ट जो आएगी हो सकता है कि इसमें और ज़्यादा जानकारी और ज़्यादा डिटेल हमें देखने को मिले।
With that, viewers, it's time for us to get you a quick roundup of the top stories from across the nation in Bharat in 5 minutes. So let's get started. Congress's Sonia Gandhi has summoned a high-level meeting on July 15 to finalize the party's strategy for the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament. The session is set to begin on July 21st and run through August 21. Key issues expected to be discussed include the Election Commission's intensive electoral roll revision in Bihar, concerns on the Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, and government's diplomatic outreach. The meeting will be attended by top leaders including LOP Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge. In a gesture of gratitude and patriotism, students in Nagpur have prepared 3 lakh handmade Rakis for soldiers posted on the front lines. The initiative is part of an annual project organized by Prahar Samaj Jagriti Sanstha, aiming to honor the sacrifices and service of armed forces personnel. Each year, the number of Rakis sent to our forces is increased. With this year's goal set at 3 lakh Rakis, schools across the city have participated, with students coming together to craft the Rakis and send messages of support to our soldiers. Train services have been disrupted near Tiruvallur, Tamil Nadu, after a diesel tanker on a freight car caught fire early this morning. The incident occurred on the busy Chennai-Arakkonam route, prompting an emergency response. Firefighters are working on a war footing to bring the blaze under control. No casualties have been reported so far. The cause of the fire is under investigation, but preliminary reports have said that there were cracks in the tracks. TVK workers, led by party founder and actor Talapati Vijay, are staging a massive protest demanding justice for Ajit Kumar, a man who allegedly died in police custody in Tamil Nadu's Tirunelveli district. The protest follows public outrage over the custodial death, with Ajit's family now alleging severe police brutality. Vijay met the victim's family on Saturday, and today's demonstration calls for a High Court monitored SIT probe and a white paper on all custodial deaths in the state. Thousands of TVK supporters gathered at the protest site, with heavy police deployment also in place. Heavy rainfall continues to lash Madhya Pradesh, triggering a flood-like situation across several districts. The Betwa River in Vidisha has risen above the danger level, prompting authorities to issue warnings and begin evacuation efforts in low-lying areas. The Indian Met Department has also placed multiple districts including Jabalpur, Mandla and Reva under an orange alert for very heavy rain. Road connectivity has been affected in several regions due to waterlogging and overflowing of rivers, while dam gates have now been opened to manage excess inflow. The wet spell is expected to continue over the next few days. Construction work on the Budhal Mahor Gol Road in Jammu and Kashmir is progressing rapidly, with authorities aiming to significantly improve connectivity in the remote regions of Rajouri, Riyasi and Ramban districts. This critical infrastructure project is being developed to provide year-round access and boost socio-economic development in the region. The road is also expected to enhance administrative outreach and ease of movement for locals. A fresh batch of 7,049 pilgrims departed from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu this morning, heading towards the twin base camps at Nunwan, Pahalgam and Paltal under tight security. This marks the 12th batch in the 2025 Amarnath Yatra, which began on July 3rd and will continue until August 9th. So far, nearly 1.83 lakh devotees have visited the sacred Ice Lingam shrine, making it one of the most attended pilgrimages this season. Security has been significantly beefed up after the April 22nd attack in Pahalgam, with convoy escorts and multi-layered arrangements in place across routes to ensure a safe journey for the pilgrims. Late last night in Jaipur's Ramganj area, a violent stone pelting incident erupted between two groups following a heated altercation. The confrontation quickly escalated, with projectiles being thrown at each other, shattering vehicle windows and also prompting chaos in the streets. Police rushed in and arrested 7 individuals to restore peace, deploying additional forces and stepping up patrols in the area. No injuries have been officially reported, and authorities have urged residents to remain calm and avoid spreading rumors. Viewers, ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections, field-level officials of the Election Commission have identified a large number of individuals from Nepal, Bangladesh and also Myanmar during the ongoing house-to-house verification for the revision of the voters list in Bihar. Election Commission sources have informed Republic that a large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list. And the EC has made it very, very clear that names of illegal migrants will not be included in the final electoral roll, which is set to be published on September 30th. Here are some reactions.
जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के बीएलओ है, जो ऑफिशियल्स है, उनको कई सारे ऐसे नाम मिले हैं वोटर लिस्ट में जो भारत देश के लोग नहीं हैं, जो विदेशी है, जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो अलग अलग देश से अवैध रूप से बसे हुए हैं। इनको बसाने का जो खेल और इनको लाने का जो खेल वर्षों पहले हुआ। विदेशी घुसपैठियों को वोटिंग का अधिकार देना चाहते हैं। इससे किसका अधिकार मारा जाता? बिहारी का। जो बिहारी लोग हैं उनके अधिकार को कम करो, और जो बाहर के लोग हैं, विदेशी लोग हैं, घुसपैठी लोग हैं, जिनको इन्होंने ही इनकी सरकारों में लाने का और बसाने का काम किया, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दो। ये वोट बैंक नीति को संविधान नीति के ऊपर रखते, इसीलिए इसका विरोध कर रहे थे। अब सामने खुलकर आ गया कि इनका बस चले तो भारत के नागरिकों का अधिकार समाप्त करके विदेशी घुसपैठियों को सारे अधिकार सौंप दे।
देखिए, वोट का वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है। अभी जो वोट का रिवीजन है, जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है, उसको लेकर कई लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी गए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने रोक लगाने से मना किया और वो वेरिफिकेशन जारी है। कुछ सुझाव भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिया जिसके लिए बाध्य चुनाव आयोग को नहीं किया है। अब जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है उसमें कुछ रोहिंग्या मिल रहे हैं, कुछ बांग्लादेशी मिल रहे हैं, बर्मा नेपाल के लोग मिल रहे हैं। अरे बिहार में बिहारी वोट डालेगा ना बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए, सरकार बनाने के लिए, या बिहार में पूरे दुनिया के लोग आके वोट डालेंगे? जो बिहार का वोटर है उसको डरने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। चुनाव आयोग पूरी तरह उसको कोऑपरेट करेगा।
गांधी मैदान में भी जो है भारी मात्रा में जो है इसी हिसाब से
फॉर्म जो है फेंके जा रहे हैं। हो क्या रहा है, ये तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि आप जो दावे कर रहे हैं 80% से अधिक जो है आप लोगों ने 11 जुलाई तक कर लिया है, तो वाकई में ये सच्चाई है या क्या है? भारत निर्वाचन आयोग द्वारा कल जो है महत्वपूर्ण बात कहेगी 80% की पूरी कर दी गई। हम बिंदुवार जो है कमियां आप लोगों को बताते हैं। पहला, आयोग ने दावा किया है कि 80.11% मतदाताओं की गणना प्रपत्र भर दिए हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं बताया गया कि इनमें से कितने प्रपत्र सत्यापित, स्वैच्छिक और वैध तरीके से भरे गए हैं। अभी तक इसकी कोई क्लैरिटी जो है नहीं दी गई। फील्ड से लगातार ये सूचना हम लोगों को मिल रही है कि बिना मतदाता की जानकारी और सहमति से बीएलओ द्वारा फर्जी अंगूठा या हस्ताक्षर लगाकर प्रपत्र जो है उसको डाउनलोड जो है, अपलोड जो है वो किया जा रहा है।
Viewers, a shocking case of hit and run has come to light from the national capital. On the 9th of July, 5 innocents sleeping on the footpath were crushed under the wheels of an SUV that was being driven by a drunk 40-year-old, and shocking pictures of the completely mangled car have emerged, revealing the scale and intensity of the crash. Here's the story. These are the visuals that shock the conscience of the nation. Mangled Audi SUV, crushed metal, shattered glass, evidence of a night soaked in recklessness and alcohol. This is the car completely defaced, barely recognizable after it crushed 5 people, including an 8-year-old on the streets of Delhi. Behind the wheel was this 40-year-old man, Utsav Shekhar, drunk and driving dangerously in the national capital. The accused, caught and identified, now staring into the lens of law enforcement and public fury.
When he was driving this very SUV, he was completely drunk. This is what was confirmed by the DCP of the Southwest District as Utsav Shekhar. He was coming from Noida and he was going towards Gurugram. And at a point near Shiva camp on the Vasant Vihar road, when this vehicle basically got struck, head-on collision was made with the pavement, and in that accident what we have seen that the 5 persons who were sleeping at that point in time were badly got injured, and they have been hospitalized in the trauma center. And if you can see in those visuals, here you see the frontal portion. This is the frontal bumper. It has got completely destroyed. We are not able to find that the frontal, where is the frontal bumper over here.
Sources say the accused was not just over the legal limit, he was heavily intoxicated, speeding, and showed no regard for human life. An eyewitness has recounted the scene of horror on that fateful night. Listen in.
यहाँ पे तकरीबन 15 से 20 लोग सो रहे थे।
अच्छा, तो गाड़ी किस तरफ से आई?
इस तरफ से आई थी
जी हाँ।
और इधर जा रही थी। उसने यहाँ से गाड़ी चढ़ाई ऑडी, और नशे में फुल था, यहाँ से चढ़ाई गाड़ी, ऐसे उनको 5 से 6 लोगों को कुचलता हुआ निकल गया।
5 से 6 लोगों को कुचलता?
हाँ।
की हालत कैसी है?
अभी बहुत गंभीर है। हाँ, ट्रामा में पुलिस वालों ने कर रखा है।
इस मामले में कोई आया था पुलिस वालों की तरफ से, या फिर जो अक्यूज थे उसकी फैमिली की तरफ से कोई आया?
फैमिली नहीं, वो लोग यहाँ नहीं रहे, यहाँ के नहीं है बेटा, वो रहने वाले हैं बेटा वहाँ के, क्या कहे, राजस्थान के।
There was no break, no pause, no mercy. The police have now booked him for culpable homicide and drunk driving. His license suspended and vehicle seized. But the big question remains, how long will Delhi's roads continue to bleed because of the drunk, arrogant drivers who often hide behind the cover of their VVIP status? Moving on, viewers, in a chilling case of domestic violence from Bengaluru, a popular TV actor and an anchor was brutally attacked by her estranged husband just a day after a supposed reconciliation between the couple. And the shocking incident has left the television industry stunned because her own husband has tried to assault her, stabbed her multiple times, and even banged her head to the wall. Here's the complete story.
A brutal act of violence shocks Bengaluru. Television actress Shruti has been stabbed in a cold-blooded attack. The attacker was none other than her husband of over 2 decades, Amrish. The incident occurred in Muneshwara layout under the Hanumant Nagar police limits. Shruti, known for her role in Kannada serials, had been living separately due to ongoing marital discord. After a brief reconciliation on July 4, tragedy struck the very next morning. As the children left for college, Amrish allegedly sprayed pepper spray on Shruti. Then came the assault. Multiple stab wounds to her ribs, neck and thigh. He even banged her head against a wall before fleeing the scene. Shruti was rushed to Victoria Hospital where she is still battling for recovery. Hanumant Nagar police have arrested Amrish and booked him for attempted murder. Investigations reveal a history of domestic and financial disputes between the two.
Now, viewers, a special screening of Tanvi the Great was held at Rashtrapati Bhavan, graced by Honorable President of India Draupadi Murmu and Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. The film's cast and crew expressed heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to have the President watch their movie ahead of its theatrical release. Here's more.
A special screening of Tanvi the Great was hosted at Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, viewed the film ahead of its official release. The event was attended by the film's ensemble cast, including Anupam Kher, Baman Irani, Karan Thakur, and debutante Shubhangi Dutt. Director Anupam Kher expressed deep gratitude following the screening.
मैं बहुत भावुक हूँ इस बात से कि आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने हमारी फिल्म देखी और हमारी फिल्म का टैगलाइन है डिफरेंट बट नो लेस, और इसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण हमारी राष्ट्रपति महोदया है। मैं उनका शुक्रिया धन्यवाद आदर भाव से करना चाहता हूँ कि तन्वी द ग्रेट को देखने के बाद जब मैंने पीछे मुड़ के देखा तो वो खड़े होकर ताली मार रही थी। इससे बड़ा हमारा ऑनर कोई नहीं हो सकता। ये फिल्म हमने आर्मी के लिए बनाई है, आर्मी के शौर्य के लिए तो है ही, लेकिन आर्मी की उदारता, उनका दया भाव, उसके लिए बनाई है। और आज तीनों आर्मी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की सुप्रीम कमांडर मैडम प्रेसिडेंट ने फिल्म देखी, सराहा उनके साथ, और फिर वैसे भी राष्ट्रपति भवन में फिल्म का स्क्रीनिंग होना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है।
The film tells the story of Tanvi Raina, a young autistic woman determined to fulfill her late father's dream to salute the national flag at the Siachen Glacier. Despite facing challenges and limitations due to her condition, Tanvi remains resolute in her mission. Shubhangi Dutt, who portrays the titular role, called the experience of having the president watch the film a dream come true.
सर, बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है। मैडम प्रेसिडेंट ने मूवी देखी, उन्होंने हमारे काम को सराहा, मूवी को सराहा, और हम राष्ट्रपति भवन में हैं, तो इससे ज़्यादा, जैसा कि सर ने कहा, सौभाग्य की बात नहीं हो सकती। सो वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
The screening was also attended by Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. Anupam Kher underlined that the film is a heartfelt tribute to the courage and compassion of the Indian Armed Forces.
आज हमारे लिए तन्वी द ग्रेट की टीम के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है कि आज हमारी फिल्म हमारी सेना के चीफ, सेना के बड़े बड़े पदाधिकारी देखने वाले हैं शाम को दिल्ली में। हमारी इस फिल्म में सेना का रोल जो है वो पहली बार हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसी फिल्म बनी है जो पीस टाइम में है, सेना के पीस टाइम में। इसलिए हमको उनकी वीरता, उनका गौरव, वो तो देखने को हमेशा मिलता ही है, लेकिन उनकी उदारता, उनका कंपैशन तन्वी द ग्रेट में देखने को मिलेगा। मैं और मेरी टीम बहुत गर्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। मैं जब छोटा था तो मैं शिमला में पला बड़ा, वहीं पैदा हुआ और आर्मी के वेस्टर्न कमांड का जो हेडक्वार्टर्स था वो शिमला में था। तो मैं फौजियों को, ऑफिसर्स को सड़क पर वेस्टर्न कमांड के कॉरिडोर में आता जाता देखता था और बहुत अच्छा लगता था मुझे, और वही हमने इसमें तन्वी द ग्रेट में दर्शाया है।
Actor Baman Irani, who plays a pivotal role in the film, described Tanvi the Great as a moving, emotional journey.
ये मेरे बहुत करीब के दोस्त थे। घोसला के दिनों से मतलब मेरे दुश्मन थे, लेकिन इतने करीब दोस्त बने, बहुत मुझे सपोर्ट किया मेरे पूरे करियर के दौरान। लेकिन जब इन्होंने मैं एक लाइन सुना इस पिक्चर के बारे में तो मुझे मालूम था कि मेरे दोस्त एक बहुत ही नेक फिल्म बनाने जा रहे हैं अबाउट गुडनेस, अच्छाई के बारे में, आर्मी के बारे में। और ये फिल्म में इतनी गुडनेस है, मतलब आप कितना भी आप कोशिश करो कि आंखों में आंसू नहीं आए, आंसू आ ही जाते हैं। और हमारे भाई साहब तो इतने इमोशनल है, इसके लिए इतनी इमोशनल फिल्म बनाई। अगर वो कोई खड़ूस इंसान होते तो ऐसी पिक्चर नहीं बनती। बहुत ही नरम दिल के इंसान है, इसलिए ये बहुत नेक फिल्म बनी है। इट्स अ फिल्म अबाउट गुडनेस एंड काइंडनेस, एंड ही इज दैट मैन।
Tanvi the Great is slated for theatrical release on the 18th of July.
Time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the controversy over the preliminary crash report. Pilots have alleged a bias and they've questioned the leak of the report. Along with that, we'll also tell you about MNS's rogue behavior in Mumbai because they have assaulted another poor rickshaw puller in Mumbai over not speaking Marathi. Stay tuned for more. Huge controversy breaks out over preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questions report and the leaks.
जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया लोग, ऐसा मराठी लोग, मराठी वाले भैया, मराठी के मराठी लोग से हम बोल रहे हैं।
Regional tensions escalates into violence in Maharashtra near Mumbai's Vihar station. A rickshaw puller reportedly from North India was brutally assaulted by Uddhav Sena and MNS workers for not speaking Marathi. In a horrific hit-and-run incident in Delhi's Vasant Vihar, 5 people on the footpath were run over by a drunk driver in a white Audi in the early hours of July 9th. The driver was arrested, but he has secured bail. EC sources have informed Republic that large number of people from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal have been found in the voter list of Bihar. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The National Commission for Women has taken cognizance of a shocking case that had come to light from Odisha's Balasore, where a 20-year-old government college student allegedly set herself ablaze, and the student reportedly faced sexual harassment and academic threats from the head of the department. The NCW has now stepped in and it has sought immediate action against the accused. The accused teacher has also been taken into custody, but right now the NCW has stepped in and it has said that the case must see action against the accused. In fact, what we understand is that the student who set herself ablaze has suffered burn injuries. 90% of her body has been burnt and she is now currently battling for her life. Let's listen in to Balasore SP on more details about the case.
लेडी छात्रा जो सेल्फ इमोलेशन का अटेम्प्ट की हैं, इसके ऊपर जो प्राइमा फेसी एविडेंस एस्टेब्लिश हुआ है एक टीचर के अगेंस्ट, उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, उनको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया है। और उसके साथ साथ हम इन जो पिछले 30 जून को एक कंप्लेंट लॉन्च किया गया था इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी को, स्टूडेंट्स और जो लेडी जिन्होंने अटेम्प्ट किया उनके द्वारा। इनका कॉलेज का इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी का क्या फाइंडिंग्स रहा है, क्या सबमिशन रहा है प्रिंसिपल को और भी जो एप्रोप्रिएट अथॉरिटी को, उसके ऊपर हम लोग प्रॉपरली इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं।
इंसिडेंट बहुत दिनों से चल रहा है, लेकिन हमें लेट में मालूम हुआ। जब ये इंसिडेंट को लेकर के पुलिस के साथ प्रिंसिपल बैठे, तब उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि हम एक इंक्वायरी कमेटी हमारा है, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी, और इस कमेटी 5 दिन में इंक्वायरी कंप्लीट करके रिपोर्ट देगा। उसके बाद जो होगा। मैं तुरंत FM कॉलेज को आया और कॉलेज में लंबा समय तक मैंने बैठा। SP भी थे, पुलिस अधिकारी भी थे, उनका जो तदंत कमेटी वो भी थे। मैं सारा इंक्वायरी में मुझे बहुत त्रुटि मेरा सामने आया। मैं देखा कि इंक्वायरी ठीक ढंग से नहीं चलता है और इंक्वायरी मोटा मोटी समीर बाबू को प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए, उनका महिमा गान करने के लिए अपना सारा शक्ति को समर्पित कर दिया। ये बहुत त्रुटिपूर्ण है और उद्देश्य प्रणोदित है। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ। कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगा।
Well, those were the reactions coming in demanding stringent action against the accused, and what we understand, viewers, is that according to her fellow students, the woman had been mentally distressed for weeks, allegedly due to persistent harassment by her teacher in Odisha's Balasore. The woman suffered over 90% burns. She is currently in critical condition and the accused teacher has been arrested. College principal has been suspended. The Odisha government has also launched a high-level inquiry because an undergraduate student of a college in Odisha's Balasore is now battling for her life after she attempted self-immolation in front of the college principal's chamber, and this in protest against the months-long sexual harassment by her teacher and the institute's alleged inaction in the matter. She sustained over 90% burn injury. She is currently critical, battling for her life, and the student who was pursuing B.Ed course from Fakir Mohan Autonomous College is critically injured. She has 90% burn injuries, viewers, and she is currently undergoing critical care at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. And another student who tried to rescue her also sustained burn injuries. Both of them are receiving critical care at the AIIMS Bhubaneswar hospital. And what we know further is that according to the fellow students, she had been distressed for weeks, and this because of the sexual harassment by the head of the integrated B.Ed department, Samir Kumar Sahu. He is the accused head of the department, Samir Kumar Sahu. He has been arrested. Batchmates have also claimed that Sahu made repeated inappropriate demands and threatened her with academic consequences if she refused to comply. Now, after repeated attempts of this particular student to bring this harassment to the light of the college administration, unfortunately, the principal and the other top brass turned a deaf ear, which led to her setting herself ablaze. And despite reportedly even submitting formal complaints, both college principal and local police, no substantial action was taken. In fact, Odisha Chief Minister has also spoken about it. Let's listen in.
भुवनेश्वर एम्स में उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है और एक मेडिकल टीम बनाते हुए सारी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली का एम्स में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, इसी आधार पर ही वहाँ भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। आज भी मैंने बोले कि दिल्ली का जो एम्स का जो डॉक्टर सीनियर है, उनके साथ एक वर्चुअल मोड में मीटिंग करते हुए और क्या ज़्यादा ट्रीटमेंट किया जा सकता है, उसी आधार पर करने के लिए मैंने वहाँ का टीम के साथ बातचीत कर लिया। और अभी तक क्रिटिकल स्थिति है, अगले 24 घंटे के लिए वो बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है। जब कोई इम्प्रूव थोड़ा सा भी करेगा तो हम उसको एयरलिफ्ट भी करा सकते हैं दिल्ली एम्स के लिए।
Viewers, this is the disturbing case that has emerged from the Fakir Mohan College. A student has set herself ablaze after a teacher allegedly asked her for sexual favors, and the girl is currently in critical condition undergoing treatment. The teacher who has been accused of this alleged exploitation has now been taken into custody, and the incident has triggered a massive outrage across the state, with student groups also demanding swift action and a thorough investigation. Police say that they are verifying the students' allegations and have launched a full probe.
A student set herself ablaze in Odisha's Balasore alleging a teacher asked for sexual favor. The teacher, who has been accused of this alleged exploitation, has now been taken into custody. The incident has triggered massive outrage across the state, with student groups demanding swift action and a thorough investigation. The police say that they are verifying the students' allegations and have launched a full probe.
लेडी छात्रा जो सेल्फ इमोलेशन का अटेम्प्ट की हैं, इसके ऊपर जो प्राइमा फेसी एविडेंस एस्टेब्लिश हुआ है एक टीचर के अगेंस्ट, उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, उनको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया है। और उसके साथ साथ हम इन जो पिछले 30 जून को एक कंप्लेंट लॉन्च किया गया था इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी को, स्टूडेंट्स और जो लेडी जिन्होंने अटेम्प्ट किया उनके द्वारा। इनका कॉलेज का इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी का क्या फाइंडिंग्स रहा है, क्या सबमिशन रहा है प्रिंसिपल को और भी जो एप्रोप्रिएट अथॉरिटी को, उसके ऊपर हम लोग प्रॉपर्ली इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं।
The girl is currently in critical condition undergoing the treatment. The incident has triggered massive outrage across the state of Odisha, with student groups demanding strict action.
इंसिडेंट बहुत दिनों से चल रहा है, लेकिन हमें लेट में मालूम हुआ। जब ये इंसिडेंट को लेकर के पुलिस के साथ प्रिंसिपल बैठे, तब उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि हम एक इंक्वायरी कमेटी हमारा है, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी, और इस कमेटी 5 दिन में इंक्वायरी कंप्लीट करके रिपोर्ट देगा। ये बहुत त्रुटिपूर्ण है और उद्देश्य प्रणोदित है। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ, कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगा।
Moving on to some big breaking news coming in ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Field level officials of the Election Commission have identified a large number of outsiders, illegal immigrants from Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar on the elector list of Bihar. And this was found during the ongoing house-to-house verification for the revision of the voters list in Bihar. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav has hit out at Nitish government, alleging that EC is working at the centre's behest. Tejasvi also said that EC and BJP should know that this is Bihar and not Gujarat. Listen in.
मैदान में भी जो है भारी मात्रा में जो है इसी हिसाब से फॉर्म जो है फेंके जा रहे हैं। हो क्या रहा है ये तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि आप जो दावे कर रहे हैं 80% से अधिक जो है आप लोगों ने 11 जुलाई तक कर लिया है, तो वाकई में ये सच्चाई है या क्या है? भारत निर्वाचन आयोग द्वारा कल जो है महत्वपूर्ण बात कहेगी 80% की पूरी कर दी गई। हम बिंदुवार जो है कमियां आप लोगों को बताते हैं। पहला, आयोग ने दावा किया है कि 80.11% मतदाताओं की गणना प्रपत्र भर दिए हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं बताया गया कि इनमें से कितने प्रपत्र सत्यापित, स्वैच्छिक और वैध तरीके से भरे गए। अभी तक इसकी कोई क्लैरिटी जो है नहीं दी गई। फील्ड से लगातार ये सूचना हम लोगों को मिल रही है कि बिना मतदाता की जानकारी और सहमति से बीएलओ द्वारा फर्जी अंगूठा या हस्ताक्षर लगाकर प्रपत्र जो है उसको डाउनलोड जो है अपलोड जो है वो किया जा रहा है।
Meanwhile, the BJP, on the other hand, is saying that the opposition has been exposed and Bihar is not going to vote for Indie bloc.
जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के बीएलओ है, जो ऑफिशियल्स है, उनको कई सारे ऐसे नाम मिले हैं वोटर लिस्ट में जो भारत देश के लोग नहीं हैं, जो विदेशी है, जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो अलग अलग देश से अवैध रूप से बसे हुए हैं। इनको बसाने का जो खेल और इनको लाने का जो खेल वर्षों पहले हुआ। विदेशी घुसपैठियों को वोटिंग का अधिकार देना चाहते हैं। इससे किसका अधिकार मारा जाता? बिहारी का। जो बिहारी लोग हैं उनके अधिकार को कम करो और जो बाहर के लोग हैं, विदेशी लोग हैं, घुसपैठी लोग हैं, जिनको इन्होंने ही इनकी सरकारों में लाने का और बसाने का काम किया, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दो। ये वोट बैंक नीति को संविधान नीति के ऊपर रखते, इसीलिए इसका विरोध कर रहे थे। अब सामने खुलकर आ गया कि इनका बस चले तो भारत के नागरिकों का अधिकार समाप्त करके विदेशी घुसपैठियों को सारे अधिकार सौंप दे।
देखिए, वोट का वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है। अभी जो वोट का रिवीजन है, जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है, उसको लेकर कई लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी गए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने रोक लगाने से मना किया और वो वेरिफिकेशन जारी है। कुछ सुझाव भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिया जिसके लिए बाध्य चुनाव आयोग को नहीं किया है। अब जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है उसमें कुछ रोहिंग्या मिल रहे हैं, कुछ बांग्लादेशी मिल रहे हैं, बर्मा नेपाल के लोग मिल रहे हैं। अरे बिहार में बिहारी वोट डालेगा ना बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए, सरकार बनाने के लिए, या बिहार में पूरे दुनिया के लोग आके वोट डालेंगे? जो बिहार का वोटर है उसको डरने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। चुनाव आयोग पूरी तरह उसको कोऑपरेट करेगा।
Moving on, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has praised the nominations of Ujjwal Nikam, Harshvardhan Shringla, C. Sadanandan Master and Dr. Meenakshi Jain to the Rajya Sabha, highlighting their distinguished contributions in law, diplomacy, social work and scholarship. Their appointments were announced by the President. They have received a very, very strong endorsement from the Prime Minister after the President's announcement. The Prime Minister has praised this particular decision of nominating these four stalwarts to the Rajya Sabha, and he has also highlighted their contributions in law, diplomacy, social work and also scholarship. And these appointments were announced by President Draupadi Murmu, and her announcement and these candidates have received a very, very strong endorsement from the Prime Minister himself, who congratulated these four individuals while highlighting their distinguished contributions. In fact, let me take you through the profiles of the four individuals. Harsh Shringla, he's a former Indian Foreign Secretary, diplomatic expertise in global affairs. He led India-US relations expansion, served as Indian ambassador to the US, and he's also an expert on the Indo-Pacific geopolitics. Meanwhile, Ujjwal Nikam is a senior criminal lawyer and a prosecutor. He's the prosecutor in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, prominent in terrorism-related cases, advocate in high-profile trials, recognized for his legal expertise. Moving on to Sadanandan Master, he's a prominent Malayalam television personality, veteran of cultural programming, social work advocate in Kerala, and he's a very, very influential voice as far as the education sector is concerned. Now, speaking about Meenakshi Jain, she's a historian, author, and also a researcher, an expert on ancient Indian history, an advocate for cultural preservation, author of The Battle for Sanskrit, and also a very, very vocal critic of colonial interpretations. These are the four prominent personalities who have been nominated for the Rajya Sabha by the President, and they have now been endorsed by the Prime Minister himself.
Really, it's a pride moment for me. I never expected that I will be taken up as a member of Rajya Sabha by the Honorable President of India. But yesterday, I received the phone from our beloved Prime Minister, Modi Saab, and Modi Saab initially when he talked, Ujjwal ji, राष्ट्रपति महोदया आपको राज्यसभा का मेंबर नियुक्त कर रहे हैं, क्या आप जवाबदारी लेंगे? मैंने हाँ कह दिया। जिस तरह से विश्वास उन्होंने जताया था, मैंने हाँ कहना बहुत जरूरी था। सो आई एम रियली प्राउड ऑफ, एंड आई मस्ट से थैंक यू टू ऑनरेबल President of India, our beloved Prime Minister. I assure through you that I will discharge my duties as a member of Rajya Sabha, representing Honorable President of India, truly, honestly, and I will see that how the law of our country will be definitely good for the common man, and how we can expedite the legal process.
Viewers, it's time for us to get you a roundup of the top stories from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Chandigarh-Manali highway is blocked near the 4-mile mark in Mandi Spando due to landslide. Restoration work is underway to clear the debris. Many landslides have occurred in the areas of Himachal Pradesh's several districts following heavy rainfall across the state. Kashmiri Hindus observed a black day today by wearing black bands to commemorate the 1931 killings of Kashmiri Hindus. All-State Kashmiri Pandit Conference President Motilal Malla said that this protest happens annually and will continue to happen to raise awareness. An incident of stone pelting took place between two groups in Jaipur's Ramganj area. The police have shared that there was a dispute over a comment being made by a woman. Both of the groups pelted stones at each other. Case has been registered. 11 people have been detained and others are being identified. Police have been deployed at the spot. Currently, the situation has been brought under control. The police has assured that strict action will be taken against the accused. That, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you how regional tensions are escalating because of MNS's assault spree. They've now targeted a rickshaw puller in Mumbai. We'll get you more on this after a short break. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मीरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मीरज।
आदमी की जान की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर। प्लेन वालों ने इंक्वायरी नहीं की, ऐसे ही प्लेन उड़ा दिया है, ऐसा समझ में आ रहा है।
ऐसा होता नहीं है, ये कोई स्कूटर नहीं है कि वो फ्यूल नहीं पहुंचे। ये फ्यूल पहुंचने की बात मैं मानता नहीं हूँ।
किसके बारे में क्या है, फ्यूल का प्रॉब्लम है, इंजन का प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन मेरी बच्ची घर पहुंचने वाली है नहीं।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
A storm is brewing at the heart of American law enforcement. FBI Director Kash Patel is reportedly on the verge of resigning, threatening to walk away from his post if his deputy, Dan Bongino, follows through on his own plans to quit. The reason? A fiery clash with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case, a controversy that's ignited outrage.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आदमी की जान की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर। प्लेन वालों ने इंक्वायरी नहीं की, ऐसे ही प्लेन उड़ा दिया है, ऐसा समझ में आ रहा है।
ऐसा होता नहीं है, ये कोई स्कूटर नहीं है कि वो फ्यूल नहीं पहुँचे। ये फ्यूल पहुँचने की बात मैं मानता नहीं हूँ।
किसके बारे में क्या है, फ्यूल का प्रॉब्लम है, इंजन का प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन मेरी बच्ची घर पहुँचने वाली है नहीं।
जो दुर्घटना बनी है उसमें मेरा लड़का था। आज 1 महीना हो गया और जो रिपोर्ट आई है मैं उससे सहमत नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि ऐसा होता नहीं है। ये कोई स्कूटर नहीं है कि वो फ्यूल नहीं पहुँचे। ये फ्यूल पहुँचने की बात मैं मानता नहीं हूँ कि ये घटना नहीं हो सकती। ये कोई भी बेदरकारी है, या गवर्नमेंट की सुनो या एयरलाइंस की सुनो या किसी को भी, ये बेदरकारी है। बाकी फ्यूल की बात तो मैं नहीं मानता।
बस इतना बोल सकती हूँ, अगर जो भी मतलब पता चले किसके बारे में क्या है, फ्यूल का प्रॉब्लम है, इंजन का प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन मेरी बच्ची घर पहुँचने वाली है नहीं। मैं आपको पहले ही बोली थी कि वो लोग अपने स्टाफ की, अपनी फैमिली।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 4 p.m. this Sunday evening. Our top story remains another case of hit and run. It's a different city, but the case is same. 5 people mowed down by a very expensive Audi and a drunk driver. What's even worse, he has now even secured bail. I'll bring you all the details on that story in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Huge controversy erupts over AAIB's preliminary crash report. Pilots Association questioned the reports and the leaks to Western media. Major concerns ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Election Commission sources say that illegal immigrants from Bangladesh, Myanmar and Nepal were also in the Bihar voter list. Preliminary report alleges cracks in track after freight train carrying diesel and crude catches fire in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur. Hit and run horror rocks Delhi. Drunk driver runs over 5 people including an 8-year-old girl, arrested but now let go on bail. The language row escalates in Maharashtra. MNS workers assault rickshaw puller allegedly from North India. President Draupadi Murmu nominates former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla, prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam, Sadanand Master and Dr. Meenakshi Jain, historian, to Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Modi extends wishes. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, our top focus continues to remain on the AI-171 crash investigations preliminary report. Now, a welfare body representing pilots in the country has firmly rejected the tone and tenor of the interim probe report on Air India's Boeing 787 crash that suggested a bias towards pilot error. The association has demanded to know what mitigating actions were taken by Air India following the advisory regarding the disengagement of the lock function on the fuel supply switches of the engines. And subsequently now, the airlines associations of pilots are up in arms over the severe lack of neutrality and a implicit bias against the pilots, pointing towards, inadvertently towards, a pilot error in the unfortunate AI-171 crash of the London Gatwick-bound Air India flight that crashed last month in Ahmedabad, just seconds after takeoff. The pilot's body has now condemned the